exploited as rifler. So we bring Jorko in, and Liquid finally seem to have found, hopefully, an AWPer that can actually give them some consistency, a bit of a backbone on the C side, and be a threat on T side as well. I mean, when I look at the AWPers in CS2, I think to have a strong T side. So far in Liquid, his T side has been lights out.
One thing I like about Jorko is, to me, he reads as an AWPer that grew up on CS2, because his aiming style actually fits the game a lot better than I think some of the AWPers from the past did. If people don't know this, in CSGO to CS2, the way that the shot came out on the tick was they would kind of come out on sometimes the next tick of your shot when you're an AWPer. So if you're flicking somewhere, it would almost just kind of follow where your crosshair goes. But Jorko, he lines his shot up a little bit slower than you see.
Assalomu alaykum. Spirit jamoasi Liquidga qarshi uchrashuv boshlanishiga 5 minut qoldi. Pastda link tashlab qo'yaman. Stream boshlangan, birgalikda tomosha qilamiz. Qani ko'ramiz qaysi jamoa yarim finalga yo'llar ekan. Assalomu alaykum. Assalomu alaykum. Yaxshilar, yaxshimisizlar? Charchashlar yo'qmi? Sog'liqlar joyidami akalar?
All right, Jorko, I've seen the camera shots, I've seen your Instagram. You are a true fan of the game. So just tell me how long you have dreamed of this, being on a top team.
Yaxshi yo'ldinglar. Hammasi joyidami? Like'larni tirs-tirs bosib qo'yamizmi? Hozirdan.
I was on to become a professional player like since forever. I grew up to watch players like Shroud, Kenya.
Qattiq aldida stream vaqtini. Yo, o'sha vaqtda boshlamoqchi edim o'zi 45 tada.
It's very awesome. I love your positive attitude already. And when did you
Ozgina uxlab oldim-da aka. Chunki o'yinni o'zi soat 6da boshlanadi deb aytganman-ku.
I got introduced to it from my father. He used to be NTCS, so I would say then we're playing with his friends and with him.
And obviously, I got to ask this then, because you said about your dad. Is he very supportive? Is he proud of the way you've gone and the fact you're now on Team Liquid?
Yeah, I am very, very, very lucky and grateful to have such supporting parents. Not only my dad, but also my mother and my grandparents. Like, I'm just so grateful for it.
That is really good. And how did it help for you
personally?
Online
matches,
you know, being comfortable and at home.
Yeah, I guess online matches
are
of course comfortable since you're like at your own home. You know, you're like somewhat used to the atmosphere, playing on your like setup.
Hozircha yo'q, aniq emas mapik. Ko'rsatdi bizda.
Instagramga
ham bitta stories qo'yib olay.
Were you feeling any pressure in these games? Did you have any nerves or anything? Because you look super confident on the camera, but obviously I'm not there with you.
And to be honest, like I'm kind of like dying on the inside. It is pretty nervous. You know, Team Liquid put a lot of trust in me to pick me up. So of course I do want to deliver and be consistent. So I'm just trying to do my best. I am pretty nervous, but in a good way. Like just excited, I would say. Just excited. I'm shaking.
I can feel that excitement.
Hammaga assalomu alaykum. Spirit jamoasi hozir Liquidga qarshi o'yini boshlanadi. Chorak final. Va biz YouTubeda stream qilyapmiz. Kimdir xabari yo'q, xabari bor yoki yo'q. Va link tashlab qo'yilgan Telegram kanalimizda qoldiramiz bu yoqda o'tib olib streamga kirishinglar mumkin. Yana biz YouTubeda streamlarimizni davom ettiramiz. Birgalikda chorak final o'yinini tomosha qilamiz.
Then after that you have G2 and now you have Spirit. Just give me your thoughts on that, because this is no easy introduction to top tier CS.
Qaysi jamoa yutadi deb o'ylaysizlar o'zingizlar? Spirit yoki Liquid?
Do you think you can do the donking but with an orb?
I'll try my best.
Oh, Jorko over-delivering in the server, but also in interviews as well. Just so honest, it's nice to see this refreshing energy, not only in interviews, but that's obviously being brought to Liquid there. He's saying, we just hope to not get donked. And that does beg the question, how switched on is Spirit going to be now that they're on land?
I mean, even against G2, he got donked a couple of times. There was a couple crazy shots, but you're playing against Spirit. This is a different level of player. You're playing against a donk. You could be holding an angle with an op. It doesn't matter. If he gets the right peek off on you, you're getting one tap.
That's a scary prospect here, that Liquid could have all the game planning in the world, but and even some of the
Assalomu alaykum. Chiqarib o'rayapman, yana qaytib banga kirib qolyapsiz. Nima qilgansiz, Akmal?
It wasn't pretty the way they actually got to the land. A lot of
the games were kalbratimiz nima qo'ymasa
sheer force of will from the they're able to get it over the line, even with sometimes half-baked gameplay.
Mana Donk.
I will say though, even though they had to go to a map 3 in both of their best of 3s, the last map that they played coming into this was a 13-0, so it feels like the momentum is there. It was almost this toying warm-up of, ooh, this is the taste you get from Malta.
Listen, Nat, I stand by what I said in the draft show. If Spirit play the way they did online, which they won't,
sure,
but if they did, which they won't, they will lose to Liquid. I actually, if Liquid come in maybe we need the caveat. If Liquid continue playing as they did online as well, but I think Spirit looked incredibly fallible online. They had really rough games, even games that they won, even games where Donk was good statistically. He was still struggling, he was still getting picked off. I think teams had really good games.
Akmal yo'qsiz siz gruppada, mana Chornida yo'qsiz. Qaytadan kirib ko'ring. Topilmayapsiz. Bloklangan userlar orasida username chiqmadi.
By and large, this is Spirit's tournament to lose. However,
Wow, Xantares Pig, assalomu alaykum. Azrix, brat, yaxshimisiz? Charchamayapsizmi? Donat uchun rahmat. Ko'rinmay ketdingiz. Biza boshqa platformada, ya'ni Kick, Twitch shunga o'xshaydigan joylarda stream qilgandik. Endi mana YouTube'ga qaytib keldik. Va bizda Mebampik Dust kartasini ko'ramiz. Spiritni piki. Anubis tanlandi. Spiritni eng qiynalayotgan kartalardan bittasi Anubis. Va Decider qilib Mirage. Aha, tushunarli.
And Elise just said that they are, then this should play out as well as it possibly could. Maybe it isn't necessarily all three of their best maps, but they knew coming into it that this was the most likely.
Nimaga qiziqmasman? Liquiddan zo'r o'ynayapti, Spirit chiqib ketish ham mumkin, shunaqa joyi ham bor. Ha, o'tiramay o'tamondan siz. Ovoz hammasi joyidami?
JT's for a long time been an Anubis specialist. You go to map 3.
Tarespik. Shrov, maldiskam zo'r shahrizan. Rahmat Shrov aka. Donat uchun rahmat.
Maybe no surprises in our veto here, but maybe our map results might be a surprise. Either way, let's get into it. Let's get our series started.
O'zim akam emasmi Shrov?
Listen here, you cowards. Liquid are taking this series. I am a believer.
O'yin boshlayapti уже.
Come full of surprises. I think the interview with Jorko was quite nice. If he can hold his nerve, I think Liquid take the series.
I just love the map.
Spirit easy more win. Bilmadim. Easy win degan narsani ozgina menda yo'q bunaqa fikr, to'g'risi xafa bo'lmanglar. Va hozir bitta narsani to'g'rilaylik, yuzim nimaga bunaqa oppoq bo'lib turibdi. Spirit muxlislari futbolkasini kiyib oldim.
We're going to get to see their form immediately. There's no hiding on Dust too.
Yeah, okay. The numbers aren't wrong. The numbers are right. I mean, if you look at it, like, has it been 24 matches since Spirit lost to not Falcons, not Vitality? Yes. But is it the perfect storm for Liquid to cause an upset right now? Also, yes. Again, I think that, you know, of course, all eyes are going to be on the way Elise has position on this team at the moment is incredible. You saw the highlights on Mirage, his POV. He's a robot. There's more than one robot on this
server. Mirage'da robotga o'xshab o'ynayapti. Yana bir Xantares Pig, HyperX, go Spirit. Donat uchun rahmat HyperX.
Him basically saying, look, we are as ready as we can be. We're like super happy with the preparation we have done. They knew immediately right after they beat G2 exactly how they had to proceed with that preparation. And it looks like we are about
Showtime, Razim. Tanishmasiz. Sololar yaxshimi? Bam bermaydi. Katta ehtimollik bilan. Bu yog'i riskda, brat. Birinchi raund boshlandi. Shiro va Yorko yoki Jorko. Midda fight ko'rishimiz ham mumkin. Bu yerda Jorko agressiya ko'rsatib berdi, lekin ortga qaytishga majbur bo'lgan Tinier. To'g'rilaylik qani buni? Donk. Jorko longa chiqib keldi. 3 kishi bo'lib agressiya ko'rsatdi. Elise birinchi killni amalga oshirib berdi. Elise kal va JT esa Donkni yo'q qilmoqda. Birga kirib kelgan Zontix bor. Miroslav Naftni yo'q qilib bera oldi va ikkita KTdagi iroqlarni ko'rdi. Hozir Zontix chalg'itadi. Qolgan ikkita iroq longdan o'yin davom ettirsa kerak katta ehtimollik bilan. Ko'rdi JT nimaga ketgandi va Jorko Zontix bilan duelda g'olib kelmoqda. Mouse ko'rishda longdan o'tib olishgandi hozircha, lekin Shiro qolib ketgan ortda. Bomba esa Tinier tomonidan o'rnatilmoqda. 2 ga 4 raund davom ettirishlarga to'g'ri keladi. Bilamizki, Shiro yaxshigina pistolet raund o'tkazib bera oladi. Tinier bitta kill va razmen bor va Shiro 3 ga 1 klash boshlab berdi. Bombalaga o'rnatib bo'lingan va Jorko double kill. Pistoletni yaxshi o'tkazib oldi. Liquid g'alaba bilan boshlayapti. Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosib qo'yamiz.
You know, we look at the history on paper. It's very different now with this new roster, but they're not the best at winning these pistol rounds.
Liquid ancha bosh og'riq bo'lib beradimi deyman ha.
Start things off for the Liquid squad. As far as they are concerned, it is time to spin the block.
And I just love the energy we're seeing out of Liquid as well. You know, of course, the heavy underdogs.
Asachi Gaming tinchmisiz, charchmaysiz. Uni uchun barringlar. Uni uchun 0 ko'ramiz deb o'ylagandim, lekin o'xshamadi. Shiro Scoutda va force buy qilindi bu yerda Spirit tomonidan ikkinchi raundda. JT Elish
Not everybody leaves money in the hole for the AWP in a round
Donk.
such as this, but
agressiya ko'rsatar ekanmi Donk. Galil bor uning qo'lida va Donk ikki kishi bo'lib. Ay Donk hech narsa qila olmayapti bu yerda. Elish agressiya ko'rsatdi, Zontix uni o'ldirmoqda va Jorka hamda JT navbatda killlar. Trir va Shiro qanaqa o'ynab berganini qarang, birga bir klashda qolib ketgan. Bu yerda Shiro esa B'ga kirib kelishi mumkin. Jorko stupid bo'lsa Shiro.
But this is a must win for Jorko. 4-0 for now. And Shiro
Turnir ishonchli o'ynab berdi bu raundda. Bomba o'rnatilgan. Shiro esa birga bir klash olib chiqishga to'g'ri keladi. Jorko triple kill va hisob 2. Nima olib kelganini qarayman arenaga. O'yinda oxirida ko'ramiz Jorko. Inshaalloh qilasanmi yoki yo'q. Teatr ovoz chiqadi. Aka ovoz chiqadi, boshqa iloji yo'q. Ovoz chiqadi, past qilib qo'yganman ovozini ko'rgan bo'lsangiz. Santarrespig o'qib chiqsa bo'ladi endi. Ximik, assalomu alaykum. JL bo'yicha azgina ma'lumot bersiz, qaysi jamoada mavzu ham ko'rinmadi. JL hozircha benchda. U eSports Nations Cup o'ynaydi. Hech qanaqa komandada yo'q hozircha JL. Mahrom aka, Donkda dushi fanataman. Tushunmagan joyim nimaga bular qurollar perchatkasi ko'p cheksiz. Puli ko'pda o'zi o'yinning ichidagi, shuning uchun qiziqardi. Mahrom aka, jansidagi Ximikdan uchun rahmat. Mongollar ham chempion bo'lsin, finalda Spirit bilan o'ynaylik. Naytin o'zlarining eng zo'r rahbarasi deydilar. Zayo Mosi bilan birgalikda. Mongollar ham lekin shansi yo'q emas ularda ham haqiqatdan ham. Elish yana bir force buy, chunki ular hozir bombani o'rnatishgan edi. 1 daqiqadan ko'proq vaqtlari bor. Spirit ko'ramiz. Elish B'dan Naf bilan birgalikda. Magic shortdan kirib kelishadi. Jorko. Flickini Magic'ni boshiga tegar ekan o'tgan o'qlari. Lekin hozir kirib bombani patchort o'rnatib ketishlari mumkin. Turnirda Pachka Donk pik qilib ko'radimi Jorkoni? Bomba o'rnatilmoqda. Jorko agressiya ko'rsatishda davom etadi. Bu yerda Volbang bilan ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Ko'rdi bir-birini ikkita igroq ham. Donk Elish Zontixni yo'q qilib beryapti. Shiro razmenda va Jorkodan esa miss shot. Donk saytga o'tib oldi. Turnir double kill va Donk esa Mabusni minus qilib bermoqda. Elishning yolg'iz o'zi va Elish Shironi yo'q qilib berdi. Save'ga qarab yo'l oladi. Vaqt yetmadi. Kalashni save qilib qoladimi? Save. Spirit 3-raundni force buy orqali qo'lga kiritib ketyapti. Pullari yo'q, e'tibor qilinglar Liquid komandasida. Yana force qilishga to'g'ri keladi ularni endi. Umuman puldan muammo. Vo 1200 ta odam ko'ryapti, 200 ta like. Yana like'larni bosib qo'yaylik, like'larni. 253 degan like'imiz. Mayli hech bo'lsa 300 ta qilib qo'yaylik, ketdi. Keyingi raund boshlangancha shundoq. 3 sekund vaqt ketadi. Like'ni bosamiz va ortga qaytamiz.
Holding the AWP. I think his rating on HRTV is 1 out of 100 with a sniper rifle. Obviously he's saving it for his teammate. There are some irrelevant stats for you.
Bu yerda JT bitta minus amalga oshirib bergan bo'lsa, Donk rasman qilib bera oldi hamda agressiyani birozgina kamaytirdi, chunki biladi ularda forceligini. Shiro esa Malbusni tutib oldi.
the Spirit side, they may
Shiro.
be unsure as to where these Liquid players are. They might be able to get a catch here, potentially a flank, because in Zontix's mind,
Zontix, Miroslav. Bechora Zontixda yana bitta raund o'xshamayapti. Ketma-ketiga 2 raundmi, 3 ta raunddan buyon o'lib ketdi. Tinier.
Another question is how many players were seen on the kill cam. He can't have seen all three, which is
1 minut atrofida vaqt.
of the T's to the A bomb side.
Donk 12% jon bilan hamda AWPda raund davom ettiradi.
Because there is a hell of an argument for
Smoke tashlab berildi kattaga. Sekinlik bilan kirib kelishsa, bu yerda lekin 3 ta qurolli himoyachilar turishibdi. Hozir shortdan harakatlanishyapti Liquid. Bomba o'rnatilgandan keyin sekinlik bilan rotatsiya qilib kelishadi. Nafning yolg'iz o'zi KTdan o'ynashni tanladi. Ikkita short. Flash. Shiro tomonidan bomba o'rnatiladi. Donk esa longdagi rotatsiyani kutib oldi, lekin longda hech kim yo'q. Ikkita short va Shiro ilishni minus qilib bermoqda, lekin bu yerda naf sakrab Shironi otib tashladi. Tinir haqida hozircha info yo'q hozircha Tinir haqida. Tinir hammasini eshitib ko'rib turibdi. Jorko tekshirayotgan bu pozitsiyani. Jorko tekshirmadi va Tinir 6-killni amalga oshirib berdi. Men bilmadim, lekin bu Tinir boshqacha start oldi bu safar. Donkdan esa miss shot va save ketishadi endi. Sekin save ketishadi.
Doing Super Mario with the MP9 didn't get as much as he would have liked, but
Respect. Bahrom aka perchat keldimadim. Pistoletlarni o'qini aytdim. 90 ta pachka bor, 3 ta pachka. Uzr. Pachka degan ekansiz-da. Qarang, bu yoqda 93 ta pachka o'zi. 90 bu общий bor o'qi. Mana shunaqa qilib ko'rsatdi. Blastni xuddi shunaqa Bahrom aka. O'zi xuddi o'zimiz bilan bir xil hammasida. Netta, hay. Shiro wallbang bilan ilishni tutib beryapti. Shamsiddin Spirit yutqazsa, qassoblik qilamiz. Qo'ying. Shamsiddin aka qilamiz bu ishni. Va full echo roundga qarshi Shiro yaxshigina damage yetkazib oldi. Bu yerda endi boshqa guruhlarga qilib qo'yishadimi yo'q. Shironing o'zi yana bir wallbangdan minus amalga oshirib bermoqda. Easy round bu ham Spirit uchun. Magix Naflyni yo'q qilib berdi. Malbus hamda Jorko bor. Tekshirishadimi? Ular agressiya qilishdi. Donkdan double kill. 3-2. Spirit hujumdagi 3-raundni qo'lga kiritdi. Z Strimga va Spiritga omad. Yetkazib qo'yaman Murad Spiritga. Rahmat. Va bizda 6-raund boshlandi. Shiro, lekin borku, men Liquidga qarshi Spirit o'yini finalda ko'rib bergan bo'lardim. Просто Spirit to'xtatib qo'yishi mumkin deyman-da. Vitalityni chiqarib yuborgan Jamoniya.
Does Naf consider having
Zontix
with Jorko holding this angle, or is he just there for the
Shirodan smoke bu raski tashlab berildi adashmasam, yo'q, hozircha yo'q ekan va shortga yaqin kirib kelgan. Bu yerda Magix jinnu yugurib ham borishi mumkin, lekin Jorko zo'r pritsel olib turibdi Jorko. Voy, Naf ajoyib pik va Shiro razmen qilib berdi Jorko orqali eng qizig'i. Magix esa JT'ni yo'qib yuborganini ko'rib turibmiz. 4-3 vaziyat, 1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt. Magix hali ham shortda. 3 kishi bo'lib lowerdan midga harakatlanishadi. Bitta B igrok borligini biladi ular. Elish Kal. Jotta Kal boboning o'yini hozircha oxirgi 3 raund ko'rinmadimi? Voy, Kal boboda xato Donk kechirmaydi bunaqa xatolarni. Double kill Donkda eng so'nggi igrok B igrok bu Nafly. AWPni save qilishga harakat qilib ko'radi. Lekin unga save qilishga berish niyatlari yo'q. Donk peak timinglarni qarang-a. Menda ham xuddi shunaqa green energy AWP'dan bor. Jorko bilan bir xil ekan sastena. Naf. Shironi yo'q qilib berdi. Naftan flick ko'rishgacha ulgurmaymiz. Donk razmen qilib bera oldi bu killni. 4-2 hisob. Ozirbek aka o'rtog'im yonimda o'tiribdi. Liquid fanatlik qilyapti. Spirit kuchliligini e'tiboring. Endi Spiritda shans baribir yuqori. Buni hammamiz bilamiz Ozirbek. Endi qaysi komanda kuchli deya olmaymiz-ku. Ya'ni yutadi deya olmaymiz-ku. Spirit Liquiddan kuchli. Netiya salom alaykum qilib turaylik. Xo'p, yozing. Netiya ko'rinmadi hozircha. Time out olindi. Bu degani bizada like bosishning ayni vaqti ekan. Hali bosmaganlar bo'lsa oramizda bitta tekshirib ko'ringlar, like'ni. Takoy ichi bo'm bo'sh turadi, oq rang bilan to'ldiramiz. Agar qora rang bilan to'ldirish kerak bo'lsa qora bilan. Qarachi like'ni bosib qo'ysak bo'ladi. Ko'proq odamga yetib boradi streamimiz. Ulgurdim hamma, chunki bizda уже 7-raund boshlandi, hali bosmagan bo'lsalar.
I think Vu used the word exploited. We can put that on Molbs' head for now. Jorko was 10 at the time.
7-raund boshlandi. Jorko ham qotib qolgan.
Young Shiro. What a revelation that was. So again, another dry round for Liquids, where they can think about the rounds that have come and gone.
Magics.
Some deagles, maybe to have some fun, find some headshots.
Smoke raskidlar tashlab berildi. Magics'ning qo'lidagi MK dan bor menda. Maqtanib qo'yaver, hamma skinlar chota kuchayib ketdim. Lekin mana bu kalashdan o'lganida men уже stream qilmagan bo'lardim menimcha. Kuchayib ketgan bo'lardim.
But how many pages are there to that part of the
Magics.
How many strats do they have to throw at Spirit aggressively on this CT side? What is the minimum for Liquid?
So this is interesting. We had the smoke on cat there. Liquid
Malbus hali kill qilmabdi. Oh, Malbus. Chota ishlar chatoq Malbusda. Tnier Elish Donkga headshot bermoqda. AWP hozircha kill topa olmadi-yu, Magics Malbus oldi, Elish double kill. Mana Elish jinniligi. Bay pistoletlar bilan hozir ko'pchilikda bo'lib qolishdi. Shiro 35% jon bilan. Voy, Jorko o'tib tashlamoqda. Magics 2 ga 1 klashda. 15 sekund vaqt. Ulgurmaydi, bo'ldi Magics. GG bu round. Bu round GG. Pistoletlarga qarshi yutqizib qo'yishdi. Tushunarli. Gavdaji Xorazm Guch. Zafarda badasang 100 ming donat bor. Zafar meni kechir, do'stim. Zafar dabbasan. Uni birar shundoq ham aytaman, bilasizku. Emmanuel Donk Strimlarni sog'inda odam o'zbek. Tayinligi o'zingiz. Rahmat Emmanuel donat uchun ham. Strimlarga qaytganmiz YouTube'da mana. Birgalikda tomosha qilamiz endi. Malbus hali ham kill qilmadi. Shoshmang, Zafar tinchmi o'zi? Zafar $1000 berish kerak edi. O'zi ham eshitib turgan bo'lsa eslatib qo'ying. Jorko. Jorko. Donkmi bu qarshisida? Donk smoksiz chiqib olar ekanmi? Magics qaytdi ortga. Jorkodan flick ko'rib borishimiz mumkin hozir. Elish qo'shdi. Jorko esa Donkni ustib oldi. Tushunarli hammasi. Shiro. Zontix.
We were hearing about the Maui highlight for Jorko hitting that shot. He had to kind of adjust, very nice, but hold that thought.
Va bu yerda Jorko Shironi yo'q qilib bermoqda. Tinierdan razmen bor. 76% jon qolgan. Malbus tuxum yorishning yaxshigina shans va Malbusning birinchi kill bilan tabriklab qo'ysak bo'ladi. Elish esa Zontixni tutib oldi. 4-4. Liquid uzoqqa qo'yib yubormoqchi emas raqib jamoani. Zayat Qashqadaryodan bo'lsa kechiga o'xshaydi. Yo'q, aka Qashqadaryo emas. Navoiy Buxorodan.
Bit shyer with
the enthusiasm not there. Exactly.
like being coaxed into it by his friends, but hey, great way to do it with your first frag.
Shiron avbasidan yo'qda brat. Qani edi Shiron avbasidan o'lganda. Shiro yana AWP olibdi va Donk Galilda force buy qildi Spirit jamoasi. Bor puliga buy qilib chiqishdi. Agar bu raundni qo'ldan boy bersa, Kingsda ekoda harakatlanishga to'g'ri keladi. Shiro Molik raskilar tashlab berildi va Elishga qarab yurib ketishmoqda. Elish ulgurmaydi Elish. Ulgurmadi umuman. Naf ham full bind holatda qolgan. Naf bir o'zi, yolg'iz o'zi va Nafni yugurib zontik sotib tashlayapti. Double kill uning hisobida. Midda Magic salgina xato o'tishmalar flashdan keyin pik qilib ko'rishi mumkin. JT dan razmen bor. 4-3 va retake-ga borishmaydi endi. Save bu round. Spirit yaxshi force play qila oldi.
They got it kind of almost looked like Liquid was somewhat expectant of that, but then it was such an early timing from Spirit that the opening setup from Liquid meant 3 players were still on A. The rotation was so far away. It had to be a very good delay for this round to even be a possible hold from the Navoiy. Nothing there for Liquid. They got completely caught off guard.
Qaysi shahar? An unfortunate one from
O'zim aka Navoiyda tug'ilib o'sgan va Navoiy shahrining o'zida.
I mean, credit to Spirit, you know, they've conditioned a very, very slow pace. And so you never know when it can happen, but a quick pop like this is always a potential in any round after that conditioning's been set.
Really strong timing there. Yep. You are going up against Spirit after all. It was never going to be easy.
But still, I think James, you know, that getting the CT rounds against Spirit is like the hardest part. Spirit
10-chi round boshlandi.
They're going for a very fast long control.
Yeah, there's a smoke on the corner.
Zontix va full buyga qarshi full buy. Malps Hayashga raskidlar berilmoqda va longda Shiro.
How do they deal with this then, Liquid? 3 players on and around the A bomb site with Elige not too far behind either. But with a minute 30 on the clock, the CTs have to respond.
Buxoro
on the A bomb site without that presence on short.
Buxoro hamma joyda qarindoshlarim bor aka.
Yeah, it's an interesting, you know, switch up.
Bizda 1 daqiqadan ko'proq vaqt bor. Ko'ramiz. Spirit lekin hujumda allaqachon 5 round qo'lga ketib bo'lgan va bu yerda Malbs Magicsni yo'q qilib berdi. Longdan qolganliklar agressiv tarzda yugurib kelishmoqda. Donk kirib kelishga harakat qilib ko'radi. Jorkoga agressiya. Jorko full bind holatda. Hozir chiqishning ayni vaqti edi-yu, lekin salgina endi tayminglarni yutqizib qo'yishdi. Jorko yaxshi flick qilib bilar ekan mana shu Yorok ham va Jorko bu yerda smoke Donk orasidan qaytib bergan bo'lsa, Malbs razmenda tunir. Malbsni miyasini chaqib qo'ydi. Shiro bilan birgalikda endi 2 kishiga, ya'ni 2 ga 3 round davom ettirishlariga to'g'ri keladi. Shiro ko'rib turibdi. Nafning pozitsiyasini biladi va Naf chiqib keldi. Va tunir Elishni yo'q qilib berdi. Shiro oxirigacha kutadi, ishoninglar. Va Shiro JT'ni yo'q qilib bermoqda bu yerda. Va Shiro double kill. Spiritning 6-raundi.
So close, and those are the exact
Xorazmliklar yaxshi odamlar. Shiro yoki Jorko. Shiro. Просто Jorko ham yaxshi o'ynab berdi-da. Flick chiroyli qilib bilar ekan. 6-4 hisob. Yana pulni qayerdan topdi Liquid komandasi? Yana bir buy round. Elish bu safar xato qilmasa kerak u. Elish bitta minus, Elish double kill qilishgacha qo'yib ber. Tunir 2 dan otib tashladi, yo'l aka. 12-kill bu Tunirda. Mana bu Tunirda o'yini yo'qayapti, sizlarga ham. Bundan oldingi Tunirdan ko'ra. 100 ga qarshi o'ynagan Tunirdan ko'ra.
If Naf had been able to survive even 5 to 10 seconds, get one more kill out of that, this could be a very different scenario, but...
Well, let's see what they're doing here.
Going for it.
They may do some
Donk,
pushing. There are
Shiro.
bomb site and one for mobs as well. I
3-3 retake harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Mana, Jorko ham yaxshi o'ynaydi, lekin bu yerda Donk borda. Tinir nima qilib yuribdi? Tinir va Donkdan navbatdagilar eng so'nggi guruhga esa Malbs 2-1 clutch. Tinirning kvadrosi bo'lishi mumkin yoki-da Malbsning triple kill'i. Malbs AWP'ni save qilishni tanladi. Tushunarli. 7 ta round hujumda. Bugun Spirit jamoasi boshqacha kayfiyatda chiqqan o'yinga.
I think the thing that's been very interesting about this game is one, CHORAK is really delivering. He's performing very well so far in this game. That peak to the back of
Magic's kick deydi. Ano Magic'ning vazifasi boshqa. Uni ko'rganda ham o'tolmayapti-da baribir. Yana bir time outmi bu? Yo'q, o'zi 12-chi raund boshlandi, time out nima kerak?
No chance with such a disadvantageous scenario as we go into the final round.
12-chi raund boshlandi.
Snipers on dust too with not much to show at the end of the
JT.
half. 13 frags for Jorko, 10 for Shiro.
Going aggressive.
Naf. Bitta minus Donk'ni yo'q qilib berdi, lekin Donk razmenda va B egallanib bo'lingan allaqachon ortda qoldirib ketgan hali Magix bor. Mana Magixni hozir baho beramiz. Tutib olib biladi yoki yo'q.
Will this be checked? Magix in the back, holding angles.
Magix.
If they're unlucky, do they check this position? They've done their homework.
Magix Jorkoni yo'q qilib berdi, informatsiya ham beradi va Magixga agressiya. Mana double kill Magixdan Elij esa uni razm qilib bera oldi. Endi Malbs bilan 2-3 retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Shiro yana o'sha aynan turgan pozitsiyasida AWP zo'r pik qilib berdi. Lekin Malbs yaxshi damage, Donk esa timinglarda Elijni yutib chiqdi. Eng so'nggi guruh berdi. Malbs umuman o'yin ochilmayapti. Donkdan headshot 12-kill. 8-4 Liquid jamoasi ortda. Team Spirit o'zining pikida ishonchli o'ynashda davom etadi. Va bizda qisqa reklama ekan orqa fonda. Biza ham reklama qilib olamiz akalar. Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosib qo'yaylik ungacha. Men sizlarga hozir qiz2.uz mana bu yerda logotip turgan narsa, ya'ni saytni reklama qilib o'taman. Hatta kimdir duel 5 ga 5 o'ynamoqchi bo'lsa, 5 ga 5 mana shuncha odam o'ynab turibdi ekan hozir. Nimaga stream ko'rmayapti ular desam? 5 ga 5 shuncha odam o'ynayapti. Duel rejimi bor, random skills, AWP, deathmatch. Mana shu yerda ko'rib turgan hamma rejimlar bor. Sayt yozilishi ham oson. Mana qiz2.uz bo'ldi. Va bu yerda har oy siz pul ham yutib olishingiz mumkin. Prosta o'ynab trenovka qilganingiz sababli birinchi o'ringa 300 ming, ikkinchi o'ringa 200 ming, uchinchi o'ringa 100 ming. Ulgurib qolinglar, 2 kungina qoldi iyul oyi tugashiga. KDM 133 ekan mana. Yaxshi ekan. Qisqasi shu. Eslab qolinglar saytni, nomini. KZ kirishdan oldin shu yerga kirib trenovka qilib olsanglar bo'ladi. Yana birdan Miki Marvarat asoschisi Azizjon bor. Yaxshi. Hamma bot ish qilib. Bor, o'ynavering aka, bemalol aytayotgan saytingizda ham. 5 ga 5 o'z zazat qilib o'ynashdi. Yaqin kunlarning ichida nasib bo'lsa qo'shishadi menimcha. Prime kerakmi? Yo'q, Prime shart emas, prosta kirib o'ynasangiz ham bo'ladi. Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Nechtamay ko'ramiz mana bu o'yinda? 2 tami, 3 tami? Spirit treneri yo'q. Forma bormi Spirit? Ustimdagi bor aka. Aychota 1000 ta like bo'lmayapti. Spiritni muxlislari qanaqadir sust bugun. Yana 926 ta bo'libdi-yu like. 500 taksi like bosib o'tiribdi. Spiritchilar sustanchi. Qanaqa kirishni ham ko'rsatib bering. Mana bu ikkinchi map tugaydi-ku. O'sha ikkinchi map tugagandan keyin ko'rsatib beraman. Birga kirib o'ynaymiz. Birinchi mapdan keyin emas, ikkinchi mapdan keyin. Bitta joyizni berasizmi? O'ynab turishga beraman. Pricheskalosh. Azizchik nima gapdan? Siz charchamayapsizmi? Ketdik, o'yinga qaytamiz. 13-raund boshlandi.
As I said at the beginning of this series,
Obshi shot hozircha birinchiman. Hozircha shot yo'q hech qanaqa.
I think if they could pick up both, then
Magix
could really be off to the races here.
sayt tekin, mutlaqo tekin KZ2.4 saytiga kirib, prosta o'ynasangiz bo'ladi. Pulli emas.
Initial control towards mid. Obviously, it's a popular thing for the CTs to be on cat and into mid, but it looks like Liquid could
13-round, pistolet round. Birinchi Spirit anchadan buyon pistoletga o'la olmayapti. Sizga ham o'sira shu narsani.
Very good patience from them. Very nice from Liquid.
Yaxshi qayashga ham yetib keldi, lekin Magixdan no damage unaqa ko'p emas va Mouse tinirni o'ldirib berdi. Uje 5 ga 3 vaziyat. Longda Zontix double kill Zontixdan. Mana bu yerda Magix agar birorta egilib tursa Shiro ham killer amalga oshirmoqda. Voy. 5 ga 3 round yutib ketdi Spirit. Mana trener orqasida turibdi.
Yeah, Zontix with incredibly impactful kills there. Just a tap.
Zontix lekin ikkita yomon urib qo'ydi. Bitta o'zi bilmasdan kill qilib qo'ydi, e'tibor qilgan bo'lsanglar.
This was such look like again a round where Liquid was so ready. We see they waited for the pop flash, they bidded it out. Donk peeks off of it, and then Donk re-peeks into an open
trainer joyida o'tirolmaylar.
So you can see that Liquid definitely have done their homework here.
14-round boshlandi. 9-4 hisob hozircha biza. Bundan oldingi o'yinlarda ko'rgan Liquid jamoasini ko'rmayapmiz. Birat qanaqa qilib o'zidan o'zdan Zakriti lobby ochib do'stlarim bilan o'ynasam. Aka, hozircha unaqa lobby o'zida ocha olmaysiz Zakriti lobby, lekin hech kim yo'q. Lobbini connectorni kopiya qilib, o'zingizni konsolingizga start qilib, kirib o'ynashingiz mumkin. 10 kishi kirib olib. Hech kim hali kirmay turgan paytda.
So Liquid might get to move through a hole here, but it's a gap led
full echo round to Liquid. Bu degani katta ehtimollik bilan Spiritning 10-raundi.
The long cross all the way to the B doors. So this is a killing zone that Spirit have set up. We'll have to see if Liquid have any counterplay to make it easier to get across.
Magix Mouse yo'q qilib berdi. Donk yana bitta amalga oshirmoqda kill. Magixda double kill bor. Shiro agressiv tarzda kill va JTdan headshot qabul qilib oldi. Double kill JTdan. Donkni ham head bilan keyingi raundga jo'natib yubordi. Yana bitta JT. Yo. Tinir bermayapti shans. Bu chunki prime Tinir 15 ga 6 kda.
And now the second half really begins. 10-4. A big deficit that faces Liquid. They've got the rifles.
Chatda shotni yozib o'tirgan yoki nimadir aytib o'tirganlarga umuman ishonib o'tirmaylar, chunki bir xil ketyapti hozir. Online bo'lganda muammo bo'lardi, atak hozir bir xil.
Sometimes you need something a little bit more, a little bit extra. Could that be Elige and the AK-47, for example? No,
15-round boshlandi.
Spirit getting aggressive there on the catwalk on the CT side. Just
JT
looking to try to catch Liquid.
Full buyga qarshi full buy. Kickda ham streamlar bo'ladi endi.
They've got to start the momentum right now.
Bo'ladi kickda ham hamma joyda stream, multi stream qilishni plan qilib turibman. Chunki ko'p chet eldagilar YouTube'da ko'ra olmaydi, ayniqsa Rossiyada yurganlar shuning uchun ham kickda ham YouTube'da bir paytda stream bo'ladi. Jorko va Elish chiroyli tarzda B'ni egallab olishdi va bu yerda Malbus esa shoshib turgan. Magixni yo'q qilib bermoqda Shirodan razmen bor. Elish low HP. Shuning uchun retake ga borsa ham bo'ladi. JT orqadan ular bilan qo'shilib olmoqda.
Into that B bomb site, then normally it is turning and running away for the remainder of that CT squad.
JT.
That looks to be the case for Spirit. Uncomfortable rotation for the bomb there with an successful entry into B.
Va bu Liquidning 5-raundi. Keyingi round yana bir full buyga qarshi full buy round ko'ramiz.
And having less numbers towards B on that occasion.
Yeah, again, I think it's a lot of this research, James, knowing sort of what to expect on some of the defensive setups from Spirit. Spirit are going to be one of the teams, especially on Dust 2, that are the most studied teams. There's the most tape out there for Spirit on this map. Generally, that's, doesn't mean that you're going to be able to take down Spirit. Most teams in the world will fail to do so despite that fact. But at the same time, it seems like they always kind of know what to expect.
Siz 300 Hz'li oling bo'ldi, sizga yetadi o'sha. Qolgani o'sha bahonangiz bo'ladi. Monitorni ayblaydigan bo'lsangiz-da, u bahona bo'lib qoladi. 350 Hz yetib o'tadi sizga.
As they attempt to mount a comeback. Good use of the numbers there. It's really smart how no Liquid player was standing in front of another there. And the party rolls on there.
Yana nishonlab qo'yibdi bu. Farqi yo'q Jorkoga. 16-raund boshlandi. Lowerda agressiya Magix va Donk, bu yerda endi Magix salgina yolg'onchi. Yolg'onchi smok tashlaganini ko'rib turibmiz. Donk esa agressiya bo'lsa kutib olishga tayyor turibdi. Donk tayminglarni yutqizdimi deyman? Yo'q, bu Donk axir. Elishni hech bo'lmasa olib ketar ekan. Jorko razmenda. Shiro qaytdi ortiga. 4ga 4 vaziyat va B'ga kirib kelishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi menimcha. Zontix
and in that respect Shiro starts to wonder and heads back towards long.
Shiro
has been compromised or not. There will be rotation from Liquid as well.
Qana Shiro.
Still close to mid doors.
Tegmadimi?
Some presence spotted towards long now. There's time to respond to this for both.
Hayron qoldim qana qilib tekiz olmaganiga.
Sutinir heading over for some rifle support for Shiro.
Ehtiyot bo'lib rampga qarab yo'l oldi. JT raskillar tashlab berildi va Shiro Malmusni minus qilib bermoqda Shiro. 4ga 3 vaziyat. 30 soniya atrofida vaqt va A tomonga yugurayotgan Liquid a'zolari. JT rampga qarab o'tib oldi smoke oralab.
The bomb still on long at present with teammates scaling towards the side.
Nimagadir side'ni berib yubordi Spirit. Hayronman, endi retake qilish birozgina qiyin bo'ladi. AWP'dan misshot va bomba o'rnatilindi. Miroslav Zontix KTdan yetib keldi. 3 kishi shortda o'ynashmoqchi. Longga qarab JT yugurgan. Flash raskillar tashlab berildi. Jorko. Uy, turnirga qaytdi Jorkodan. Sakrab o'tib beradimi deyman u. Sakrab o'tib ko'rmoqchi va bu yerda Magix Jorkoni o'ldirgan bo'lsa JT razmin qilib bera oldi. Nafisa Magixni yo'q qilib berdi. Shiro save ketadi mana. Side'ni nimaga berib yubordi Spirit? Men hayronman.
Yeah, he's got no kit. There is one on the side.
G'alati.
The play to peak this time like he did in that first half either. So it will be a 6th round for Liquid and again.
Qiz igroqlar mana shunaqa g'alati ish qilib turadi. Tir birda bir o'yinni sotmoqchimi deb tushunib qoladi odam. Ozgina round yutqizib keyin yana yutib ketib qoladi degan qilib. Mana bu lekin u nimaga rek qilmaganiga ham hayron qoldim. Shironni otgani. Tekkandi.
So I think Liquid had such a gift there that Shiro wasn't able to do more damage, and they had just enough bodies to get onto the site with 20 seconds left as well. And suddenly, interesting spot here, but James, the Shiro with an AWP, they can buy next round. He's got pistols with him. This is a dangerous round for Liquid.
Bitta save qilingan AWP.
These kinds of rounds which are the ones you can't necessarily prepare for if you're Liquid. So these are rounds where one must be careful because things can go wrong. Let's see how they approach this. They know what the threat is. They can expect some deagles and 5-7s and such. Just a smoke for Donk.
JT hamda Elish.
So how do they simplify a round such as this? Shiro currently towards that B bomb site, so that will certainly help.
Shortdan kirib kelishdi allaqachon va 1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt bor. Menimcha bu raund katta ehtimollik bilan Jorkoning qilingan headshotdan keyin aniq bo'ladiki, bomba o'rnatilinib Liquid foydasiga hal bo'lishi. Uni yetdi va biz fullbackga qarshi fullback ko'ramiz. No, katta farq bilan tugamaydi. Ya'ni 13-7 bilan masalan tugamasa kerak deb o'ylayman. Bir Liquid kamida 9 ta round olishi kerak. 13-9 tugaydi deb o'ylayman. Sizlar nima deb o'ylaysizlar?
That passive option, it doesn't feel good to lose rounds to give them up, but the more passive option I think definitely makes sense for Spirit because again they know that they are a heavy favorite here. But James, this is them.
Shiro Jorkoni yo'q qilib berdi. Mana tekin qurol turibdi mana bu yerda. Olib ketsa bo'ladi Shiro. O'ldirgandan keyin.
Can actually push this momentum forwards against them.
Yana bir exit frag. Yomon emas.
Versus some pistols, but no big deal. Yeah, greatly dealt with by Liquids. Again, you wonder how far they
Qaranglar bizda mana blinded deb yozib chiqadi-ku, xuddi flash bo'lgandek bo'ladi. Haqiqiy igroqlar full blind bo'lib qoladi. Ekranni.
But again, it's down to them to show us and how much homework they've done. I think it's a very small.
Va time out, bizda time outdan foydalanib 1000 ta like bosmay turgan qora ko'zlaridan iltimos qilib qolamizki, akalar, mayli ko'zlaringiz rangi qora bo'lmasa ham like bosib qo'yinglar.
See how things continue. They have
2000 odam o'tiramiz lekin likeimiz kam.
Spirit will be back on the buy once again. It's almost a mirror of the first half actually. The CT side takes the pistol in a second, and we have a flurry of rounds for the T side.
1088 turibdi like.
For Spirit in the first half. This is the
1088 ikkita like qopti. 1100 ta qilib qo'yilgan hech bo'lmasa ikkita. Qani kim? Sразу yozinglar keyin men bosdim 1200 qildim deb xursand bo'laman akalar. Ketdi.
Both snipers delivering in this game of Dust 2.
The timing here from Elige is really quick to export.
Elige.
Looks like Liquid are putting up the pace here. Could catch Spirit.
Mouse.
So Tanir will give some sound cues with his reload.
Shiro.
Which almost looks a bit deliberate. Maybe he's trying to invite a peek towards the door if someone pokes out later on. We'll see how that one plays out.
Magic full buyga qarshi full buy. Keyingi round sotib olishga mana shu pulga yetsa kerak Liquidni. No, Spiritni puli bo'lmaydi, shuni bilaman, round yutqizib qo'yishsa.
That Liquid are going to try to pressure mid itself, but Liquid actually focusing on catwalk right now instead.
Magic.
Moles just dropped a Molotov behind.
Bituksan taris pik ko'rsatib qo'ysan, yana neta. Like bosinglar noinsof o'ylaman bosdim. Rahmat neta. Va Tanir Shironing flashdan so'ng Mabusni minus qilib berdi. Open kill bor. 4 kishi bo'lib qolishdi hujumda Liquid a'zolari.
How big of an indicator is that for Spirit, who already have 3 players defending this A bomb sites?
Well, right now it works out for Liquid a little bit.
Gap yo'q, 1400 bo'lib ketdi like. Hamma bosibdi. Shirodan esa miss shot va flash. Hali bu yerda Magic bor. Magic salgina omadi kelmayapti. O JT Shironi ham minus qilib berdi va 3-3 holatda qolib ketgan. Tanir esa nafti yo'q qilgandan so'ng ikkita iroq saydaligi haqida informatsiya bor ularda. CT dan yetib kelishyapti. O'rdakka o'xshab, ko'z tegmasin, bitta minus bor. Donk razmenda va JT 100%, Donk 15%. Donk chiqdi. Donkni boshini ko'rmay qolding qizig'i. 15% bilan olib ketyapti Donk roundni. 11-7 hisob.
JT in that position. I mean, the fact that Donk makes that move with such little HP, you're so if a person flicks you, you're definitely dying there. So it just goes to show that Donk understands the timings of the game. He recognizes
Zo'r flash otib berdi. Qochaman degan ekan.
Amazing stuff here. Jorko going for that re-peek onto Donk. Definitely bold. He actually hits him too.
Voy, tegibdi.
I don't think you can really be too unhappy about it.
AWP'ni o'q tegibdi.
Oh, that's so unlucky from a Liquid point of view.
Unlucky deb aytdi kommentatorimiz. 19-round boshlandi. Mouse Deagle'da o'ynaydi. Nimagadir Mouse o'yini chiqmayapti-da, shuni sezgan bo'lsanglar agar. Tanir 2 da. Magic double kill. Magic triple qilishga esa JT qo'yib bermadi.
Taking 2 players. 2 for 1 is fantastic when you're on the CT side. If you can take 2 players with you, you have done a good job.
Especially this early, before Liquid have had the opportunity to deploy a lot of utility or really force the Team Spirit to spend much. So it really is a worst case scenario. And
Smoke tashlab
this,
berildi,
of course,
bortga
would put
qaytildi.
Spirit on 12 rounds. How do you save this? They're going to have to scale up the catwalk. A
Tegdi
nice
tegdi
headshot
Shiroga
to
o'q eng qizig'i 58% jon bilan qolmoqda. U lekin bu yerda Shiro Elishni baribir shu holatda ham minus qilib bergan bo'lsa, Tinierda yana bir kill bor uning hisobida. Eng so'nggiroq Malbs Donk tomonidan tutib olindi. 20-kill Tinierda. Bo'ldi, Tinier keyingi ikkita kartani ham killarni qilib qo'ydi o'sha.
Yeah, and Spirit look just, like Spirit looks on Dust.
Map point.
A very, very strong team.
Atak adashgan bo'lsa ham hech qisi yo'q.
That the scoreline looks like this. I think though for Liquid, I feel like they must feel extremely competitive in this game, James, given how close some of these key rounds have been. So regardless as to what happens here, Liquid are probably going to feel pretty good about this Dust too. And I mean, it's not over just yet, but if we're thinking about where the money's at, it's in the
Yo, unaqa emas. Chatga yozsangiz o'qiyman-ku mana, brat. Nimani o'qimayman? Endi tasavvur qiling, 2100 ta odamdan bir 200 kishi ham yozgan taqdirda ham bir vaqt o'zida chatda ko'zimga ko'ringanini o'qiyman-da, harakat qilib. Masalan, time outda tushib qoldi, shudan aytingiz, hozir o'qidim. Qo'ldan kelgancha.
And it's so crazy because to your point, Joko peaked Donk and hit
Lekin Niko bilan Donkdan boshqa havodan kuchli
the finest of margins.
Flamesmi? Даже hozirgi Nikoni Prime'dan kuchsiz, lekin hozirgi Nikodan ko'ra Flames kuchliroq. Kimdir tan ola. Endi meni fikrim bo'yicha, sizlar balki boshqacha fikrlarsizlar. Shiro nafti minus qilib berdi, shunchaki tavakkaliga o'tgan edi. Longdan yurishda davom etadi va Shiro yana pritsel qo'yib olgan. Elish
Here goes Liquid again. They will tear Shiro. Pulls off the angle before he can maybe get that catch onto the drop into pit. But now look at Spirit go. They are all well set up for this defense.
69 damage qabul qilib olmoqda. Razebor, Donk.
Donk is hungry for engagement.
Donk 18 ta kill o'tib ketmoqchi Donk. O'tib ketmoqchi Tinierdan va uddalaydi ham menimcha buni endi Tinierga kill bermaslik qoldi xolos. Shiro ana Tinier och qolgan bo'ridagi yetib keldimi kattadan va Shiro JT'ni yoqib tashladi. Menimcha killlar bir xil, nukadasi har xil bo'ladi. Zontix Jorkon otib tashlabdi. GG birinchi raund o'z nihoyasiga yetdi. Birinchi map o'z nihoyasiga yetdi. Kimlar ekansiz? Rahmat neta. Nodir, navoiylar, assalomu alaykum. Va alaykum assalom Nodir, yaxshimisiz, charchaysiz? 15 minutlik pauza bizda, 18:46 bo'lsa, like bosmaganlar, likelarni bosib qo'yamiz. KZ200 saytiga yo'l kompyuterlar tayyor bo'lgan bo'lsa, KZ200 saytiga kirib olishinglar ham mumkin. Santara Speak. Yana bir narsa, FB Skins'da men hozir yana bir reklama qilib o'taman, chunki bizda ishlar boshlangan. Qaynoq ketyapti ishlar. Telegram kanalimizda qaranglar mana bu narsani. Hozir ko'rsataman sizlarga. FB Skins'da, ya'ni skin kanal savdo kanalimizda. Xo'p, mana bu Skeleton Knife Lee Skins'da $350 turibdi. Slaughter'ı. Bizadagi narxi $325. Lee Skins'dan ham $325 arzonga. Bayonetni qaranglar, $1206 va $56 Lee Skins'dan arzonga. Hamma o'zi Lee Skins'ga qarab avtobayda beramiz, avtobayda sotamiz degan gapni aytadi. Bizada avtobaydan ham arzon. Mosh sotilib ham ketgan ro'ji bular, hozircha yozmabdi adminimiz, sotildi deb. $302 narsa, mana bu stiletto gradientlik Marble Fate $377 biz. $277. Bilsanglar bilarsizlar. Dash Slaughter sotilgan. Ko'p narsa ham sotilib ketadi o'zi tez. Bir aytib o'tib ketib qolayman. Keyingi mapdan keyin nasib bo'lsa, hozircha kz2.uz saytiga kirib o'zingizlar o'ynab turishinglar mumkin. Keyingi mapda men ham sizlarga qo'shilaman.
He did a great job though. I've got to give Jorko a little bit of credit. I feel
Phoenix,
like
Vitality kimga yutqazdi? Liquid, mana shu Liquid komandasi yutqazgandi. Phoenix.
You see the prowess with both the op and the rifle.
Adez o'zi bilan keling qaytarib beraman.
Liquid rookie.
Mana intervyuni ko'rmaysizmi? Mana qo'yib qo'ydim-ku orqaga.
Definitely showed that he could take it toe to toe
Aha,
with one of the
net
best and
tushunarli.
most elite
Yashil
teams in the
yaxshi
world.
rang.
I think as much as we talk about this
Apex,
matchup,
baby.
you realize the situation you're in. You realize you're playing against the Spirit.
Yusuf,
They're the best
omad
team
aka,
in the
savol
event
Eloy
right now. You're looking
etdi.
at
Aka,
this
Eloy
as,
hozir
okay, we
juda
lost,
yanchli
but at
ahvolda
least
Yusuf aka.
our
Donat
pieces
so'rag'madi.
did well. Jorko did
Qo'ying
well.
aka,
JT called a
qiynamang
good
mani.
game. We had a solid
7-chi
showing,
level
even
manmi?
if we got destroyed.
Yo'q, 6 ga tushib ketganman. Akkaunt boshqalarga ham berganman. Hatto bu o'zimni hozirgi ishlatayotgan akkauntim. Hey aka, 6, 7 ga ozgina qolgan. No, bitta o'tirib full foxda o'ynasam, smella 10-levelga bir oylarning ichida up qo'ysam bo'ladi o'zimni.
I'm just gonna say, Kerrigan really set the meta
Juda
with
kam
trying to
ham
make
o'ynayman
sure that
aka.
nobody feels any pressure on stage.
Juda ko'p
He looked at
yutqizaman.
Falcon and said, I just
O'ynaganga
gotta
yarasha
crack
o'zi
more
kam o'ynab
jokes.
ko'p yutqizam.
Liquid, they're stealing from that book right now. They're saying we gotta make the whole environment a lot more lively.
It is getting there for them. Unfortunately, it isn't necessarily translating into round wins for themselves because there still is just a little bit.
Tekst yozmadim-da, 46 ta edi.
There's still some rounds now
Odamlar
where
qachon
you're
boshlanadi degan
wondering
savol
why
berishdan
are they
oldin
letting
yozib
those
qo'yay.
small mistakes go through? Is it just an inexperience? Is it Spirit potentially even
Spirit
taking advantage of what
versus-
happens in certain rounds?
Old habits die hard for Liquid. Round 10 really exhibited some of
Liquid.
the problems of Liquid before they even made the roster moves that they
Ikkinchi
did in
map
the
soat
offseason where they get this great
18:45
advantage for
desak,
themselves.
19:00 premierada.
Towards the short side.
19:02 da
At one point here, they really have Spirit trapped. The fact that there's a couple swings here though, like Malv's right there swinging off of Plat.
Yo, aka bizda arendaga bermaydi. Skin arendaga olmoqchi bo'lsangiz, endi pichoqdan boshqa pichoq bilan persatgan o'sha любой skinni birdan o'sha ana Case o'zidan arendaga ochib yuborgan yaxshi $2.
And then they try to go for a double swing, but they
Lekin
don't actually
arenaga
get the
berolmaymiz.
kill on Shiro right there, and that's just too easy. Shiro's going to eat that kind of stuff up. Credit goes to Shiro for hitting every single tripwire shot that was presented to him.
Hozir
But at the
aka nima
same time,
qaytaman
Liquid, I'm just shocked you're not playing off of first contact on the guy that's on elbow, letting him just see the guy, and yeah, maybe he dies, but then you can activate Unleash. Then you can activate the guy at elevator.
Boraj,
and
face
those
it
guys
cheat
can
bilan
then play off of
o'ynaydi
that contact.
Shuning
Can't
uchun
help but
KZ2
agree,
saytida
and
ham
that was
cheaterlar
such an
bor, lekin
important round for
cheaterlarga
the
ham
CT
har
side. Felt like
kun
they were actually gonna
adminlar
build
qarab
a CT
turibdi,
side that could
kimdir
get
cheatdan
more winning
foydalaniga
at 4
sezilganda
rounds by the
сразу
end of
ban
the half there.
berilibdi.
And you look at
KZ
who did the
two
swing,
side'dan.
who was I'd say the domino that toppled the defense. It was Elige, and I know you've talked about this before. Elige sometimes has that tendency to want to go for a little bit too much. He wants to go for the play because he's confident in his own ability. But when you look at that round, if Elige stays alive, if they play off the contact, I think once Elige dies there, you have a troublesome round for Liquid in a 2v2 where they know where you are and you know where they are.
And so now we're looking at this sort of question where Elige may be overstepping some of those
Oy,
old
oy,
tendencies
oy,
coming into
oy,
play.
oy,
When you
Yusuf
bring in a
aka,
new player who
ulgurdim ha, da
shouldn't
Elon
have
ko'tarishgan
those
full fox ikki
habits,
komanda topish
where do
kerak.
you put him right now?
Random.
How
Da
are
aka
you
xuddi
impressed
shunaqa.
with
Mani
Jorko
komandam
with the
aka
way that he's
o'ynaydigan
performing
o'zim
and
yaqin
still being able to
jo'ralarim,
show up,
o'rtoqlarim.
transitioning from online to offline?
That's
Bot
the
bilan
silver
aka
lining
hammasi ish
for
turgan
Liquid in
bot
this
bilan
tournament is
sizlarni
that they now have an
yutqizamiz
opper who I simply just trust.
To'g'ri aka
The
gapi.
way-
Zanat
again,
uchun
I
rahmat
talked
gaplar.
about it in the pregame. The way that Jorko aims the AWP is just so much smoother than Ultimate. The kill confirmation style where he's going to get the AWP out and he can hit some nice fast flicks, but they're not actually completely out of control. I mean, even just watching this next kill that one of the next kills he gets in middle, how he just takes his time with just lining up the shot through the doors. This one right here, where he gets this guy on his screen and he doesn't just wildly flick up top left. He actually, you know, he over flicks a little bit, swings it slowly back to the right to make sure he's going to hit the target. You would see Ultimate and a lot of oppers that had a trouble with CS2 just go immediately for that muscle memory flick right away. But you can see that Jorko, he kind of slows those moments down for himself in a way not many oppers do. So I'd say that's something to be happy about or optimistic about with Liquid.
And I have to say, I was a little concerned. You know, you heard Jorko in the interview beforehand. He was nervous in the online game. So you get him onto the stage. He's playing in front of a bit of a crowd. I was thinking he might be a little nervous here. He might have an underperformance. But this is an incredible performance from Jorko. I mean, when he had the op in hand, he was lights out, and he was impressive with the rifle as well. So regardless of how this game or this series goes, I think we can be happy with Jorko, especially especially if you're a Liquid supporter.
Well, Joker being their silver lining, something that's so good for them, how do you expect the rest of the team to be able to follow up, to capitalize, or maybe even put him in a position to be able to do more? I do wonder, where do the chips fall if you're not disappointed in Joko, if you think he's holding his own?
I think the reality is that Dust 2 is a really, really weak map for Team Liquid. I mean, when you look at it, Spirit are dangerous on T and CT side, but Spirit have a top 3 T side in the top 50. Liquid had a bottom 5 T side in the top 50. They're not a good Dust 2 team. So to put up a fight, to have a couple of pivotal rounds, the one you highlighted, I think is a really big one. There was a few rounds here where if Liquid managed to pick those up, if they don't fumble a couple of advantages, you're seeing a close game, an OT game maybe, where Liquid have a chance to take that game. I think Dust 2 is just a bad map for them. I want them to kind of memory wipe this one and move into Anubis.
They can look towards that one, but we're not going to forget it by any means. And it's someone else who isn't going to forget it, Maui, Tania. He was the one that was able to step up because, like we said, the inevitable of Donk will happen, but there is so much still left in Spirit to be able to compensate for when a player is sort of getting shut down.
I felt like Tania was just feasting on so many of the kind of extremity plays in this game. He got really activated in that round where he was putting up that sort of short defense. But yeah, given that he's not really the main attack, they're not really always taking map control for Tania on this one, that he's just usually working his way through long, working his way through B tunnels. Picking his timings is of the utmost importance. And in this game, he had a lot of great moments where he's either just holding things down. I like that they activated him more on the CT side too, but that's one of the biggest elements of growth for Tania, that he's just, I feel like he was unsure of when to pick his timings. Now he understands the Spirit system and he's paying them back for teaching it to him.
I think mentioning the extremities, I think, is the right way to put it, because you saw Liquid, they tried to overwhelm the middle of the map to make sure they could get trades on Donk, on a Magix as they go into the bomb site. So Tania could feast on the extremities. He could go for the long push. He could go for the late round plays that he wants to, because really Liquid were just so focused on Donk. As I mentioned, you can focus on Donk all you want. The problem with Spirit is they're a multifaceted team now. They have a bunch of players that can take over a game if you let them.
That's going to be a real struggle, a hurdle, right? Whether Liquid want to forget whatever happened on Dust 2, just focus up for what's next. At the end of the day, you are going to be able to have to come with solutions, with answers to what is the Spirit problem. But right now, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if a 2-0 is on the cards or if Anubis has a lot more in store for us.
In terms of being ready, I've spoke to you before about like your own performances as well, getting comfortable with obviously you coming back to this level, Magix's IGL and stuff. So give me your thoughts on where you are at personally with it now, how comfortable you feel, and are you satisfied with your own performance?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, there is no much to elaborate about, I think, just yes.
Are you comfortable with everything now though? Like you understand what is needed of you in how Magix uses you, where you're playing with new team members as well?
Yeah, but it depends on Hali, to be honest, because we haven't played with him for a significant amount of time. It's going to be different, but if you talk about my career at all, like I had my best time with Hari as a coach, so it's not like I have a new coach and I have to worry about how it will work. It's just curious to see how it will work with two coaches right now, because we haven't played with two coaches before.
Are they when you're saying about like the two coaches, are they splitting responsibility? Someone gives you something and then another one gives you the other thing to focus on, or can you explain it to me?
I think Sotvik is more micro and Hali is more macro. So I think Hali works more on the team plan, on how we play as a team, as a whole. And Sotvik talks more about how we execute things, and we watch demos with him. So that's how they split the responsibilities. So we have ability to do more while spending not more time. You know, to be honest, I think one coach system is just very hard. When you have to watch demos together, you have to worry about micro, you have to worry about team play and whatever. It's just too much for a single person. So the coach is going to be more efficient for sure.
It's talking about the adjustments, or I guess lack thereof, to having 2 new coaches and just all the benefits that are being reaped for them right now. And I sort of liken it to having 2 analysts, right? But we can only ever get better with more of you.
Yeah, I think we should fill this with 5 analysts. I think that might make it even better. No, I think two coaches for Spirit has actually helped them a lot. When you look at the way they're playing now, they're so much more tactical. They have some of the most flash assists or kills with flashed opponents of anyone in the scene right now. I actually think it's grown the team incredibly. And so to hear him talk about it, where Holly's more overview, he's more team strategy, and you have Sotfik as the more specifics focused coach, I think it makes perfect sense with what we see on the server as well.
I mean, with Spirit taking one step up, how we see how strong their Dust 2 performance here was. I do wonder, Maui, with Liquid going back onto Anubis here, what's their strength? What's their go-to that when we last saw them play against Vitality, they were able to get that win and could replicate it today against Spirit?
So the defenses from Liquid have just been astounding because they played not only Vitality but G2 as well, and across both of those Anubis CT sides they were so active. It's what caused and helped them have an above 50% round win percentage on the defense of the map that is supposed to be the hardest on CT side. Liquid understand the meta. They're extremely active, that even when a play doesn't quite work out for them, they go for another, a double push at long B, a double push in E-box. This is all from the same round, by the way, that they're just going through every single possible option one by one and doing it together. That is why they were able to put up such a fight versus both
Telegram kanalida
elite
username
teams
bor.
in Vitality,
Flashbang
in G2, that they're constantly moving
Telegram
around
kanaliga o'tsangiz, o'sha
and that
menejer
they're always
accounti bor,
looking
o'sha
for
yerda
some
gaplashsangiz
kind
bo'ladi,
of in.
yozsangiz.
Like, you can't play on your heels, and
O'sha
that's
bilan.
really the biggest weakness of so many of the favorites. They just
Nah,
think
2
they're
minut
going to play a
qoldi,
CT side default, they're going to wait back, hope that you get to hold against those kinds of executes, but Liquid, they always take matters in their own hands.
Yeah, and I think the key when you look at that is that they're not over-forcing it. You know, you saw, if you watched the G2 game, there was a couple rounds G2 waited back looking for the re-aggression, but Liquid, they know we don't have to be re-aggressing at all times. We can slow it down, we can play a standard round, but Anubis CT side, it's more like a T side. It is a map where you're trying to go for those aggressions, and when you have JT, often an Anubis specialist, and Liquid, they were an Anubis specialist team even last season, even without JT, the strengths are going to add up together.
Okay, I'm hoping it's enough then that we're going to be able to see Liquid come out on top, that we're going to have, you know, that unsuspecting victory from them, but we'll see exactly how it plays out as we head on.
Oldingi match statistikasini HLTVga kirsangiz bo'ladi yoki Telegram kanalimizda statistika tashlangan. Igroklar nechta kill qildik, ADR qanaqa bo'ldi? Hammasi bor. Ikkinchi match boshlanyapti o'sha ikkinchi karta. Ikkinchi match mana bu o'yin tugagandan keyin bir yarim soat atrofida pauza bo'lsa kerak menimcha. Agar hozir Spirit yutib qo'ysa, tez tugaydi.
For Liquid.
Blast manimcha fast boshlash kerak katta ehtimollik bilan.
It was a noble effort they put up. I think there were some rounds which if they went their way maybe they can
O'yin
continue
tugaydi.
in that second half.
Keyingisi boshlanadi. 9 gacha kutmaymiz lekin. 8:30da boshlanadi katta ehtimollik bilan.
Anubis is I mean now it's the last stand, but I think it's where they're probably going to put their biggest stand.
Ertaga yana o'yin bor. FaZe bilan The Mongols 17:30da boshlanadi. Keyin 20:30da Pain Astralis. Chorak finalda qolgan o'yinlari.
That will absolutely be necessary in this one as well.
Yeah, and I said Falcons, but I meant Vitality, and like you say, Elige, you know, given his performance in the online stage.
Ketdik. Ikkinchi map HLTVga qo'shing. Yo, shart emas qo'sh.
One of the things that helps him the most is being very active on the comms.
Va bizda birinchi round boshlandi. Anubis kartasi. Birgalikda tomosha qilamiz. Hozircha Spirit bitta pistoletga yutgan, Liquidda bitta pistoletga bor. Va yana bir pistol round.
I am a believer, James.
Yes, there's two of us. There's 2 believers now. Tense though. God, it was a really engaging first map of
Bu yerda Elish eshitdi hammasini, Elishga agressiya qilishmoqda. Finir sakrab kirib keldi, konnektor egallanib olingan va midda bu yerda Zontix nafti tutib berdi. Nafly yo'q endi oramizda. Bomba o'rnatilgan, 4 kishi bo'lib retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Malbusda diffuse kit bor. Voy, Zontix Elishni ham yo'q qilib beryapti. Lurker yaxshi o'ynadi.
But then there were 3 for Liquid. So this pistol
Balandroq qildim o'yinni ham
away from the squad. Shiro once more with that
5 ga o'ch vaziyat. Spirit katta ehtimollik bilan birinchi raundni o'z foydasiga hal qilsa kerak.
This is going to be painful for Liquid. They do have a kit, but
Donk
those chances are just going down. They're dwindling.
Konnektorga pik qilib ko'rmasga. Zontix triple.
They've been waiting for that smoke. They've been at the
Zontixdan quadro. Birinchi raundni Zontix solo hal qilib berdi.
Yeah, Zontix is the most just nonchalant person, I feel like, on the stage at the moment. And also in these pistols, has been consistently delivering these important kills.
Jorko.
We saw that in the
Yosh umidli AWP'lardan biri. Lekin menga to'g'risini aytaman, Jorko'ning o'yini yo'q. Jorko yaxshi o'ynar ekan AWP'da.
Would expect perhaps from him at this point in his career.
I do love the patience when someone respects the recoil of the dualies rather than just going full inbox spam.
Yes.
Ikkinchi raund boshlandi.
It will reward you if you respect
Force buy qilgan Liquid jamoasi.
It's a force buy.
Jorko.
Speaking of respects, James, how much does Spirit respect the danger of Liquid here? Because they're definitely a team that has a lot to say on rounds like this.
Yeah, we saw Shiro left some money in the bank on the Spirit force buy in the first game, but it's all in from the entire squad here. And Jorko's got
yana B ga kirib kelishmoqchi, chunki Magic connectordan ancha yaqin kelib olgan va 3 ta B main degroqlar bor. Nafasatli 2% jon bilan Tinir uni smoke orasida yo'q qilib bermoqda. Yana B egallanib olingan va save ga qarab yo'l olishadi katta ehtimollik bilan Team Liquid keyingi raundda mana shu qurollar bilan harakatlanish uchun. Save 2-0.
Going to feel next to impossible, so they can engineer a weapon steal or something of that nature. That would be nice, but definitely looking to carry all of this stuff into the following round.
Save the exit frag.
Yeah, big reset for Liquid. Just one kill in the early rounds here.
Wow, kerak mana shunaqa reklamada.
And that does have a part to play in the
overall life
of this half. But we'll see what they can throw at them in the next one, assuming Spirit make an exit in a separate direction. So far, so good for Spirit, though. We've obviously focused on Liquid a lot as an underdog in this series,
mana shu ekonomikada ko'ramiz va keyingi raundda full buyga qarshi full buy.
And the discipline to study and improve and bring the best fight they can in this space of time with their new roster. But on the Liquid POV, sorry, on the Spirit POV, you know, it's a good day for Spirit so far. They survived a challenging test from Liquid in that first game, and it's smooth sailing at the beginning of a
Da, Magic Fabrskinsga sotgan hamma skinlarini. Faceit o'ynaydigan paytda turnir tugagandan keyin yana sotib oladi yangi skinlar. Keyin turnirlar boshlanishdan oldin yana sotadi. Mana nimaga bunaqa qiladi?
Other opportunities though, if that comes to pass.
Kimdir Makten olgan bu yoki Maktenda skin ko'rdikmi?
High alerts looking to take control here of this A-long position. Of course, a popular spot for a team like Liquid to maybe have some setups. But Liquid, they really want Spirit
Hozircha Donk kill qilmadi.
To the A side, but I don't know if it's going to be as simple as that, James.
I want to see this.
Umumiy 6 ta kill qilindi. 4tasi uni ham Zontixga tegishli. Magic's B'da birozgina shovqin ko'tarmoqda. Tinir bilan birgalikda. Shiro stairs paysiz turgan bo'lsa, Donk Amini agressiv qilib olmoqchi. 3 ta bo'lib aniq himoya qilishadi hozirgi raundda Liquid a'zolar va B'ga bemalol kirib kelishdi. Endi pachkasi ekanligi bilan tortiladi. B egallanib bo'lingan. Zontixdan rotatsiya konnektor orqali.
Another one where they've been outmaneuvered as far as this B bomb site is concerned. They can go for some exits, which they avoided last time.
Bomba o'rnatilib bo'lindi.
They can still, you know, for
Easy
the
3 ta round Spiritni
it's awkward because
hamyonda bor.
They've got 1 kill. And it's going to be 3 rounds of 1 kill if they don't really engage, which again puts so much pressure on them to win not 1 round, but like 2 in a row.
Mana Donkda birinchi kill va Donkdan Razme ham bor.
Liquid in this one.
Donkda olib ketdi Mouse.
Zontix has 7 kills in pistol rounds today. He has 4 kills in all the other rounds combined.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah, but we do get more attempts here to try to whip away the money for Team Spirit.
Shiro va Tinir navbatda killar, Jorko hamda Mouse esa save qilib qolishadi.
For Liquid, they were kind of hoping that
Galil olib ketdi Jorko.
But you know, Spirit had the Mac 10. It's like that key weapon where you
uchun
can throw it at a position. If you have any suspicion
va full buyga qarshi full buy.
Area, you can just throw the Mac 10 at it, and if it goes down, you know, it's not too much of a problem. You've gotten the information that you need to finish out the round. So very straightforward stuff there for Spirit. 3-0. But now the buy from Liquid on the CT side of Anubis, where they have caused quite some problems for the likes of G2 and
O'ynaymiz. Mana shu o'yin tugagandan keyin o'ynaymiz. Ya'ni map tugaydi, и o'ynaymiz guys. Kompyuterdan tayyor qilib qo'ysalar bo'ladi.
Like you couldn't ask for a better start.
4-chi raund boshlandi. Jorko va bu yerda Magix erishni yo'q qilib berdi. Magixdan double kill bor. 5 ga uchish vaziyat.
The round done pretty much. I mean,
Va A'ga agressiya, faqatgina Malbus bor. Timinglarni yutqizdi u Malbus ham. Zontix tomonidan o'ldirildi. Smoke tashlab qo'yilgan. JT'ni ko'rishdi. JT Tinierdan headshot qabul qilib olmoqda. Eng so'nggi giroq esa Nafly, u ham Temple'da jon saqlash bilan ovora.
Yeah, just getting deleted there. I mean, perhaps
Manda
again,
xuddi
you know,
shunaqa
getting
M4
aggressive. It's something that there's all this tape on this now as well. You can kind of see the timings that are worrisome, and those mid pushes. It is something that they like to do quite a lot. So nothing out of the ordinary, I think.
Save qilishga harakat qilib ko'radi Naf. 4-0.
Round by round, it's been extremely clean for them so far. Might find one
Naf Magic'ni yo'q qilib berdi va Naf haqida informatsiya bor ularda. Quvlashadi uni, chunki keyingi round Jorko hamda Malbusda pullar ham borligini ko'rib turibmiz.
And just not allow him to save this rifle.
Shuning uchun save qilishsa, keyingi round ham force buy ko'ramiz katta ehtimollik bilan.
This is already a very high urgency situation for Liquid.
Endi o'rnatdi bombani Donk. Portlagancha yana ancha vaqt bor. Bombaga o'rnatilgan va Miroslav Zontix 6-kill amalga oshirish uchun yaxshigina shans bor unda. Va Zontixdan 6 ta kill. Yaxshi start. Best of 3. Xuddi shunaqa. Final, grand final, best of 5 yakshanba kuni soat 15:00 da boshlanadi. Shuni dam olgan odamlar uyqudan ko'zini ochgan bilan finalni ko'rish boshlaydi. Men esa stream qilishni boshlayman.
Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Let's see what Liquid are.
Lekin Yevropada Liquidni muxlislari juda ko'p.
But it's an awkward spot. It's a tough spot already for Liquid, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely is. Definitely is. You know, the timeout comes through so that they can kind of get onto the same page here with how they need to deal with Spirit. The tough thing is, you know, again, like Liquid have a lot of success, you know, being able to get the aggression on, but as we saw in that previous round, Spirit might be very aware of this early timing. So perhaps we'll see something a little bit slower here from Liquid. Try to get to the mid round so that they can, you know, be in a position where they can get.
Zo'r o'tib berdi, Magic's middagi giroqlarni. Tezlikda o'zbekistonda.
Might find more success there.
Serverga kirib o'ynaymiz.
See the highlights here. It just really looks too easy here for Spirit right now.
Mana Holly ham shu yerda Donk 5 tashlab qo'ydi. Hozircha emotsiya yo'q. Spirit giroqlari easy round olayotgani uchun. 5-round boshlandi. Faqatgina JT Deagle'da o'ynamoqda. Jorko keyingi round AWP oladi 100%.
I think that says something to their prowess on Anubis. So this may not be the end of the world.
Connector yaqin kelib olishdi va Moltusdan keyin Magic birozgina pozitsiya almashtirishga to'g'ri keladi. Agressiya ko'rsatmoqda Connectorda. Shiro esa uzoqdan himoyalab beradi ekanmi? Hozircha qo'ldan kelmayapti, lekin bitta muz amalga oshirib berdi. Ikkinchisini qilishda Donkning o'zi yordam berdi. Zontix Elishni o'ldirgan. Yana bir suvga tushib olgan Jorko bor. Jorko Zontixni o'ldirib berdi. Double pick ko'ramiz hozir. Molik yaxshi molti. Zo'r molti tushib bergan va Donk va Tinierdan navbatdagi killlar hisobi esa 5-0.
And now we'll move on to that 4-buy. Jorko is able to collect that AW.
13-0 bo'lsa, 13-0 bo'lsa, haqiqatan Spirit ikkinchi 13-0 map bo'ladi.
As you can see on the radar.
Qayerga podpisklar bilan. Mana shu streamda ko'rib turgan odamlar bilan BC'ni o'yini sharhlaysizmi? BC'ni o'yini ko'rmoqchi edim o'zi. Ertaga kimga qarshi o'ynaydi BC?
0-5, your loss bonus is through the roof. You've got all the tools you want. The AWP is out. Now it's where the game begins. Now they've got to mount their comeback. I said we need a big performance from Elish. He has not got a not gone onto the scoreboard just yet, but there's no better time than the present.
Ertaga 15:00 da boshlanar ekanda BC game best of 1 ekan atak. Ko'rib olsak bo'ladi BC game bitta mapini. Round ustigan komandaga qarshi.
Spirit might want to get onto a quicker timing into A, and we can see that Liquid don't have players right at this timing of the round. Really in a good spot to fall.
Undan keyin esa Mongolda o'yiniga o'tamiz baribir. Best of 1ni ko'ramiz ertaga BC game'da.
You can see Spirit very committed here. Donk was
living
comfortably outside.
3 best of 1 bor ekan o'zi.
Was dropped on his head. Now he's got 50 HP. So it won't be a complete surprise to Liquid.
Donk Malbusni o'ldirib berdi. 4 kishi bo'lib qolishgan. Donkdan aggressiv movement ko'rishimiz mumkin bu yerda ham. Donk double kill, Zontix esa Naft yo'q qilib berdi. Donkdan triple kill. JT yolg'iz o'zi save qilib qoladi. Hisob esa 6-0.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You could
see that 5-1 ko'rmadik hisobda.
A couple things went wrong. They started with the early timing to have more of a lean towards the
hujumdagi 6-raundda.
We got to more of a mid-round timing. They have players around.
Ancha formada
Spirit to the late mid take, but also allows them to respond to a pop into A. But as we could see, the delay from the site itself was maybe a second like needs to be 1 second more to allow the Liquid players to get through the smoke there.
All City mana qayerga o'ynash uchun kompyuter tayyor qilib qo'ying.
Into position just yet. And so this is not a
good
look right now because they try to play a bit more passive. They try to play a bit more aggressive and nothing's working.
Yeah, Spirit looking super comfortable, and they made that as uncomfortable as it could be for Liquid. Just they had to feel so exposed with the teeth swinging, nothing to fight behind, just standing there.
Yo, brat, katta komandalar chiqib ketdi birinchi o'yindan. Vitality bor edi, Falcons bor edi, Furia, Aurora bor edi, hamma katta komandalar bor edi. Hammasi yutqizib qo'ydi. Qaranglar buni pretselni qo'yishini. Hammasiga kulib qo'ydi shunchaki. 7-raund boshlandi bizda. Eng oxirgi pullargacha payqalib chiqilgan bu raundda Liquid tomonidan.
As far as the engagements, how they found openings towards A.
Yomon suvga agressiya bo'lmoqda bu yerda. Donk bozgina ehtiyot bo'lib olish bilan ovora hozircha va suvda juda ko'pchilik. Donkdan kelga javob bor, Zontixdan neft rasmiy qilib berdi va hamma igro suvga agressiya ko'rsatib yuborishdi. 3 kishi ham hozircha suvda. Bomba olib ketilmagan eng qizig'i. Shiro B tomonda Zontixni o'zi eltadi menimcha bombani. Konnektorga rotatsiya qilishdi. Shiro kutib olishga tayyor hozircha JT'ni. Hozircha miss shot. Magic Temple'dan harakatlandi. JT esa KTga qarab yo'l oldi. Malbs Temple'ni check qilib turish bilan ovora va Malbs haqida info bor. Flash tashlab berildi. Orqadan yetib keldi Jorko. Kalashni oldi qo'liga. 3-3 holat. Qanaqadir pozitsiyalarda ancha chalib qolishdi.
To allow Liquid to be ahead of this push.
Zontix AWP'da davom ettiradi eng qizig'i raundda. Hozircha Tinir va Shiro o'lmagan igroqlar Spirit jamoasida va rotatsiya qilib yuborishdi.
What do you do if you're Liquid? Your opponent has cut noise. There's a minute for them to play with. You do have kits, but if you separate, then the defenses are so much thinner. Do you gamble on one bomb site? Do you actively move to the other?
Midga harakat va midda eng qizig'i Malbs boost bersa kerak JTga katta ehtimollik bilan. Yomon boost bo'ldi va bu yerda Shiro zo'r damage berdi-yu, lekin kutib olishadi uni ham. Jorko kutib oldi. Liquid birinchi raundni qo'lga kiritadi degani bu. Zontix esa B'da yuribdi.
Yeah, the alarm system there really nice with that boost. To ensure that Jorko could know exactly what was coming and nothing left.
Hozir Valve ratingida Spirit birinchi o'rinda. Nines eng qizig'i Vitality'dan o'tib ketdi va 3-o'ringa ko'tarilib oldi. Falcon 2da, Nines 3da, Vitality 4-o'rinda.
Pretty much every player has $10,000 or more. Donk has 16k to start this round. Today has 14k to start the round. The money is never running out. So it's the
hardest road bo'lmas ekan. Yana Shironi o'q tegmayapti eng qizig'i.
Barefoot in the deserts. There are no clouds for the sun. We'll see if they can survive.
Vaqt yetganchada keyingi o'yin boshlanganicha o'ynaymiz.
I feel like Liquid are notorious for getting value out of that boost.
Yeah. Such good timing for them as well. Such good timing.
8-raund boshlandi va B'ga agressiya ko'rishimiz mumkin. Hozircha B'da himoyadan Nafly hamda JT'lar turib olishgan. Bu yerda yaxshi razmiylar va Magic'dan double kill. B tozalanib berildi. Donkning vaziga Magic 2tasini otib ketyapti. Bombani bemalol kirib o'rnatishlari mumkin. Ikkinchi marotaba Magic Donkni o'ldirsalar 2ta kill bilan javob qaytarishi. Dasta ham xuddi shunaqa holat ko'rgan edik. Zontix Lurker va hozir Zontixni orqasidan yetib keladi Malbs va Elish.
Being in their shoes, you have no options. You're just stuck here. You didn't get to play the round.
And you're just losing. Majorga taalluqli emas lekin.
Moment by moment here, and bomb will go down. Liquid will try their best to hold on to their guns, but let's remember, Spirit have so much money, so they're going to be able to have a good shout at trying to take down these players. And now they know where Malbs is. You can probably assume the rest of the team is there as well.
7-1. Gol o'zi hujumda olinish kerak bo'lgan maksimum raundlar olib bo'lindi. 20 kill qiladimi Donk? Bilmadik ekan bu yo'q endi Donkni kayfiyatiga bog'liq.
And again, he was a big, I mean, it's not really about one player. They're just getting completely overwhelmed by Spirit. But he's been so good in this new look Liquid, but nothing is going their way on their pick of Anubis. So much potential coming into this series, but at the end of the day, you're still facing Spirit.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that. Spirit have so much experience on LAN. It's where they're going to be most comfortable. It's where, you know, when you're in a sort of playoff bracket, that's the environment that is going to bring better performances from them. And the better performances will improve as they get deeper into the tournament. So I would be very confident in saying that we're not going to be seeing in this series Spirit at their full strength even.
Zontix 9 for 2. Again, that pistol, he was a pain in the bum for Liquid, and he continues to be. We see a timeout for Liquid as they try to discuss what they've absorbed in these rounds where things may have been going wrong. And again, we've seen some nice rounds from Spirit, not trying to not allow Liquid to get anything set up. They don't want to give them the room to be aggressive on their CT side if they can help it.
Yeah. I actually think one way to really help to have an approach that really dismantles that and removes confidence from Liquid playing fast in the early timings are the pops we've seen on B and A. That means Liquid, they can't really afford to go aggressive
round.
rush timings like they want to.
Mirage's third map. Should it be required?
Jorko'dan konnektorda agressiya.
Spirit.
Har doim suvda Spiritga berib yuborishdan charchadi Liquid jamoasi menimcha. Va bu yerda yana Donk pritselda turibdi. Donk Jorko tomonidan tutib olindi. Killni qildi-yu qochdi. Erish tuxumni yormabdi. Boshini bitta devorga urib olsa yoki stolga urib olsa yoradi tuxumni. Mana Elish. Urdi-da boshini. Double kill amalga oshirib berdi va 5 ga 2 vaziyatda qolib ketishgan endi.
And again, this is how Liquid really made their name in the short time on this roster.
Tinier tekshirmaydi Elishning pozitsiyasini.
Now Elish looking to okay.
Qanaqa qilib Elish?
Very quickly find the headshot.
Birinchi ko'rganida bo'lmasa. Tinierdan esa headshot bor. Lekin o'zatiga 10% jon bilan tirik qolgan.
Liquid are very well aware of it though. And are now repositioning to make sure that they're covered.
Zontix.
Spirit will continue. They made so much money earlier. They are compelled to
Malbs ko'rishmadi va Malbs informatsiya yetkazdi.
Making Liquid continue to pay.
Endi eshitishadi Malbs. Nahotki Zontix ko'rmagan bo'lsa va Tinier nafti yo'q qilib berdi. Hozir Zontix otib qo'ysa Malbsda. Zontixda yaxshi chans bor edi. Tinier ham miss shot bermoqda va Zontix eng qiziq Malbsni o'ldirib berdi. Voy jinnilar! 15 sekund bor. Voy Jorko 2 ga 1 round yutib bermoqda, lekin juda yaqin kelib olishdi-ya. Juda yaqin kelishdi. 5 ga 2 round yutib ketishga. Nice try Spirit.
You're in a situation where
Elishni boshiga chertgan bo'lardim-da lekin.
You have the entire team surrounded. You know exactly where they are, and somehow still it feels like you're failing in your ability to capitalize on the advantage. The one player that didn't get reduced by that situation, it's Jorko. This young gun on this roster, this reliable AWP who seems unfazed with no experience really on LAN. So impressive.
Yutqazgan jamoa uyga ketadi. Chorak final bu. Va mana Donk jahli chiqqan, yaxshigina damage bera oldi. Ikkinchi irobga ham 19% bilan ortga qaytib olmoqda. Naf. Konnektorga jon saqlab turishini pozitsiyani zo'r tanladi lekin naf. Suvda agressiya. Shiro razmenda Elishchi. Voy Shiro Jorkoni fliklaridan qolishmaydigan flik shot bilan Elishni yo'q qilib berdi. 3 ga 2 vaziyat naf low.
Things getting real messy right now as both teams are fighting tooth and nail for what remains of this half.
Yomon ko'rmayman Elishni. Elish zo'r igrok.
Liquid need the individuals at this time to bring them rounds.
Qayerdan olasiz bu gapni, hayron qolaman. Tinier nafti yo'q qilib bergan bo'lsa, Malbs razmen qilib ber oldi va B A ga yugurishyapti endi Spirit jamoasi a'zolari. Malbsdan bunny hopli movement. Pachka Shiroda. Avvalo Shiro ham kirib ketdi. Grand final yakshanba kuni soat 15:00 da.
Shiro is holding with the bomb in his back there
Miles.
for a few seconds. They know where he's coming from. He has a kit.
Diffuse kit bor, bir kedada o'zi ham. Magic orqadan aylanib yuribdi va Shironi bitta qilgan flick va miss shoti qimmat yashadi. Timing yutqizib qo'ydi. Yechib o'rsa, Magic kutmaydi umuman. Umuman o'ylamaydi yechib o'rishni ham. Lekin smoke bor ekan. Smoke bor, molotov bor, Magic hali ham aylanib yuribdi. Endi yetib keldi, mainda kutmaydi. Lekin pozitsiyasi umuman xato joylashgan Magic'ga yechib o'ryapti. Magic yetib keldi. Magic otib qo'ymoqda Malbsni oxirgi soniyada. 8-2. Nice try Malbs.
So painful, Malbs. I cannot believe he picked the perfect timing for that peak. Not only that, but he has a split second to react and
Stream qilamiz hammasini.
A chance. Liquid here getting absolutely smashed by Team Spirit, showing their strength in this condition. Atlan, Magic's just perfect. Understands exactly what to do and how to get it done. Liquid filled with hope.
11-raund boshlandi. Oxirgi o'qi boshiga tegib qoldi. Lucky tegdi haqiqatan ham.
They will buy what they can in round 11, Liquid.
Tinier, Naf. Allaqachon.
Again, they've got a forward position here with Naf.
Tutdi menimcha Naf. Whoa. 3 damage. Bo'ldi. Magix. Kapitan Magix yordam etib keldi.
There'll be no aggression in mid in the meantime.
Yomon agressiya. Magix qutqaraman deb o'zi o'lib ketmoqda va Tinier ham yo'q endi menimcha, chunki o'ng tomonga o'tib olgan JT haqida info yo'q. Uy, Tinier double kill qilib ketdi. 3-3 holat ta'minlanib berilgan. Malbus yolg'iz aniq himoya qiladi. Bu yerda Lurker, Zontix, Donk bilan birgalikda, lekin endi informatsiya berib qo'yishdi o'zlari haqida. Malbus chiqib bitta hit. Donk headshot. Donkdan headshot. Bomba esa Shiro bilan birgalikda B'ga qarab mazza qilib aylanib kirib o'rnatishadi hozir bombani B'ga. Ikkinchi igrokni hozircha ko'rishmadi-yu, lekin suvdan erish harakatlanyapti. Bomba B'ga o'rnatildi. Bular A deb o'ylashyapti bombani. O'sha timing, vaqtdan ancha vaqt yutqizib qo'yishadi bomba A daligini, ya'ni A da emasligini his qilishganda. Donk elishda otib berdi. Eng qizig'i Jorko hali ham eshitdi bo'ldi. Endi tushundi B daligini. 9-raund Spiritda.
It's a really demoralizing game.
Easy win.
Here, James, for Liquid. It's one of those mental tests that's very, very hard to pass.
Yeah, Spirits are
Donk.
walking landslides.
Voy. Donkni povidan ko'rsatishmayapti-da killarini.
You have very little chance of survival.
Hammani get Donk qilib tashladi. Keyingi round boshlangancha like'larni bosib qo'yaylik akalar. Yana 3 ta like qolibdi 1800 like bo'lishiga. Hali bosmagan bo'lsangiz, keling. Bizlarni qo'llab-quvvatlang, shunaqa streamlarimizni podдержка qilsangiz bo'ladi like bilan. Botirshot, nima gap? Tinchmisiz? Sog'liqlar joyidami? Shotirbot.
What a shutdown by Spirits. Liquid really unable to get anything going, and again, so much momentum.
12-chi round boshlandi.
At the beginning, insurmountable.
Zontix
as we head into this last round.
JT.
Yeah, it's been very, very difficult. Guessing game here from Liquid just to see, what is the opening here from Spirit. Playing more of this B setup around E-box. They get absolutely nothing. No noise. They will probably go back to mid.
Zontix, Miroslav. Bitta kill Elishdan esa razmen. 4ga 4 vaziyat. Bu raunddan so'ng jamoalar o'rin almashib olishadi. Shuning uchun hech qanaqa save yoki boshqa narsa qilishga hojat yo'q. Qonga qon, jonga jon. Orqadan esa Malbus yetib keldi. Mana bu Malbusning xatosi. Lekin Donk 27% jon bilan va yaxshigina xayashga yetib olyapti dumalab. Magic'ning 2% damage olindi xolos. Elish hamda Nafly harakat qilib ko'rishadi va Elish smoke orasida Shiro yashashga qo'yib bermadi unga. Naf Malbus Magic'ni o'ldirib bergan bo'lsa, Naf hozircha pozitsiyada Tinier shunchaki kirib kelmoqda. Tinier bitta kill ham qila olmayapti va Nafdan double kill. Shiro 3ga 1 clutch boshlab berdi. Nafni o'ldirgan. Jorko, wow, faking qizig'i. Bu esa menimcha xato bo'ldi, yo. O'qgan bo'ladi. O'qi yetmaydi. Malbus sakrab o'tib tashladi. 9-3 yomon emas.
Is that good enough? We're going to find out after the break.
Qachon ko'rishamiz? Yo'q, nima gap, tinchmisan, ko'rishmadigansan buni. Bugun kechga ham ko'rsak bo'ladi streamdan keyin. Stream taxminan 11, maksimum 11 da tugaydi-da.
Fish puncher boy.
Hali Spirit yutsa, 9-3 dan comeback beraversa.
Fish puncher 12 games. I don't want to bully too much, but fish puncher is not an
Kimlar o'ynabdi? Da Blast o'zini igroklari o'ynabdi. Rainmi mana bu? Jailmi? Mana Jail. Rain emas ekan, lekin Jail bor ekan. Jail o'zi qiz tashlabdi. Hazillashdim. Tashlamagan. Ko'p savol kelmasin, lekin nimaga tashlaydi? Like qani o'timinada, brat, like'larni bosib tashlaylik akalar, o'yin boshlangancha 2 minut vaqtimiz bor. Muzikasini ham o'chirib qo'yaman taga like bosish uchun. KZ2.serverimizda nechta 95 ta odam o'ynayapti hozir. Duel Sport, AVP. Duel o'ynaymizmi? Nima o'ynaymiz o'zimiz kirganda? Duelda 16 ta odam, 26 talik duel bor ekan. Mana shuni o'ynasak bo'ladi. 26 kishilik qilib qo'yibdilar. Как раз. Duel o'ynaymiz. Translyatsiya blast sotmaydi translyatsiyani. Vocha stream bo'ladimi bugun motorshot? Yo, tishim deb bahona qilaverasizmi yalonni? Asujday. Hayot bumerang kulmayla tish og'rigan odam ustidan. Bosdim like. Rahmat. 2 ta like 1900 ta bo'ladi keyin like'larim son. Yana 2 ta odam. Ha, bitta. Qoribdi. Nima bor? Rahmat. Ha, bo'ldi botir o'zi. Kibrida yo'qdi, yozmaydi endi. Ko'rib turibdi lekin stream 100%. Ha, yozibdilar mana. Harakat qil o'zi. Bos o'zi. Omad til o'zi. Botir brat, yakshanba kuni deponi o'yinlarini stream qilmaysizmi siz? Shanba kuni deganim. Nega kikta stream qilmoqchisiz? Kikta stream YouTube'da ko'pchilik so'radi. YouTube kanalimiz ochildi. YouTube'ga o'tdik, lekin kikta men o'zim planim bor bitta. Planning narida ham bo'lgan. O'shani amalga oshiraman nasib bo'lsa, kikdagi streamlarimiz ham davom etadi. Boshqa lekin turnir bo'lmaydi. Turnir stream bo'lmaydi. 13-chi raund. Pistoletga 2 ta hozircha bor. Spiritni hisobida, lekin Shironi pozitsiyasini o'qishlar qiyin-da. Shiro o'zi pastga tushib ketdi konnektorga. Sotdi Magicsni Shiro. Bitta kill. Jorko razmenda, double kill Jorkoda. B ga rotatsiya qilib yuborishmoqda. Shiro lekin o'qigan ekan o'yinda. Donk bor hali ularning qarshisida. Donk ham ochilishga majbur. Double. Triple. Yonib turgan joyda.
There's just no justice in the world. Smokes and counter smokes that we saw
Yonib
from
turgan
Spirit
joyda.
coming through, isolating JT. He knows he's walking the plank if he pushes through that.
JT.
But he still has his head for now. So maybe there's a chance. Time on his side. Just needs to get close enough to get a 1v1.
Donkdan quadro. 15 ga 7 kredada.
Absolutely emotionless.
Kulib qo'ydi lekin.
This is such a painful scenario. You know, you get these opening picks in mid. You expect the CTs to need to respond. You've already committed to the rotation. They do catch it. Donk's in a spot that they have Molotov. But there's so many spots to look at.
Chunki talant bitta akukalardan bittasiga beriladi. Donk olganda o'sha talant.
It's absolute heartbreak.
On paper they solved that position with utility, but you can't solve that.
Time out. Liquid oxirgi time outni oldi hattoki.
Yeah, and it's such a tough one. It's such a tough one for Liquid. They didn't even get the bomb down. Like that's what makes it even worse. No bomb down means no money, and so you're thinking, okay, do we just force for the rest of our lives here on Anubis, or do we just go for a pure save, give up another round, and then play within inches of elimination with having just at least another, like a proper buy round, like one.
Such an interesting scenario, the way they came in, all disciplined, playing according to the rules, but there are no rules when you're against Spirit. An expensive lesson learned.
14-chi round.
Expensive indeed.
Da, man talentim Flames
olgan. Eco too, so they really want to have a full buy.
Cap in hand, Dan.
Yeah, it's in terms of value in this round, they can get a bomb down.
Yana 5 ta kill qilishga agar roundli yetsa qiladi.
Do that with 0 util. It seems
Lekin round ham yetadi deb
unlikely,
o'ylayman
but they'll
men
challenge
Donkga.
A-Long.
20 daqiqa qilib
Reasonable
qo'ysa
chance
kerak.
if they send it, because how many can
Zontix timing yutqizdi уже.
fast-firing MP9 hit?
Whoa.
He does have help in the back from Magic
5 kishi
also.
mana bu qayishgani qaranglar. Ketdi.
My word, close casket funeral
Zontixda ey!
has
Ace qilib yuboryapti.
Is that all 5? Indeed it is. That's a hell of an ace
Kutib
there.
olishdi jinnisi.
Combo for him.
That grenade,
Bitta qayishga
how
bilan
much
ikkita igrokni
damage
olib
did that
ketdi.
grenade do?
Takoy bowling
I feel
urganda
like
bo'ldi.
it's
Strike.
300, like 300 damage or
Magic's
something.
that.
That's absolutely wild.
It did yes damage there.
That might be the most damaging grenade of the tournament, James. That was like so spot on, crazy.
Nice.
Abba, Ace sponsori Red Bull ekan, ko'rdinglarmi? Chiq ketib ochilgan. Mana bu qayishgan. Boshi bilan tutib olgan ekanda.
Could not be better.
Naf.
Like 10 pin bowling.
Ekomonus 11 ga 7 kada bo'ldi o'zi.
Right then, Liquid are on the buy.
Hozirgina 6 ga 7 yurgandi, 67 bo'lib 6
Hands are calloused. Holes in the socks, but they're still walking on.
11
They're
uch hisob.
still walking for now.
Yeah, they dodged the double HE reveal there with the AWP peek behind it. They dodged that factor. That's one initial job that they had to do, and just ensuring they don't get.
Elish 5 ga 12. Yo, bu Vitality G2 ga qarshi o'ynagan Elish emas bu.
And Spirit
bu
playing very passively. They may ask questions of A-Long at some point to get some information, but
FIFA'ning ishi bu.
ultimately, otherwise in passive positions, kind of waiting it out now to see what Liquid are looking to
Elish
pressure next.
Elish nima? Liquid razvalkasiga kirib tushuntirgan, menimcha sizlar yutmasliklaringiz kerak.
A third man joins the
Donk,
fray for Spirit
Shiro.
on the B bomb site.
Qanaqani Shiro JT'ni yo'q qilib berdi. Sразу konnektorga check qiladi. Donk borib konda qarashga. Donk turibdi mana shu yerda. Va Shiro yordam berib yubordi. Naf kirib keldi va Donkdan yana bir kill. Mana 17-kill. Ulgursa ulguradi. Jorkoning o'zi 4 kishiga qarshi. Donk chiqib o'zi so'kib ham berdi va Donk AWPda Jorkoga headshot. Imomali Spiritchilar Donatusku. Mana siz borku Spiritchi. Imomali Donat uchun rahmat. 2 kilo uchun. Spiritchilar ham susmas, ancha yaxshi. Assalomu alaykum, islom aka, yaxshimisiz?
Every single kill, you got Donk for the backup. Liquid just trying to hit a set piece there, just because, you know, of course, Spirit, I mean, they're playing passive.
16-round.
And unlike Liquid, Spirit are not giving
Hamani
anything,
kompyuter
but they're
tayyormi?
just anchoring.
Duel ekranimizmi?
Don't forget you can live trade on Poly Market for these matches. And if you believed in me when I said Liquid, then I'm sorry. 3-12, match point for Spirits.
Zontix.
Again, coming into this one.
Farqi yo'qga chiqib keldi, ko'rdinglarmi? Multiplaning ustida yugurib.
Missed a shot on Dust 2, landed one on Anubis, so we'll see what that does to his stats.
Like'lar kam deylar. Mana 2000 ga o'zi 9 ta like qolibdi. 2000 ta like yaxshi. 1,5 soatda ichida o'zi. Shiro. Shashlik ko'rishimiz ham mumkin edi. Zontix rasm tushirib turibdi bu yerda va Elish va Malbusdan killlar. Magix yana hayashga Magixdan va Donk yetib kelibdi orqadan. Donk yetib kelibdi. Magix qochdi 11% joni bilan. Tinir ham keldi. Elish 4-chi raundni olar ekan Liquid. Comeback ko'ramizmi 2-3 dan? Jasur, qani Spiritchilar deylar. Donatchi rahmat Jasur aka, Spiritchilar shotda mazza. Sizga ham alohida rahmat. Tabriklayman hamma Spiritchilarni. Shotda Spiritchilar, o'tiraman Imomali. Donk Magix bilan birgalikda save qilishadi. Va exit frag Donk uchun shans bor. Mana 20-kill.
Donk coming in there to
Halol.
really make it hurt.
Let's go, Jorko. Let's go.
Kimdir yana Jorkomi? O'zi yutqizib turibdi 12-4 ga. Igrushkani qizib berib o'rganmi deyman-da. Round olgan paytingiz chalasiz mana
Really
shuni.
great timing here, that flash doing heavy lifting to help set up those kills. How does Zontix look? Is your 12-4, friend? Is your 12-4?
17-chi round boshlandi.
High demands, high standards for the Spirit players. Jorko
Donk
wielding the AWP once again. See what he's able to do. Big focus, maybe inspired by what we saw from Spirits. No challenge towards mid, save for some utility. Looking for a contact play in then.
Starrespik, Elish comeback deb danab tashladi. Elish sanatchi rahmat, o'yinni o'ynang, brat siz.
Then who knows?
O'yinni o'ynang.
Holding the pixel angle.
Smoke, Zontix. Miroslav. Bundan oldingi raunddagi xatosi bor edi va JT razmenda Shiro o'tkazib yubordi lekin saytga. Malbusdan kill. Qachongacha davom etar ekan Liquidni bunaqa uyg'oqligi? Retake'ga borishmaydi katta ehtimol bilan Z. Prime o'ynaysizmi, Face It. Serverda o'ynaymiz, KS2 uz degan serverda. Mana bu logotip turgan server bor. Konsolga connect kodini start qilsangiz bo'ldi.
For Liquid, it's not about the deficit, it's just about the round in front of you and the knowledge that you cannot
12-5 ko'rinishga yetib keladi hisob. Va shu 13-5 bilan yakunlansa kerak u.
Just taking an up away from Spirit.
Comeback bo'lsa 5 ketaman lekin.
Spend the money if they want one. 10 frags for Shiro. 8 for Jorko. So they're building bit by bit. Party hats are still on.
Yeah, the only problem is you don't, as Liquid, you don't have any rounds to play with. So if you wanted to try to spend a round,
o'yinni ko'ramizmi? Meni planim bo'yicha faqat BC'ni soat 3 ta boshlanadigan o'yinni ko'rib olar ekanmiz. Damoy ukam comeback beradigan ahmoq yo'q deydi Donk. Yaxshi.
You can't afford for anything to go wrong. So it feels
Damoy bo'lar ekan yo'qmi Donk?
You can't just keep going to A forever, presumably. So we'll see what they do next here as we see
Full buyga qarshi full buy.
Spread with that A lean.
You have to look for the more scraggly rounds as well.
Va birozgina sekinroq hujum ko'ramiz Liquiddan. Yana A'ga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Z trade link bering bitta AWP mendan deydilar. Bo'ldi, hozir tashlab uraman trade linkni. Zontix.
Be a bit more unpredictable, higher risk. Those are the rounds that can break you on the comeback.
Molotov ketma-ket raskidlar, mouse.
No info on the rest of the map. They're actually super committed into A.
Zontix yana nima qilyapti bu yerda? Anti flash turgan. Va razbek qilmagan. Bitta minus bor Zontixdan. JT aynan bundan oldingi raunddagidek razbek qilib bera oldi. Shiro moltib tashlandi Shironing pozitsiyasiga. Razbek va Elishdan headshot. Qani Magix? O'ynab bera oladimi? Flash Magix double kill. 2-2 vaziyat Donk bilan birgalikda Magix. Hozir 2ga 4 raund yutib ketishlari mumkin va Magix triple qiladimi desam Donk yetib keldi orqadan va naf Magixni yo'qib yubordi. Jorko Donkga qarshi clashda.
This is so dangerous because Donk
Daniel.
could have moved into any close
Donk.
position. Planting is not going to feel safe at all for Jorko.
Aylanib boryapti Chopper. Men o'lganim yo'q. Siz streamni qilavering Chopper. Elish tahorat qilib keldim.
Completely repositioned here.
Yaxshi.
Jorko, risks must be taken.
Donk B'ga ketaverdi.
Jota
Elish tahoratning kuchimi deyman bu.
Go for a very long rotation.
Very long indeed. He has a kit Donk.
Smoke ham bor eng qizig'i Donkda. Va mana endi Votani check qiladi. Votaga o'tadi endi katta ehtimollik bilan. Donk g'alabani olib ketish uchun yaxshigina shans. Jorko. Headshotni qarang! Jorko unutmaydi 16 degan raqamni. 16 degan raqamni unutmaydi. Donk monstran baribir olib ketganini qaranglar buni. Volvang bilan boshiga urib yubordi-ya. Z blogger trading tashlab qo'ying. Bo'ldi, aka, tashlab qo'yaman. Hozir tashlab qo'yaman, qabul qilib olaman streamni o'zida. Spirit yarim finalga yo'l oldi.
An amazing underdog story from Team Liquid. You can't really hold anything against them. A victory against Vitality 2-0 and then G2 2-0 to get to this position.
Sizga Galsoy tashlagan ekan ama.
Is Jorko. I think his performance has been phenomenal. The fact that he's been in 2 1v1 clutches against Donk and legged it both times is going to really be very unfortunate for him.
Qanaqa AWP, brat? AWP Mortismi? AWP Mortis bo'lsa agar eslashda anamda o'ynaveramiz. Patpis bosganlarning orasida o'ynaversak bo'ladi. Shoshmay turinglar, hali streamdan chiqib ketmanglar. Steamim ekran qani? Men o'zim ham hozir rozigrish qilaveraman. Ozgina chiqmay tursanglar, streamdan. Steamdan. Men kompyuterim to'g'ri o'lay. Bu tomonga o'tkazib qo'yamiz. Keyingi o'yin boshlanish vaqti aniq bo'lishi bilan xabar qilaman. KZ kiryapman. Ungacha KZ2 o'z saytiga kirishim kerak degani bu. 26 talik slot ochilgan duels bor, o'sha duelsga kiramiz. Обновление kelgan ekan, ha. 208 gigabaytlik. Сразу обновление qo'yiladi, уже 25% skachat qilib oldi. Hozircha men skinlarni qo'yib chiqay qani. Kirmadi-da, cho'ta. Ну, давай Nightbotdan bitta rozыгрыш qilib o'raylik. Nima deysizlar shu fikrga? Keyingi anamda qilamiz. Steam'ga kirib olib, birorta skinni tanlab birdan rozыгрыш qilib o'ramiz. Yoki Nightbot ham kirmayapti-da, emin shu payt. Final yakshanba kuni bo'ladi. Yarim final indinga. Ya'ni shanba kuniga. Gaming uchun o'yinda vaqti aniq bo'lsa, men tekst yozib qo'yaman. Hozircha komandalar nomini yozib qo'ysam. Ya'ni mouse versus 3D Max. 3D Max. Soat 20:20 da. 20:20 da boshlanar ekan. Yaxshi. Ancha vaqtliroq tugaydi agar ikkita map o'ynaversa jamoalar. KS2.uz serverida biza donat keldimi? Men o'qidim uni, Z blogerdan kelganini. Steam'da nima gap? Skachat qilib oldim obnovleniyani. 2.4 GB уже skachat qilib bo'ldik. Yana ozginasi qoldi. Bermayman deb qo'yavering. Aka, hozir kiraman. Nechta skin berishimgacha aytaman, bo'ladimi? Bitta navnimga kirib olay, Steam'ga kirib olay. Siz xavotir olmang. Skin aylansin, sizdan. Men o'zim kirmaganman hali. Kirdi. Ketdik. Duelda kopiya qilib oldim. Buni bu tomonga qo'yamiz. Buni pastroqqa qo'yamiz. Kirdi o'yinga. Connect tashlayman, o'zim kirib olay birinchi o'rinda, ulgurib qo'yay kirishga. Inventar keyin ko'rib chiqamiz. Mana connect. Yana bo'ladim. Da, aka yozib qo'yganman-ku, men 8 dan 20 da boshlanadi deb. Menga raqib berdim. Qayerdan chiqyapsiz? Yaxshi. Ya, aka, sal chiqish kerak, sразу duel bu. Chiqish kerak mana. Qani. Mana, 700 chiqish kerak shunaqa. Chaqqon. False sounds. Men faqat siz bilan tashlayapti. Raqib yo'q menga. Menga raqib kerak, kiringlar. Kirmaganda bo'lsa. Sal o'yinda o'zim pastroq qilib qo'y. U AWP. Jorko manda, Jorko. Donk man, Donk. Headshotlarni qaranglar, headshotlar. Mana. Volbayni qo'q tashiyman deydilar, baxa. Nima kerak pichoqni olib. Qani? Niko man bu yoqda. Niko Nikolakovich. Go. Qayerdan chiqilasiz? Qama raqibim. Men qotib turibdi men raqibim. Orqadan keldi, yaxshi ish bo'lmadi. Ha. Voy. Erchangiz. Ho. Flamesiz deydilar. To'lib qopti. Uje to'ldimi? 26 kishi bo'lib ketdikmi? 10 ta uni, uje to'lib qolibmiz. Даже manda bu zona yo'q, raqibi yo'q, uni qarang. Ha, mana endi berdi menga. Movertni berdi. Wow. Duel tashlamay turinglar akalar. Hamma bilan o'ynaylik birga. Bo'ldi, Movert. Keyin ko'rishamiz. Va, bosdim-ku. Zaybu man, Zaybu. Ko'rdim sizni. Mont. Donkga qarshi o'ynayman. Donkga hit beraverdim, qaranglar. Ya. Bu yerda turish kerak emas, duelda chiqish kerak, yugurib sразу o'tish kerak, o'ldi. Mana, bu yerdaman. Voy. Yaxshi. Iltimos, raqib bering menga. Voh. Rad etamiz ozgina. Ava. Ko'rmadim ham даже ava. Ava. Niko. Donk o'ynamiz qani. Bir, yak du. Random round o'ynaylik. Random roundga juda ko'pchilik qilamiz random round o'ynashga. 26 kishi, 30-40 kishi turibmizda hozir. William. Keyingi duelda ko'rishamiz. Mana o'sha prime qo'shdimmi deyman-a. Men pastda turibdi. Simple. Voy, boshimga olganimni. Wow! Donkga headshot ko'rdinglar. No scope bilan head ko'rdinglar. Huntersbek o'xshama. Lazo yana bitta, davay revanch. Qayerdan chiqasiz? Yana Lazo, davay. Oxirgisi. 3-inchisi halol. Halolni oldik. Qaranglar ketdi. Stairs. Bitta o'g'im qolgan. Boshiga. Ay. Unlucky. Not today. Lucky deysizmi? Tajriba bu. Mana. Rasm chizishim qarang. Oxirgi o'qim tegib qoldi. Ya stop. Lazo. Shosh bo'lsa-da shoshgan. Lazo shosh olib kelishdi. Crocs. Voy, Crocs. Yana duel. Dальше, Crocs. Давай. Orsted. Hammada Miami nimasi bormi? Skin bormi? Duels. Voy, Lazo, davay, yana bitta. Ya, Ulug'bek. Ulug'bek okam. Keyingi raundda Diglga. Zo'ribom. Mana tushayotgan payt ushlamoqchi. Mana Mr. Baha. Hozircha bo'sh raqib topilmadi va Orsted bo'shadi. Ay. Lazo. Boshga tegdik. Qiyinchilik bilan lekin. Huntersbek. Raqib ko'ramiz birinchi qayerdaligini. Ko'rdik. Raqibimizni ko'rdi. Huntersbek o'xshamadi. Nimaga boshiga tegdik-ku. Men qanday qo'shilsam bo'ladi? Connect tashladim yuqorida. K2.uz degan saytga kiring. O'sha yerda duels rejimida o'ynayapmiz. K2.uz yozilishi ham turibdi mana. Ya juda xunuk spray bu. Donk yutib qo'ydi men duelda nimagadir. Salgina unlucky bola bugun omadim o'tib kelmadi. 130 bitta kill qilib tashladimi Donk? Qara. 1 2 Motorshot bilan birga bir. Xohlasa stream yo'qsin. Vizif. K2 liga. Motorshotni birga bir duelda chaqiraman. Raqib beringlar menga, iltimos. Bir kishi kirsin, hozir bir kishi yetmayapti serverda. Men raqibsiz o'tiribman, o'sha 2 kishi yetmayapti. Kirib olsanglar bo'ladi, connect tashlab qo'yaman. Yozib qo'yganman aka o'yinning vaqtini. Mana kibershok deb yozilgan. Kartagami? Mana bu yoqdami? Karta yangi qo'shildi, hali dizayn qilinmagan. Biz uchun qo'shib berdi 26 talik qilib. Nimaga boshiga tegmayapti? Nega boshiga tegmayapti? Qani men raqibim? Nima o'lik yotibdi raqibimni bu yoqda? Tur o'ynaylik. Brat. Mana bu yoqdami raqibim? Donk bilan o'ynayman. Donk bilan o'ynayman, Donk. Deadshotni dead qilib tashladi. Уже prime qo'shdi Behruz. Уже prime'ni qo'shdi Behruz, hazillashmaydi Behruz bilan. Raqib yo'q hozircha. Уже prime'da, prime. Ovoz pastmi? Da, men past qilib qo'yganman, mana balandroq qilib qo'ydim. Volbang bilan hisobmas. Qayerga yoziladi kontakt? Mana konsol. Yo'ni bosasiz, konsolga yozasiz. Yo. Chalg'adimda, chalg'animdan foydalanyapman. Уже qaytdim men. Prime qaytdi. Vay, pritselim meni Donkga qo'yib borayotgandim, ha. Krela hali kirmagan o'zi. Nimaga menga raqib bermayapti? KZ2 o'zi kirish, masalan, KZ ichida turibsan, Shift tabni bosasiz. Browser chiqadi mana bu yoqda. O'sha browzeriga mana plusni bosib oddiy hammasi Google ekranida KZ2 deysiz, .uz deysiz. Va kirasiz, mana kirdi. KZ2.uz 106 kishi o'ynayapti. Biz duelz o'ynaymiz. Duelzga kirasiz va connectimiz full turibdi lekin hozircha. Boshqa duellarga o'tib o'ynab tursangiz bo'ladi ozgina yoki bo'shagan bilan ko'rsangiz bo'ladi. Copy qilasiz mana buni, mana copy. Muvaffaqiyatli nusxalandi. Yoni bosib start qilasizda, enterni bosasiz, bo'ldi. Connectdi. Qani zo'ri bormi, zo'ri? Kimni duelga chaqiramiz? Vay, siz chaqiringlar. O'ynayman. Ketdik, davom. Qani raqibim? Kimdir duelga chaqirsin? Birinchi chaqirgan odam bilan o'ynaveramiz. Jo'da bizda raqib o'rqamda ekan, eng qizig'i. Kartani shu qismida o'tishma bo'layotgan ekan. Hozir davay Ma'rufaga kirib chaqiravering, lekin sig'azmi yo'qmi serverda bilmamda aka. 11 ga 13 joy bormi? Diglam yo'q ekan. Botir Flashbang yoniga qo'shib yozsam gavritadi. Botir botku. Ketdik undan ko'ra 5 ga 5 o'ynaymiz, ha? Nima deydilar shu fikrga? Qonni ko'pligini qaraylik. Ko'rmayman mana bu odamni. Famusda ham o'ynaversam bo'lar ekan lekin, Bizga faqat Famus tanlab qo'ydimmi? Famus o'tishim qaranglar. Qotib qoldi, lag bo'lib qoldi. Tamam, o'ynaymiz aka, xohlasangiz 5 ga 5 o'ynaymiz aka. Duel ham o'tsa bo'ladi, bemalol. Nima qiladi bular o'ynamasa chiqib ketsa? Ha, bor ekan. Ha. Ko'zim ko'rmayapti o'sha. Odamlarni qayerdaligini. Men nimaga ana o'qib qo'ydim? Kalash olib qo'ydim. Asosiy qurolga kalashni beray. Yo, mana bu ham yoqadi menga. M4 Duelga duel deb chaqiriladi. Kirvoman bo'ldi aka. Mana masalan qaranglar. Duel deb yoziladi. Mana bu yerda duel chaqirish degani bor. Masalan, Jo'rabek bor, Ankayn D bor. Men standart duel 15 talik chaqirdim. Kimnidir. Highlightchilar qanaqa qiladi? Nickname meniki D. Sizni deysizmi? Bo'ldi, hozir chaqiraman aka. Duel standart 15 talik. Davay, git. Bordi menimcha. Bordim aka, taklif. Serverda turibman. Chaqirdim aka. Siz chaqirib ko'ring qani, mana shunaqa qilib. Duelga chaqirish. D standart duel. Taka 30 talik. Chaqirdim lekin sizni. Mas smooth. Wow, bir odamsınız. Boş kalanlar ekranımız. Yok, daha 5'e 5 gramız olsa. Duelisti boshqa rejimga kirib ko'raylik. Ayim mapga kiraylik, davay. Mana yangi connect tashladim arqaga. Ayimga kiraylik. Seschi, qo'rqmasdan. Pichoq chiroyli ekan. Perchatga bilan zo'r ketdim. Oo, perchatking winner bilan ketganni. Yana best bilan tushdim. Otdim lekin DE kirmadimi? Ma'rufaga ulgurmadingizmi yana? Voy. Ulgurmay. И chiqib vanta berib qo'yarga. Da, mujikchasiga o'tishamiz. Mujikchasiga qo'ying. Rozix chatda bo'ladi. Qarang. Mana shu yerda o'zida bo'ladi. Masalan, Glock o'ynaversak bo'ladi. Mana bu Glockim bor ekan. Birinchisida. Mana Glockda o'ynaversak bo'ladi. FT chiroyligina Glock. Keyin Karginda MK'si bor, o'shani o'ynaversak ham bo'ladi. Bitta odam javob turing. Qanaqa qilib chopsam bo'ladi? Aka buni kick qilish iloji. Adminlar bor ekanmi? Bitta odam prosta kick qilish iloji yo'qmi, adminlar? Skachat qilishga ko'p vaqt ketdimi, aka? Karta skachat qilish kerak. Hozir o'ynamaydi, AFK turgan birortasi bo'lsa. Chiqyapti, sразу kiryapti odam o'rniga. Maki qilaman yo. Давай Лазо. Mana o'zim admin bo'lishim kerak ekan. Mana bu kim? O'ynayotgan ekan, best. O'ynayotgan ekanlar. O'rtaga 16 ta kishi o'tiribmiz. Ha, hozir bizda mana hozir o'ynayotgan odam kim? Mana shuni kick qilaylik. O'ynab ketyapti. String snipe. Nega orqacha turib olganlar? Muhammad Aliga o'ynayotgan ekanlar. Lazo mana kick qilmoqchi bo'lgan. Odam 12 ta kill qilinma уже. Qaytamiz, boshqa garda. Aka, birorta mapga o'tib oling. O'sha duelda keyin mana shu mapdaman desangiz, kirib olaman men o'zim. Odam kamroqda. Dustmi? Dust duelidami? Instagram. Aha, xo'p aka. Aylin. Crocs. Tabda eng birinchi kim ketyapti? 94 ta Royzda kill bor ekan. Mana shu Royz bilan tashishamiz. Ungacha. Duel. Duelga chaqirish. Royz qani? Topolmayman ro'yizda. Ну да, любой. Yoki o'zlari chaqiraversalar ham mayli. O Crocs bilan duel ketdik. Birinchi kill. 2. Boshingizga tegdi-ku. Nimaga o'lmaysiz? Sakkizu 4. 9'u 4. Oyunu 4. Sigma'da. Ya, okum kadar gitu. Umur sakit. Unik sakit. Shu sakit. Ha, tip nimaga past check qilib chiqyapman? Tipada duel qilayotgan paytimda. 13. Nima tipaga beradi? Bar. Vaa, bitta round. Bo'ldi, gaga. Xo'sh. Yana kimga tashlasak bo'ladi? Mover kelsa, mover bilan boshladik. 0. Easy win. 3-0. 4-0. Uy, yomon one tap berdim. Ikkita bot ko'rasizmi? Turtuk. Aman, 5-2. Xo'sh. Voy, idiot. Voy, boshga o'tish boshladi o'yin. Men ham boshga o'taman, o'tiraman. Qayerda? O'qim sasini ketib. Men bilan Riyod qo'lib o'ldirayot kengesi. Yana tirildingizmi? 12 oldi. 13 oldi. akaga. Riot. Rahmat o'yin uchun. Kalash olaymi qo'lim? Bar. 2. Akem o'ting. Qanaqa qilib o'tiradi? Duelni boshlashdan oldin o'tish kerak. O'tdim menimcha. Qani kalashda. Oxirgi o'qib deydi. Ha, kalashda o'sha o'rganish kerak. Mana WhatsApplar. 1 2 qarang, pritsel bilan birga chiqamiz. Yelkamni o'rib qo'ygan. Keyser, bo'ldi. M4 ko'ryapman qo'limda. Voy. Kim edi? Keyser. AWP qilam. Yo, stop. Topdim. Faqat AWP. Da, faqat AWP. Keyser AWP da faqat. AWP bo'ldi boshlanma. Tegdi lekin sizga. Qoldim. Tegdi sizga. Voy, tekkan. Yaxshi. Ha, bo'ldi, bot qiza. Connect. Shu yerdan. Hozir aka mana shuni tugatib olay. Bitta raundgacha boraylik. 6. Bitta qo'y. Bo'ldi. Ha, yo'la. Kichkinamisiz aka, modelka yoki juda karta uzoqmi? Ha, bu yerda faqat kalash va faqat headshot, ha, adashmasam. Yigirmada bosh. Boshla. Hozir men bitta o'yinni qarab oladi. Hali 2 minut bor ekan. Ozgina do'ri o'yini olay ekan. Ya, kuchlis. Ay, уже 2 bo'lib ketdi. Bu yo'lda birga bir tashlamaydi menimcha. Ya, aka yaxshi o'tasizlar. Ha, bu kishi просто sakrab yurgan ekanlar. Uch bo'lmaygan-a mana bu yo'ldan. Boshlandi. Aka qarab turma mana bu yo'lda streamda turibdi. Ha, buni ham o'ldirishim kerak. Ana 2 ga 2 bo'ldik. Aka, men o'yinga qaytmasam bo'lmaydi. Noto'g'ri tushunmaysiz. Streamda bo'lib turgan bo'lsangiz. Chunki bizdan o'zi o'yin boshlanib qolibdi. Ko'p o'ynab qo'yinmancha. Rahmat hamma kirganlaringiz. Maza qilib o'ynadik. Endi bugungi kunning oxirgi o'yini boshlanyapti.
Mid-round caller when the round's already somewhat settled and you have to now call the round from the very beginning. There can be a bit of a transition period, but he has somehow relished that. He has ran away with it. Now when he's calling the action, it feels like it's setting him up even more to succeed, and I'm still really surprised because I don't think I've seen a guy switch to being the in-game leader and actually get maybe 20% better. That's the most dumb. I'm dumbfounded by it. Like it doesn't feel like you should have enough brain capacity to handle shooting that well while now having to think about the radar all the time.
He did say it in
O'zi komandalar joylashib olishdi. Mana neta yashadi.
It just aids so much into who he is as a person, but a player as well, to be able to do some of that managerial things for them. So I'm hoping it's just continual success for Mouse and for him as a player. But we're going to see Alvido here rolling up, and so it is now going to be a Dust 2 being picked up by 3D Max. Nuke going for Mouse there, and our decider of Inferno.
Yeah, this is exactly the maps you're expecting. You expect the Dust 2, as we mentioned, the only map where 3D Max has a competent CT side. They'll be starting on the CT side, and they'll be trying to punish Mouse for maybe inserting a player that they're maybe not fully on the same page with in terms of inserting them into the system.
Normally yetib keldi, yaxshi yetib keldi
Mouse regardless.
The only thing I'm concerned about
finali
is that I think it's Zelix and Spinks playing that B duo together sometimes, and I have, yeah, even if it's Zelix, right? At B with him?
I believe so.
Okay. Either way, sometimes Spinks comes away from him too much. Sometimes Spinks leaves him, and I don't like when I see a B hit happening and it's just poor old rookie Zelix on car by himself, and Spinks is just in lower tunnels or even CT spawn sometimes. I think he takes too many liberties when he really should be just shoring up that defense, assembling a crossfire. So I would expect 3D Max might test that side a bit more.
I appreciate all the analysis you guys are putting out there, the big brain, high IQ options that you're giving me as to how 3D Max or Mouse could win this one, but it's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy what is going to be this best of 3 with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, ma'am, and good sirs. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughts heading into this one. 3D Max versus Mouse, their pick of opponents, and they went with one of the teams, Mo, that, well, has looked good in their first outing. PR's inclusion in this roster has not kind of shied away from Xershin's new in-game leadership role sticking, and, yeah, just, again, I think Mouse coming in is what feels like, to me, Spirit's #1 challenger moving towards the grand finals.
I think that's very fair. If you want to compare the routes, you could say that 30 Max had it pretty tough. I mean, a team that beats Magic is decent.
Okay.
A team that beats Foot, though, that's
Sure.
you're a threat. And those are two very aim-heavy teams to warm up against. So obviously, there's been a lot of crazy stories that have happened so far at the Bounty, and Mouse have passed all the tests and they look good. And what stood out to me the most is actually how well Zelix is played.
Account sotib olishda ham tavsiya qilaman o'zi aka. O'zingiz
to sort of fade a bit.
Account oching, osonku. No primerda просто o'tib olgancha qiynalasiz. Va bizda map bumping quyidagicha Dust, Nuke hamda Inferno kartalari tanlandi. 3 Max hamda Mouse o'rtasidagi bahs. No, meni taxminim bo'yicha 3 ta map ko'ramiz deb o'ylayman. Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Xelex.
This is a sleeper team right now.
Ko'rdim manimcha Lucky.
You spoke highly of him.
Ko'rdik Xelexda.
Could potentially be the first player from Mouse at
Payqab
that.
qoldi pozitsiyasini.
Into the depths of pit, gets
Va pik qilishmoqda uni Maka tomonidan Xelex otib tashlandi. Spinks. Bomba B'ga qarab
Spinks. But Spinks has
Voy,
gone
yaxshi
unnoticed.
timingda.
Two backs turned to him.
Voy, jinni bittan ham o'tolmayapti Spinks. Rasvo qildi Spinks. Momenti qo'ldan boy berdi, shansdi.
Absolutely missed opportunity with that one.
Yeah, Spinks jon.
And the stragglers do have to be a little careful because revealing themselves, I think they feel sort of compelled.
B'ga kirib kelishdi va bomba o'rnatiladi. Lucky Torjiga headshot. PR 7% jon bilan Maka otib tashladi uni eng so'nggi igroga kelsak Xershin.
Solid pickups out of 3D Max. Finally, Mouse's last member looks to strike.
Makadan head 1-0. 3 Max g'alaba bilan boshlayapti. Pistolet round.
Just perfection out of 3D Max. They took every portion of the map that they chose to. They could have and should have died to the tunnels push. That's really Mouse's way back into that round, but a missed opportunity out of Spinks.
I mean, if you look at this round from the perspective of positioning, multiple players have the chance to get a free kill. Obviously, Zelix does get cleared, so you can say that. But even a couple shots missed and 3D Max punishing is a great sign for them. They're really a momentum team, I think, you know. That's
Ikkinchi round boshlandi, Torzi.
You just have to, if you know, you know when you watch 3D Max. Players like Maka are extremely streaky. They can be super hot and go for jumping no scopes and like get really big highlights and then a few maps in a row.
Va force buy qilindi Mouse tomonidan.
Feeling good right now.
Yeah, it's the momentum for better or for worse. Sometimes it's just really doesn't get off the ground.
But you give them a pistol like that and they might feel invincible.
Midga agressiya qilib ko'rishmoqchi Torziga.
At the T side of Dust 2, their map pick, of course. And already they've got eyes and feet through that door.
O'yin boshlandidan
Maka to
tashlamamiz
bring up the
kanalga.
back. New piece in Kersey. Tip of the spear. And I think just getting this far without meeting resistance yet bodes very well when you're up against a force buy round. First contacts versus a pistol.
Kursi PR-ni yo'q qilib berdi va save qilishadi qolgan igrolar chunki Longda B'ga yana bir bora kirib kelmoqda. Bomba o'rnatiladi, ikkinchi raundni esa 3 Max o'z foydasiga hal qiladi.
And you just, you know, a nice follow through, Mohan. Goes a long way.
I wonder if their routes to get here is going to be one of those.
BC game ertaga o'ynaydi soat 15:00 da, lekin 15:30 da biza ertaga o'yin qo'yib qo'ygan. The Mongols o'yinni. The Mongols bilan Face. 17:30 da ekan. Bemalol BC game ni ikkita o'yinni emas, bitta o'yinni ko'rib olar ekanmiz. Uning uchun men soat 15:00 da stream yoqishim kerak.
And obviously the aim that they had. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is a game where people definitely
Simple o'yinni ko'ramizmi? BC game ni birinchi o'yinini.
There's no reason to really doubt them. as it stands.
No, Havoga qarshi o'yinda ham ko'raversak bo'ladi, atak best of 1 bo'ladi o'zi. Eliza Esports kim qilyapti bu turnirda?
You just said it, you'd have to be kind of either in Astana or watching Astana to appreciate what Magic have done more recently than 3D Max. But if we go a little further back, obviously 3D Max's peaks absolutely outshine Magic.
Yeah,
you know,
rut for a bit.
They were a real contender for a solid season of Counter-Strike in 2025. The desk brought up the VRS drop-off of 3D Max and how they are in a position where they need to recover.
Eliza Esports.
You know, they're on the scary part of the fringe right now.
Translate qilishni huquqi.
22.
Starts to get a little creepy down there, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Start having to play wonky events, start having to go on weird travel to scoop up VRS points.
Atak bu eco round shuning uchun shunday o'tkazaversak bo'ladi. Men ungacha informatsiyani ko'rib beradi.
Like Sweden,
VRS 31
and the Netherlands.
Yo.
Gotta go hang out with
Eliza Esports breakout series. O'zini saytini topib oldim.
Just hope it's not contagious.
Exactly. God forbid you have to fly to NA.
Media rights. Yozib ko'raman media rights'ga.
Cheeky team kill out of Kersey as this saved force buy out of Maus at least finds one victim. Zershan's feeling freed up to go.
Zershan Lucky-ni yo'q qilib berdi. 4-3 vaziyat.
No trade on that one as it's the bomb up next.
Bomba bilan longga chiqib kelishadi va Zershan o'ladi hozir. Makadan headshot pachka ko'rilgan, ikkita ig'roq esa B ga tortilyapti hozir. B ga rotatsiya qilishadi. Chalg'itishdi yaxshigina. Yaxshigina chalg'itib bilishdi.
All of this map to actually have to rotate around. He can do it safely. They kind of just want to feed into the site, but as you can see, Maus, they're aware that things are taking a little too long for where they saw the bomb. So, one great shot from Torzy, and things do get interesting, but it will come down to timing and...
There we go.
Torzy 8'da o'qdi, Kursi low. 29% jon bilan qolgan. Torzy pik qilishadi Torzini ham.
Now there's a Molotov on his approach.
Keyingi round baribir fullbackga qarshi fullback ko'ramiz, buni bilib turibdi.
So still hoping that Torzy can pull a player off this bomb site. It's just the top of the smoke on cycle.
Email ham jo'natib yuborishga yaqinman hozir. Tekstini yozib bersin ChatGPT.
A headshot out of this. Tough spot to be in, but this is all while we do get that third piece wrapping around through the tunnels. So we'll see if Maus really want to go for it. Not operating with a
Kursi PR-ni yo'q qilib berdi, Misura Zelexni yo'q qilib berishi mumkin va Torzy faqatgina Kursini oxirigacha o'ldirib bera oldi xolos.
All good for 3D Max considering that got down to a weird
yarim final ham yarim final emas, chorak final ertaga.
The teammates, they recollect themselves, come through with that 3-0 start.
It's been a sneaky start here for 3D
Spirit shanba kuni o'ynaydi. Soati aniq emas hozircha.
Maus have actually only got 2 kills in these last 3 rounds. So 3D Max have made quite a bit of money.
Yo'q, hozircha aniq emas. Chunki raqib aniq emas hali Spiritga. Yana ertaga chorak finalda hamma o'yin tugagandan keyin komandalar raqibini tanlaydi-da bir-birini. Yarim finalda kimga qarshi kim o'ynash kerakligini.
Torzy's got a chance to flex an op without there being a counterpart on the other side.
And it's funny because if you're Spirit or Maus in the playoffs right now, there's like a little bit more pressure on you than there was before.
Oh yeah,
because now you're just expected to be in finals.
Yep.
Where I think with Vitality and Falcons and Fury alive.
YouTube'da 33 mingta biz ham 34 mingta desak bo'ladi. Podpis bosib qo'yinglar, men Elizga 34 mingta bizada va'da berib qo'ydim. 34 mingta bizda. Xo'sh. 4-raund va B ga agressiya qilib ko'rishmoqchi 3 Max a'zolari. B da faqatgina PR va Spinks bor hali yordamda. PR nima qiladi? Torzy bitta kill amalga oshirib berdi. Gravity esa razmenda va middan yomon o'ynadi. Middan ajoyib tarzda chiqib kelishdi. Spinks Kursini o'ldirib bergan va 3 ga 3 retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Hozircha Gravity'dan Spinksga headshot. Zershan hamtag Zelex esa 3 kishiga qarshi menimcha tinchgina save qilishgani yaxshiroq. Gravity atiga 10% jon bilan tirik qolgan.
Instead hits over towards the boxes. That keeps him in safety. And while the op will get scooped up here for Zershan's save, it's 3D Max with a pretty swift, considering how crawly some of the previous rounds have gotten, action into the B site that catches PR, I think, a little unprepared.
Definitely, and we have been seeing that. I think Maui mentioned Zelex, but I think he meant PR for the new spots that he's been in.
Men qaytdim, xush kelibsiz. Zershan Makani yo'q qilib berdi, AWPni oxirigacha save qilib qolmoqchi. 4-0 qanaqa qilib 3 Max umuman shans qoldirmayapti, hayron qolyapman men.
I think you saw a bit more chemistry. It was just looking more solid overall, but TR's already mentioned this, that he's still getting used to some things.
Particularly those new CT positions,
yeah.
Right? He says he's liking the T side, how he gets to kind of call his own area of the map. He's had praise for Xerxin, and well, so have we. Again, Xerxin just, like Maui Snake aptly put it, when do you see a guy take over those roles and somehow get that X% better? So that's gone well for them, because there was a lot of questions around Maus and this constant shuffling of the role of Brolin once it's departed. So
Maus are very good at starting down. Not a lot of teams are. That's actually one of the highlights of them. I think no matter how deep you get into a half, even if you give them 1 or 2 rounds at the end,
endi yuborib
they can use
ko'rdim.
anything as leverage.
Ko'ramiz bu yog'ini.
They're always used to playing from the back foot.
Xo'p deydimi, yo'q deydimi?
This is just like a
Atak yo'q deydigan bo'lsa, eslashda streamni nimada o'tkazamiz, kickda o'tkazib yuboramiz.
Praise for Cyclone as well in those timeouts to try to get back
BC
from
Game'ni
those
o'yinni
slow
ertaga
starts.
kickda o'tkazib yuboramiz agar YouTube'ga ruxsat bermasa. Turniri. O'zi oddiy turnir o'tkazyapti. Maka. Va bu yerda Xelax Gravity'ni o'ldirgan bo'lsa, Xerxin Makani yo'q qilib bermoqda. Lucky qiling kelgan esa Xelax razmen qilib bera oldi. Kursi hamda Misura 4 kishiga qarshi raundni davom ettirishlariga to'g'ri keladi. Maus avvalga nisbatan kuchsiz. Brolin bilan Jimmy ancha yaxshi o'ynab berardi. No, ularning o'zi ham kuchsiz bo'lib qolgandi-da. Bir yil oldingidek o'ynab bermayapti baribir komanda.
Masuda will grab the smoke, use that for mid B, and PR is on a big flank, but he's actually got to walk it all the way to top mid. So there is a small moment of timing.
Oh, check this out. Bomb splits into tunnels while Kersey's already now quite far away from PR.
And the A players are a bit confused as to how to come and help out.
But I think PR would have seen that gap through the doorway, and even if he didn't take the shot at Kersey, feels like he saw him cross over.
Masuda, you take this peek.
Misura hamda Kersey Spinksga chiqib kelishmoqchi. Hozir Spinks timinglarda ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Va timingni qarang. Qanaqa qilib yutqizib qo'ydi. Bu timingda Torji Kerseyni tutib olgan. Qani Torji, Wallbang bilan tutib bo'ladimi, yo'qmi? Misura, nima deb o'ylaysizlar?
Didn't have that long to float out there, but again spotted from top middle. So this has been
orqadan PR yetib keldi va eshikka ham yaqin kelib olishgan. Va Torji tutib oldi Misurani. Gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. 4-1 hisob. Maus va nihoyat himoyadagi birinchi raundni qo'lga kiritdi.
You could put it on Masuda because he's the guy with all the cover inside of tunnels. The only problem is just so hard to distill that situation. I think they had almost a perfect read. Coming out mid, finding the op on A, confirming the 3 long setup that was taking place. Torji was throwing flashes here with Xelax and Xerxin pushing. But because they didn't full commit to that belief, they could have had Masuda come out, get a free kill.
6-chi round boshlandi.
Quickly. Yep. Yeah, but let's not think about it because Maus need the rounds.
Va shortga agressiya ko'rsatadi. Spinks. Molotov rasiylar tashlab berilmoqda. Aktiv pas o'zida brat, aktiv yana pas. Nima farqi bor aktiv pasmi? Magic Edit birinchi marta aytmaysizmi deyman bu gapni. O'tgan safar ham gapirganman. Ko'rmadingizmi Spirit'ni o'yinda 2,5 mingta odamga ko'rib o'tirdik.
So let's hit that pause button as V-Trams just dropping.
Komandalarni qarang, Maus bilan 3 ta max o'ynayapti.
The last 3 months at MVP events.
That's awesome.
After becoming an in-game leader, by the way, there's a sea of players who have picked up that responsibility.
O'yinni 9 da boshlanadi deb o'ylaydiganlar nechta orasida.
Xerxin will not be one of those guys.
1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt qoldi.
Incredible evolution for a player.
Qanaqadir 3 ta max chans ko'pmi deb o'ylayman-da.
So much promise throughout the years.
Yutib ketishga.
Torji
hech qanaqa rasketsiz chiqib kelishmoqchi. Va Torji easy kutib oldi. Lucky'ni shortdan kirib kelishdi. Xerxin esa Makani yo'q qilib bermoqda. Xelaxdan Gravity'ga easy headshot. Shortdagi yana bir gol payqab qo'yilgan. Xerxin jon saqlash bilan o'ra. Smoklar orasidan o'tib olishdi. Misura hamda ko'rsatib qolishganda hozir Torji Misurani yo'q qilib berdi. Torji tomonidan tutib oldi. 7-3 da Torji prime'da.
Towards 3 kills on the round, and Xelax showing us that he is looking to lock in tonight as well. That was nice with the 2 taps into the head of 3D Max's approach.
Torji has hit some
aka uni sразу adminlarga aytsangiz,
remember that one on
ban ber, siz aytishingiz kerak edi. Uni adminlar mana bu cheat bilan o'ynayapti desa, sразу ban berib yuborishadi. O'zbekda aka, hamma o'zbeklar shunaqa serverlarda ahmoqlar ko'pda, cheatni yo'qib olib, nimanidir isbotlamoqchi bo'ladi.
do with those 2 solid rounds, get through all the money.
7-chi raund boshlandi. Va full ekoda harakatlanadi 3 max bu raundda. Mouse jamoasi esa o'zi mavzu muxlislari bor bo'ramizda.
The tactical timeout, Cyclone has a word. Now on land, can only speak, of course, during those tac timeouts. And lo and behold, Mouse have found their answer. Set up nicely, like you said, by their ability to rebound off slow starts. Now, Blue Pistols throw a wrench into Mouse's cogs. Just looking to get this war machine online. Torzi's got open avenues towards middle to sit on all day long. He will not be frazzled by your Glocks and P250s.
Lowerda juda ko'p shovqin eshitdi va Lucky ham Deagle'da o'zini qiynab qo'ydi deb aytishimiz mumkin. Va Xershan Lucky'ni uchirib bermoqda. Shortni tekshirsa, Maka shu yerda, yana Lowerda. Mistura bor va Xershandan quadro kill Echo Cobra 8-3-ga chiqib oldi.
About to tie this game at 4 rounds all if they get through this next 3D Max bye.
So I'm sure 3D Max are trying to remind themselves that they kicked off with 4 rounds. It's T side, so they got some of the harder ones out of the way. A pistol helps, of course, but they can't stop here. It's a timeout now. We won't see them with an op this round, and that's been a big advantage for Mouse with Torzi playing this well. Masuda in their last series was awesome. Somebody who, we thought maybe we wouldn't see on another top team. Who knows?
JL yo'q aka, JL bo'lmadi. JL hozircha komandasiz.
And definitely, not good enough at the time.
Yep.
There's a lot of time to grow since then.
I mean, I think it definitely benefits him that since that run in Vitality at the time, we didn't have an all-French team kind of in that upper echelon of Counter-Strike. The evolution of
8-chi round boshlandi.
Opened the door for his return.
Moltlar tashlab berilmoqda. Va Mouse ketma-ket 3 ta round qo'lga kiritdi. Mana endi full buyga qarshi full buy pul yetarlicha yig'ib olgan Mouse. Lekin 3 ta maxda o'zgina ekonomika bilan muammo bo'lishi mumkin. Agar round yutqizib qo'yishsa, yaxshi qayashga o'tib berildi.
French elitism is still alive and well. I mean, it's been better, but hey, they're recovering.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough out there for all the national teams right now, so the fact that they're tracking on is great to see.
These are your heroes now, Mohan.
Qayashga uning ketiga. Voy, ko'rsi 17% jonlantirib qo'yapti.
He's down to the
Wow, endi uchdi ko'rsi. 3 ta qayashga qabul qilib oldi o'ziga.
It's been a lot on the anti-eco, so now it's translating.
Gravity.
And it's also the nade damage being a kill is so massive.
Nimaga nade yaxshi ot olmayapti? J-Bone AWP'dagi flick shotlari yo'qdi. И Jorko normalniy o'ynayapti AWP'da. Qaranglar, yangi nomlar. Qizda.
In the spot if he doesn't, however.
И Mongollar yana yangi igroklar olib chiqqan.
Even though they've only got 4 players.
Tikwak ham normalniy o'ynab berar ekan.
Mongollarda is still struggling, not a kill yet.
Sits on car.
PR va Gravity'dan headshot. Spinks yana Spinks qiyin holatda, lekin Misurani minus qilib bermoqda. Spinks pritselni qo'yib turishini qarang Spinksga. Double kill. Lucky razmenda va 2 o'chini retake qilishadimi? Ishidan double kill qilishga o'zgina qoldi. Gizelx AWP'da davom etadi, Torji esa Kalashda.
Man, they got a bait one and
Lucky bombani o'rnatgan va Lucky Torji oxirigacha check qildi bu pozitsiyani. Rifler ham bo'lib berdi. Jacob'ni o'yini tushib ketib qoldi prosta Faze'da avvalga nisbatan. Jacob bomba ko'rinyapti.
Very solid position again after this nade kill came down for 3D Max to find.
Tur bomba o'rnatilgan. Luz bonuslar bilan hisoblaydigan bo'lsak, nimadir qilsa bo'ladi. 2280 bitta like.
That's the trade. And he's been so quick to those too. It's like he's doing a macro adjustment but almost no micro adjustment. It's instant.
9-chi round boshlandi.
He doesn't even see his opponent. Goatsy. Torzy was the best offer of the online stage. 51 and 40.
Yo, online stage'dagi Torzy eng zo'r AWP bo'libdi. 51 ga 14 ga dedi tugatdi online'da. 14 ma turibdi atiga. Yomon kirib kelishdi. Yomon kirib kelishdi.
Almost hitting teammates with nades, but a scramble
Rush B round bo'ldi.
into this bomb site that has now put a gun in the hands of Masuda. We've seen nasty flicks from Torzy. Can he handle these up-close shots?
11 ga 3 kirdi.
And no tunnel approach out of Mao's either. It's going to be all in from
Lucky
two smoke grenades left for their utility. Everybody equipped with a kit, and they are considering the save. They don't like the odds of the approach. And so this one goes down.
Gap yo,
Under siege yet again. Hit once more with a fast timing, this time with only pistols, and it's coming up as a result of 3 Max's round wins now.
O'zi Strim orqaroqqa qaytarsa Spirit o'yini ko'rasiz. O'tib bo'ldi Spirit o'yini. No, shu bilan yana yarim finalda shanba kuni o'ynaydi.
So far again from 3D Max because they clearly want to go B to take advantage of, a new player being there, but at the same time, they're not making it obvious that they want to hit B every single round. They've used it in the 4v5, they've used it on an eco round, they've used it on a full rifle for sure, but it always feels like they're never about to go for another rush. Like, this could have been a scary round for them. They didn't have much to lose, and Maus unfortunately failed another test when it comes to locking it down. This time it's PR with a kill and Spinks with
10 round boshlandi. Gravity.
Still, I mean, even if they both got a kill, that probably wouldn't be enough. You need to get
the multi-kill.
Endi B'da Torzy hamda PR turib
one and only frags so far, Dust 2.
Yeah.
PRda faqatgina bitta kill bor.
3D Max perhaps trying to exploit a weak
Bola
link.
B'da chota yaxshi o'yin olmayapti. PRni A'ga almashtirish kerak chot pozitsiyasini.
Maus will be hoping that they can just answer back with at least that surplus of cash they had earned.
Smoke tashlab berildi va PR yana troll qilish boshlaydi
because now they're like, why even pretend?
Yeah, right.
Spinks qaytarish kerak bo'ldi
PR'da. Walked away last round with as much of a save as they did.
But and you don't have Maus like in a 3B lean in any of these situations, so.
PR.
This time they'll just put Torzy on the doorway.
Nima qilib yuribdi PR?
Just an insta headshot comes out of gravity.
Umuman besh ketmayman morgun. Joyida turgani ham yo'q-da.
On the other side it is 3 blowing the door off
Save
its
round.
hinges at this B site. Torzy never even given a chance to shoot back. I mean, this is 3D Max without taking a point of damage versus full guns. And now they have guaranteed themselves a 6th round on this T side at the very least.
Monisi hali ancha bor keyingi turnirga, EVC turniri keyingisida.
It's obviously a B favored T side here from 3D Max. And you could tell that probably in the communication, Spinks is like, all right, we gotta try something else. And yeah, swapping over Torzy, who's hitting everything right now, kind of makes sense, but it doesn't really solve the problem of PR taking first contact, unfortunately. And 3D Max are an interesting team because, I mean, at one point they weren't very well balanced. They had a lot of good tactics, and they thought through a lot of utility that was always good. It always looked like really well placed, really modern utility. But they didn't have a sort of like fully fleshed out game plan throughout a T-half with conditioning as well. And so you can see a lot of that coming in now, but they also
Max jamoasi hujumda 6 round qo'lga kiritib bo'lishdi.
Are totally off guard. This nade? What is this nade? It's not even just outside the window. It's exactly where Torzy's standing.
Perfect for a player that took damage on their exit. But I get what you mean. 3D Max in the past sort of missing like the connective tissue in a half that makes all their great ideas strung nicely together. Because there was a lot of teams even giving them credit for utility usage, like you said. Like you could tell the theory crafting from 3D Max was world class.
Yeah, they were like all tactics at some point. But now they're bringing in the strategy.
And also kind of tossing roles around as well, right? Gravity no longer IGLing, falls on Maka, but it's not a player that they remove because he can't do it.
Игрокlar bilan har doim yurib kim stream
qiladi. Shuffle.
Yeah, no more body seemed kind of wild, but
it did. But here we are.
Maka Torzini tutib oldi. Midda smoke orasida Spinks esa kursi orqali razmin topib berdi bu killga. Gravity Lowerdan yetib kelmoqda va bu yerda smoke tashlab beriladi, ya'ni yangilab qo'yiladi. Smoke Gravity shortga yurish qilmoqchi, lekin ketdi. Bitta flash Xalexdan va Xershondan pick. Timing. Xershon hech qanaqa flashsiz kill amalga oshirib berdi. Shortdan agressiya. Maka Xershonni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Hayashga chuntiga solib qo'yildi Makani. Longdagi Missouri esa Spinks tomonidan tutib olindi. Xalex ko'rib turibdi shortdan chiqib ketishayotganini. Xalex anti-flash turib olgan, PR yordamga yetib kelmoqchi. Lucky bitta kill. Xalex esa Luckyni yo'q qilib berdi. Maka 59% joni bilan 2 ga 1 clutch va pastdagi Xalexni yo'q qilmayapti. 6-5 hisob.
From not the most recent piece, but still one of the fresh guns of Maus, who will get them one step closer to tying out this half.
Yeah, they're keeping up here. Lots of good cat setups, and I think the majority of their util damage is coming off of cat for these CTs. Trade's looking excellent. And Spinks is just getting farther and farther from B every round.
That's right.
Santarspik. Asadbek 111 assalomu alaykum. Strimlarni boshlab oldik. Qiziq o'yinlar bormi? Mana bu ham qiziq o'yin, o'zi oxirgi o'yin aka bugungi. Birinchi kartasi, shuning uchun ko'rsangiz bo'ladi. Agar hali ko'rmagan bo'lsangiz, Spirit o'yinini bir ko'rib ketsangiz ham bo'ladi. U ham ancha agressiv, qiziq o'yin bo'ldi.
But still they refuse to actually go for the B lane, and that's Mouse here. Which at this point I gotta say,
not once this half.
A little confusing now.
Final round.
Oxirgi round. Bu rounddan so'ng jamoalar o'rin almashib olishadi.
They trust 3D Max crit team. They're gonna keep it changed up. But
Kata kuchli.
Now you gotta be like, hey Xalex, you cleared out long doors at a minute. You're not seeing anything. Let's maybe cheat somebody over.
And it's not because Torzi has taken Spinks' place. They've gone back to the same duo that struggled in Spinks and PR.
Look how good that molly is. In case Xalex had pushed the door, and it's at a time where it's still reasonable, the T's could take long control. They're going to put some pressure down
Yana
here.
B'da PR birga yetdi yur. Nimaga mana shunaqa turib oladi? Srazu anti-flash.
We're looking for a good spray down out of one of these defenders. Zershin's still stuck in the CT spawn. Spinks with
PR ikkinchi kill, lekin voy.
He doesn't get that second kill.
Bot bu PR jail'da olib kelish kerak. 7-chi raundi bu 3 da
He
maxda.
wasn't prepared for them to have pushed through the edge of the smoke. 3D Max running risky games once more, but getting past PR over and over. A 2-kill CT side really speaks to his pre-game interview in which he said, some of my discomfort still is on this defense. It's when these new positions kind of get away from me.
Va 3 Max o'zining 7-chi raundini qo'liga kiritadi.
Something like that.
Full troll. PRni vazifasini hozir o'rnimizda birorta любой игрок bo'lsa ham qilib beradi-da.
Are just going to straight up swing for the 2v4. No trade off that, and Maka given a chance to strike down Torzi as he's playing off that M4.
12-chi kill.
Bomb is very far gone already. They're just going to come to you, brother. This is 3D Max with an excellent T-side at the
Zo'r
end.
o'ynab berdi haqiqatan hujumda.
3 of the last 4 rounds. A constant success story towards one half of the map leaves Maus on 5 defensive rounds. Muzikani
o'chirib qo'yaylik akalar va biz endi bu yerdagilar o'zi hammasi bilsa kerak-ku, kimgadir skinlar kerak bo'ladigan bo'lsa FB skins tavsiya qila olaman. Kanalga kirib obuna bo'lib tursanglar, hozircha skinlarimiz sotuvda bo'lmasligi mumkin. Yangi partiya kelganda e'lon beramiz. Eng qimmat skinlar, hattoki o'zingiz xohlagan skinni sotib ham olib beramiz. List skins shunga o'xshaydigan saytlardan. Keyingi turnir qachon? Keyingi turnir 12-avgust 11 kunlik turnir bo'ladi. EVC Esports World Cup turniri. Undan keyin Blast Open Porto bo'ladi. 26-avgust 3 kungina dam olinar ekan. 12-avgustgacha juda katta pauza bor ekan. Stake Pulse degan turnir ham bor ekan, $60,000lik normalniy komanda qatnashadimi bu yerda. Hotu, Liquid, Meti Sports, Fnatic shunga o'xshaydigan oddiy komandalar. Tier 2 turnir. G2 ham qatnashyapti. Hitori G2 Ares o'ynar ekan. Hitori turibdi shuni ro'yxatda. Ko'rib beraman. Stake Pulse turnirini. G2 Ares'da o'yinini. Fransiya, Parijda bo'ladi turnir. Takoy 10 kunlik pauza bor oldinda. 10 kun. ESL turnir qilmaydimi? Oktyabrda ESL turniri bor ekan. ESL Pro Ligasi 3-dan 11-oktyabrgacha, atiga bir hafta davom etar ekan, 7-8 kun. Bo'ldimi ESL yana bir turniri bor edi, tashmasam. Shu bilan 2027. Noyabrda bor. 6 kunlik, 5 kunlik turnir Beijingda. Ketdik. O'yinga qaytamiz 13-round.
Everything's in place right now for 3D Max to, maybe by a hair take this game away, but they've kind of set the stage for a potential upset on Dust 2.
Pistolet round. Maksimum harakat qilishadi menimcha jamoalar bu yerda, ayniqsa Zelex Makani yo'q qilib bermoqda. Mouse uchun yaxshi frag to'pi oldi. Open kill bor, 5 ga 4 vaziyat, informatsiya bor. Gravityni tekshirishadi yoki-da yo'q. Tekshirishmadi. Yana PR. Gravity double kill exertion rasmiy qilib ber oldi. Spinks. Mana bu Spinks informatsiyani to'liq yetkazdi. B ga rotatsiya degani bu hozir orqadan o'ynaydi Spinks. Tekshirdi. Tekshirishdi. Va Spinks bitta minus Misuradan razmen. Middan chiqib kelmoqchi bo'lib turibdi. Zelex Exertion bilan birgalikda. Bitta A, bitta B himoya. Lucky Loyni check qilishga ketdi. Mid to B ham o'ynab yuborishlari mumkin yoki shortdan kirib bemalol bombani o'rnatishlari ham mumkin.
And mid, but now, one spotted, and that changes things a little bit. Zershin has a smoke, but you can see that he wants to hold on to it for as long as possible.
But if they put that down on CT, Lucky is so out of this position.
Xo'p, omadani bersin, mana yaxshi. Uni vazifasi pro igrok. Vazifasi kim qilish?
Are they thinking that Lucky maybe push long? It feels like that's the case, and he's still here watching this. But he's on this patrol timing.
Yep.
And it's almost too late to go long.
Chiqib bergan bo'lardim.
PR o'rniga masalan yuribdi. That's not Lucky at all. That's pure skill.
Qanaqa toza headshotlar berib yubordi. Luckydan Lucky one taplar.
3D Max in this pistol. And that's not to say that in this pistol Mouse looked bad. They looked rough in the first pistol. This time 3D Max just powered up.
I think we're seeing a pretty high level game overall with the moves, but like 3D Max aim across all their players is really shining. I mean, that's filthy, because if he doesn't get both, it's a 1v1 that's defavored. If he gets neither, it's definitely a T round.
No, I like the way Mouse took Catwalk instead, because it just means knowing there's a B player, there's nothing he can do to shoot at you. At least that way, worst case, you trade out Lucky. But no, sir. Denied any sense of an entry up that catwalk.
And it was, I think, because he didn't reveal himself to mid B. Which he may or may not have done by accident,
PR'da o'yinni, prosta chiqmayapti o'yini mana shu
towards Cat like that was
B'ga turg'izib qo'yildi, B'da umuman o'yna
a
olmadi.
Goose player versus the exec. Good chances to deny any kind of bomb plant.
U B'da trenovka qilib yurgan igrok emasmi deb o'ylab qoldim.
3D Max with no SMGs here. want to just extend the
Lucky
distance
Zelexni
between
yo'q
them in
qilib
the attack.
bermoqda. Bu yerda juda qiynalishdi-yu, Maka yordam berib yubordi. Lucky'ni Torjini ham kill qilib berdi. Kursi esa PR-ni otib qo'ydi. Eng so'nggiroq Xerxin kulib turibdi, shunchaki kulib qo'ydi hammasiga.
And Maus were always desperate to get a single kill in this round. There's still a world where Xerxin can catch you off guard.
Eng so'nggi
Will they consider
yangi
that
igrok.
he is in
Tanqid
their
qilgan
spawn?
igroklarim keyingi etapda zo'r o'ynab beryapti. Tinirni ko'rdingizmi bugun qanaqa zo'r performans
Just
qilib
hoping to
berganini?
blindside somebody. Yeah, there it is.
F4'ni olishi bilan oq kursidan
You
otib
will
tashlandi.
take one FAMAS off of the round of 3D Max. But I think
Fullbayga
they'll be happy
qarshi
they have 4
Fullbay,
rounds from
Mausda
victory
ishlar
on their
chatoq.
map pick.
Birinchi map o'zini pikini olib ketishga yaqin turibdi 3 Max.
Definitely troubling spot here for Maus. The nightmare hasn't ended yet.
Team
for
Liquid
PR.
jamoasi $40,000 bilan
Reminder that you
qaytibdi.
can always live trade the game on Poly Market as slowly but surely
$40,000 klub uchun bonus.
further to 3D Max's favor.
Hamma jamoa oladi
I do
buni.
think there's no
Keyin
reason
mana bu
for
o'zi
PR
bir-birini bonusini yeb yuribdi-ku
You know, have a
yutib.
terrible T side overall.
Shunaqa.
But I think one more one tap.
$40,000 plus yana bir olib qo'ysa kerak Liquid. 20-30 ming.
Just doesn't really get a fair
Zo'r,
fight
ha?
towards long at the start of this. Has to rejoin the pack and follow bomb towards tunnels.
It's starting to feel like when Sway's joined Spirit. They stuck him in B same way.
Right. Which means
Gotta give it time, yeah.
which
Don't let
means
him go.
PR will eliminate Falcons from the next major. Because that remains Sway's greatest Spirit accomplishment. That B-side dominance.
Oh, I love this setup.
In Budapest. Tapping away with the FAMAS. There is an answer back though. Maus just peeled a player off middle with Lucky dying at the hands of Xerxin. Torzi's going to get away with the jump. And now that 10 HP of Xerxin could be problematic unless he goes hidden back around through tunnels. He's going to hear this stomping down towards middle. It's such a tough decision for Xerxin.
round va bomba o'rnatilgan, lekin retake'ga kelishmoqda. Diffuse kitni olib ketishsa agar middan borishsa bo'ladi. Oldi, Maka diffuse kitni oldi, Xerxin esa orqadan o'ynaydi va Maka o'qimayapti bu pozitsiyani.
That he played those tunnels. He opts not to pull the trigger. Getting closer now, a grenade in the hand.
Maka olib chiqadimi deb o'ylayman nimagadir. Torji 82 jon bilan va Torji shans qoldirmayapti. 9-6 hisob.
Torji is the reason Maus remain competitive in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Xerxin also plays his role really
So
well right there with 10 HP.
9-6.
Times the flank, takes a small risk as you
Uchta
should.
max olib qo'yadigan bo'lsa, ko'rsing mas.
Maybe
Istamab.
he could screw it up, not even get a single kill.
Ata
Nearly gets
kim
both.
yutsa ham
Very,
bu
very
mapda
good
3 ta mapga
play
qarab
here to
ketadi.
make sure that
Teng
Torzi had
o'yin
an easy
ko'rsatdik
shot.
tomondan.
With the door smoke, this is free. Now they're definitely in business. Wow.
16-chi round boshlandi.
$45 and $4,900.
Right.
No money spent
Kersey.
on this round.
Spinks.
Not a dime.
This is a team that's thinking about winning the game. But yeah, not a dime.
Smoke tashlab berildi va bu yerda full echo round 3 ta maxda, shuning uchun easy.
Guess they said if we all
Mouse
stack
olib
B,
ketsa bo'ladi
no one should be
karta.
throwing
Ya'ni
util
map
anyway.
desam.
But I mean, with the way that Mouse are playing, I expect them to completely avoid this. They've been scouting.
Bugun
working a
bugun
default.
to'g'rilab qo'ymaganmiz. Spirit o'ynab bo'ldi o'zi.
I think the only way they actually walk into B is if they're just scared.
Zelex.
Essentially.
Longdagi igrok ham tortirish boshladi, shortdan chiqib kelishadi va raundni A da tugatib qo'yishadi. Stack bo'lib B turib olishgani ishlamayapti.
Yeah, there's no long players as PR has found out for him. And 3D Max will also get the hint.
What are you going to do about it though? You
5
haven't
kishi
spent a
bo'lib,
dime.
hech bo'lmasa bitta kalashmi, Galilmi save qila olishmaydimi?
Yeah, it's actually just to them more important they don't give any more extra money over to Mouse and think about the next round.
Maka. Torzi. Kill out.
Like Xerxin and Torzi are going to be looking to farm this multi-frag moment.
Xerxin och.
Xerxin gets the edge with the third. Rack up the stats on the two players already top heavy for the Mouse camp. They are tit for tat at 16 kills apiece.
Got some asymmetrical money here. Lots of, you know, Maka gets his op his full buy-in. Kersey still can only get a FAMAS.
change to spare for Masuda. But 3D Max took a knee in the last round to get back here. First W. Mac has yet to win a map against Maus in his career. 0-8. Fast play.
Oh, lucky. Bitta kill Gravity yetib keldi va darhol bu yerda razmen qilib berdi PR o'ldirganiga. 4-3 vaziyat.
Opening move. And so man advantage earned by 3D Max, offered up by Maus with that instant clash through long doors.
Shortga to'xtalishmoqchi. Shortni esa AWP'dagi Maka kutib olishga tayyor. Gravity haqida to'g'ri info yo'q. To'g'ri check qilmasdan chiqyapti bu yerda va pachkani bilishadi endi. Bomba tushib qolgan va shortdan yurishlar davom etadi. Maka Zelexni tutib berdi. Maka
confirms Spinks is out. Sees him trying to bridge the gap to that bomb site. Doesn't have the bomb, of course. That belongs to Gravity on long. He'll burn Mac
lekin kursi yetib va razmen qilib bera oldi bu
killni. Reach that up in time, so you actually shave a bit more money off. Yeah, Kersey goes from a Famas to a Galil.
Kim yutadi deb o'ylaysiz birinchi mapda? Hozircha hisob uni 7
bo'ldi
mana.
To chase out VR and then just really clean reposition. Kept himself secret. And it works out wonderfully. It is 3D Max to the 10-7 lead.
You see them still making plays like that. No, we're still interested. 3D Max coming forward with that aggression.
Keyingi karton
thereby only
Nuke'da
improves.
3da Max KT bo'lib boshlaydi.
Now spent down to their bottom dollar.
Agar KT bo'lib bo'lsa, ko'p round olib qo'ysa va birinchi mapda qo'lga kirsa, ikkita mapda tugab qoladi.
Right. They need to do that again.
Maus ikkinchi mapda yutadigan bo'lsa, uchinchi map Inferno ko'ramiz.
It's effectively the first time 3D Max have stopped Maus's guns.
Ikkita komanda bir xil o'yini. 3da Max kuchliroq ham o'ynasa kerak. Ko'p o'ynaydi
It's an interesting time to pause actually for 3D Max because it's such a critical moment for Maus. I would have actually been more concerned about giving them a chance to speak.
Oxirgi o'yin.
Especially knowing that literally in the first
half.
Plus,
on CT side, how hard could it be?
Right, just, you know. You should already know.
18-round boshlandi. Oxirgi puliga bayqalib chiqdi Maus. Xuddi shunaqa holat 3da Max bir ikkita yiroqlarida, hammasi.
Don't force Cyclone to use his
Maka
last.
ko'rmayapti, Zelex o'tib ketdi. Boostdan tushib olish kerak lekin.
Tricky smoke.
Maka thinking about going back in. Just waiting as it goes on cycle. Kersey's got a challenge. He hits the headshot. Remember, that was a goal he picked up from the last round.
Kill qila olmayapti Zelex oxirigacha.
Spinks didn't have an
AK for him to rob. Lucky yetib keldi.
So the lesser rifle comes back to haunt him.
Razvega tayyorgarlik. Misuda esa solo B'ni himoya qilmoqda.
Maus are hoping to an lesser reaction to give him some info because they want any reason to pick a site right now. And B is that answer.
It's an approach through the tunnels with Masuda solo towards
Misuda agar tortiladigan bo'lsa va mida tutib olishsa uni.
On cat of the boost. I don't think totally
clear.
Clear
B o'ynab yuborishadi Maus.
The 3D Max make a move to clear this out themselves. They could attack the flank of Xertion out through middle. But I mean, look how clear of a run out tunnels is going to be for Maus.
Timing.
Masuda of 2 mines at the moment still has no help. I mean, 3D Max having moved a muscle on this catwalk.
Oh, he's got to call for help now.
Masuda's got to get them activated. He dies. Oh my goodness. Xertion whips it back around on 9 HP. At least Gravity will clear that out. But there's nothing you're going to do about stopping them from hitting that B bomb site, and tunnels is still maintained by Torji.
That's unfortunate.
Save qilishadi Maka hamda Lucky.
If you're 3D Max, a little delayed to the play.
Bu Kersey hamda Misudalarning oxirigacha bitmagan ishlari.
They do to 3D Max what was done to them, and B-site has seen so much action tonight via both attacks.
I do think that took some confident calling still at Xertion, so I want to give him credit for that. And even if Masuda gets this kill, it's still a player advantage. Or it's still, you know, the site to get taken.
He did see him.
He did see him, right? Yeah. Didn't respond to that. Bullets 5 through 8. It might have been a free 12 round straight right there from 3D Max if they had won that one, and now they've let Maus back in.
Put all of their own CT money on the line. Maus have earned a chance back into this game.
Yeah, they're using the same
19 round.
Last round, I mean, they didn't see anything.
Oxirgi puliga bay qilib chiqqan.
Mouse would have absolutely walked into that, and I really don't think they ever found out about it. Oh my goodness, right when they give it up.
Kersey doesn't want to be the first victim again.
To be fair, when mid-smoked and you can't hold that cat cross, there's always a risk they run up on you that way. But the smoke, I mean, I think the problem is they had their own smoke that was going to expire, and so that was on a
Zertion, Maka. Bu bir yerda PR qo'shildimi ekan? Kursiga headshot berib yubordi va 5 ga 4 vaziyat ta'minlanib qo'yilgan. 50 soniya atrofida bor. Gravity. Pik qilib ketishyapti uni. Lekin kutadi Gravity oxirigacha. PR ham birinchi boshqa tomonni check qiladi. Double kill qilishga qo'yib berishmayapti. Torji esa Misurani yo'q qilib bergan. Sphinx Razmenda o'ynadi. Lucky hamda Magatrik qo'lishdi va Torji Prime'da 19 ga 9 tushadi. Lucky Zelexni yo'q qilib berdi. Bomba shoshmoqda Torji bilan birgalikda B'ga. B'ga rotatsiya qilib yubordi pachka. Va Lucky esa Sphinx o'ldirdi. Endi Kalashni save qilib qolsa bo'ladi. Bomba o'rnatilmoqda. Zertion Mind Games boshlangan. Ketadan harakatlanadi yoki Lucky save qiladi bu roundda. Save.
When he is one of the two, so another moment here for Mouse. This is a very strong round, and it, you know, I go back to it. It looks unlucky actually that they give up the boost, but if you look at it from Mouse's perspective, they only give up this boost when their smoke is going away. They had a moment where they said, okay, here's when we're actually getting off of this, and we're going to transition, and Mouse waited out that entire time.
Umuman mana bu smoke ishlamayapti. Sizlar shortda smoke berib kutib olmoqchi bo'lgan.
What's worse for them is this time
taktikasi, strategiya almashtirish kerak.
And they give it up.
Uni 9 chunki yetib keldi Mouse.
Yeah, it's like if Mouse already had this sneaking suspicion that it could be a possibility. Now you know exactly what they're up to.
Because you'll see people boost on the other side of Cap by the
corner,
and it's a little safer, and your rifler underneath has a nice angle versus Cap. But when you're both on the left side, you're in jeopardy of everyone just getting killed and you getting nothing out of it. So again, just credit to Mouse for being careful.
Not falling victim to the small details. You know, I felt as though when Mouse started their season, first map we saw out of them in this round where Lucky is the only player with an AK. First half we saw out of Mouse slow and overly cautious. And we thought, oh, maybe it's just about trying to get PR into the system, getting him comfortable, etc.
Flash, raskidlar tashlab qo'ymoqda Kersey.
There's method to the madness.
Maka 2% joni ketdi. Hech narsa olmagani sababli smoke'ni block qilishiga.
Very hot-handed looking 3D Max. Their pistol ability, clean indication of how sharp they're shooting tonight.
PR.
And again, a team that has tricky ideas.
Mouse tashlab berildi va longda yurishda davom etishadi. B'da faqatgina Sphinx o'zi bor. Mana bu smoke hozir
takes PR down to 17 health. And Kersey's nade is going to find him.
Sphinx nimadir qilmasa,
now suddenly second rifle grabbed. They're dropping util. It feels like they really want to commit to this, but remember there's players right on the other side. Oh, but they missed the jump. Does anybody spray through?
Lucky'dan headshot Torjiga.
He has to come in.
He's looking to activate catchbacks in that CT spawn. Sure enough, clears out Maka. Looking to get a second player down.
Double kill. Va Kersey Razmenda 2 ga 3 vaziyat. Gravity low. Bomba hali o'rnatilgan yo'q va longdan yetib kelmoqda. Longdan Gravity rotatsiya qilib kelgan. Kersey smoke orasida.
And he just starts firing
into the
distraction. Player misses. And Kersey's AK finds a third. This is what was grabbed off the ground. Oh, a chance at a fourth. Zelex half health now has to plant.
Endi boshini ko'tarib chiqib ketish qiyin.
Oh, the peek to the left side and he's gone.
Full echo round olib ketyapti.
AK with no Kevlar. Kersey
full echo round.
That's a scary moment for him. But I feel like Zelex has to fake again in that spot, knowing exactly where Kersey is. He has to drop off and go into CT spawn to get cover. And in that moment, he had a high-low advantage, and Zelex thought he'd have that extra moment. But instead, it's a 4K from Kersey, 11 now for 3D Max, and an actual chance again to bring this home. They bring it with a tempo after saving. They didn't have a single... They didn't have any upgraded pistols.
No,
they stole this AK.
And the frag grenade. The frag grenade that I didn't see at the start of the round, but Kersey just dunks it on the low health player, grabs the AK, and moves it back.
Oh my goodness.
Lucky, the only AK, opened up damage.
A single dollar go into that round.
Well, the frag grenade.
But did he pick it up with the AK?
Oh, right. I'm not sure.
Da o'sha save qilib qolgan Kalashnik qolganlarda har bittasi pistolet bor edi, lekin longda yomon tutib olishdi. Ayniqsa Kursi Kalashni olib ketib qoldi. O'sha Kalash bilan round
on their approach. And in a lot of other rounds it felt
like
Mouse
Yo,
had
bugungi kunning
that
oxirgi o'yini.
layer of caution.
No,
This time,
birinchi
if I'm not
map
mistaken, even with that jump over.
Map ko'ramiz.
B-Trams, what are the odds of winning a 5 USP round with no investment?
Well, they saved one AK to start.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, there was a save last round from Lucky.
Okay.
He did the damage that allowed the nade to get the kill. Second AK grabbed.
And this is going to be expensive
Torzi
for Mouse, but it's still serviceable. It's a very good buy. Everything they need.
Spinks.
But you got to think with this one goes the game.
Maka. Tashlab berilmoqda.
That's a jolt of energy for 3D Max. And around they have no business winning.
Navbatdagi raskidlar, Xertion.
Keep it calm, keep it clean, close out. Xertion looks to test the waters without really announcing his approach, but doesn't catch contact. And now Maka inching closer towards him as we get this Mouse fall back from Cat.
Insane approach there from Maka. I'm not sure how much farther he's getting, but...
Reklama olganmiz. Reklamani baribir nima qilishimiz kerak-ku, to'g'rimi?
Okay.
To'g'ri auditoriyaga beryapmiz, eng qizig'i kerak bo'ladigan narsa.
They're all readying the extremities, but if you do this, you get everyone a little tied up, and the B players can get isolated.
Zelex.
Good chance at the split.
O'tib oldi va B'ga qarab agressiya, bu yerda Kursi bu Misura. Voy, tagida turibdi igro Kursi, bitta kill PRdan esa razmet.
No way.
No, oyog'ini ostida turgandi ya.
Got his barrel pressed to the back of Mouse's head.
My goodness.
O'tolmay qoldi
And
Misura.
the mid-door walk-up.
Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Overtime ko'ramiz deb fikr bildiryapman men. Hozirgacha u fikrdan qaytganim yo'q.
Oh, that's a
Birinchi map overtimegacha boradi.
Go your way to fall victim to that.
Yoki overtime yoki Mouse yutib ketadi oxirida. Adashgan bo'lsam farqi yo'q. O'zimni taxminim bu.
Or if it's 3D Max. And I think for 3D Max, they found 3 close shaves in these last rifles, but at the same time, going B in that spot was the right thing to do. There was no one in spawn to take advantage of any nade breaking open a smoke. There was no one boosted up to punish them as they were getting to the doors. And so, unbeknownst to 3D Max, there were no timings to catch them.
Oh, this is going to hurt to watch back.
Oh, wild.
As Spinks is climbing into him, he doesn't even see it.
Yeah.
And then he tries to go one over.
Oh my goodness, as they're splitting mid and...
Misura.
Just got to walk that one off.
I mean, that jump up costs him. You've already got the
22 round boshlandi.
That's why I don't want to call it unlucky, because it was a spot where he actually could have chilled, but...
And the shot on Spinks point blank is his, but now 3D Max feels a little riled up, like they want to fight for this 12th one. And they'll give Xertion something to think about with that nade perfectly placed. They'll also fall back already. Not looking to hang around in lower tunnels, but it is a good way to elicit this utility usage. You've got Mouse burning nades on the approach because they're worried that there's players floating around middle.
Mouse hujumini to'g'ri strategiya bilan qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Agarda bu roundni olishadigan bo'lsa ham keyingi round baribir uchta Max pul topib bay qilsa kerak katta ehtimollik bilan.
They'll make it happen and they'll go to try to duel with Spinks, who's holding his own with a little bit of damage, but it is Masuda to make up for it. Simultaneous walkout middle here by Zelex through the T smoke.
Ko'rdi, Lucky'ni kutib olmoqchi, lekin orqadagi Kursini check qilmayapti. 5-3 vaziyat.
Smoke grenade in the doors, not enough of a fake
to have 3D Max off guard. But there's a second player
lekin that does almost catch them off guard. Still, by the time he looks to strike, Xertion 50 HP in a 2 versus 5.
Torji hamda Xertion 5 kishiga qarshi shortda eshitdi Torji yashashga qarab yo'l oldi. Hayot uchun kurash bu yog'iga. 12-round. Kiritiladi Lucky Torjiga save qilishga bermayapti. Puldan muammo raqib jamoa bo'lgan Mouse'da ham bor. Ya'ni Xertionning o'zida hozircha. Shuning uchun Kalashni save qilib qolgani Yaxshiroq o'yin, 5 kishi bilmadim save'ga berishiga. Xissangizni ko'rsini o'ldirib berdi.
He's going to try to carve his way out of the situation because every dollar counts. But it looks like he might be
3 kishi
walking
shortdan
the wrong
yugurib kelyapti. Xissangiga agressiya.
They really want to deny this AK, and
Misura
there's a
tomonidan
reason why.
qiyinchilik bilan bo'lsa da
$2,000 left
o'ldirib
on
berildi.
Zershin after that death. 3D Max even just
Map
starting
point,
this round
uchta Max.
with a more aggressive,
Map
different
pointga
look
chiqib
towards
oldi.
middle had Mouse, I feel like scratching their head for a second.
Well, you know what I love about it? First of all, they get the little util damage to begin with.
Birinchi bo'lib
but they
Misura
have a
boshiga
second
yeg'ilgan ekan.
plan. Sometimes when you give up a really aggressive position, you're left with no space at all and a really boring looking map, and it's still only a minute 30. But instead, they've already using their
Faqat
players who
Torzi
are pushing
bilan
on mid
Zershinni
to
o'zini
re-push
qoldirish
into
kerak.
tunnels while they have a third player in the site. So even when Zelix walks out mid,
Zelix
they're
kim
very
pistoletlarda
comfortable
yaxshi
to
o'ynab
approach that
beryapti.
with two players. They only needed
No,
one
mayli, Mouse
because
hali
they
birinchi
caught the
turnirdan
timing.
bunaqa hate
But
qilib
this is one moment
tashlamaylik.
in this CT half
Keyingi
where I feel like
turnirlarda
3D
yilni
Max
oxirida
totally outcalled Mouse.
o'ylab ko'ramiz.
Just a dash of flair in round 22 to secure that 12th round. And sure enough, denying that save last round means Zershin has nothing but a Tech 9 and a couple nades in the 23rd. Real limitation on Mouse.
19 ta kill bilan muzlab qolgan ekan.
Will 3D Max have the nerve to make more opening moves?
Zershin Tech 9 da, qolgan iloqlar esa ikkita galil, ikkita kalashda o'ynashadi bu raundda. Raqib jamoada full buy bor. Ikkita kalashnik ham save qilib qolishgan buni oldingi raund. Yaxshi qayashga ham o'tib berildi. Lekin hech kimga damage yetib bormayapti. Zelix shortdan kirib kelishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. 4 kishi bo'lib deganimizda 3 kishi ekan. Spinks chunki B'ga yo'l olgan va Loyidagi agressiyani kutib olishga hozir bizda PR yuborildi va PR bu yerda Maka tomonidan tutib olindi. Tezkorlik bilan shortga yordamga yetib kelishadi. Shortni shunchaki bo'sh qoldirib yuborishgan uchun Max a'zolari nimagadir KTdan yordam yetib keldi o'z vaqtida. Maka hozircha saytga o'tib olishmadi va shortdan birozgina ortga qaytib borishgan hamda raskidlar bilan chiqib kelishmoqchi katta ehtimol bilan lekin Moltk bilan haydab yuborishdi. Gravity Spinks bilan birgalikda duel va Spinks low. Gravityning esa u qaratiga 6 dona qolgan va Gravity qaytib oldi ortga. 40 soniya atrofida vaqt.
I don't think they have anything to worry about. They've got enough players here on the A side. Mouse know that. They're going to have to force the situation.
Va Kursi Xershini tutib oldi. Kursi. Yo. Ketadan o'tkazishmaydi. Bu deganimizda Torji pik qilib berdi. B igro ham bor. Torji hamda Zelixlar 3 kishiga qarshi raund davom ettirishadi. Misura. Jinni bu. Misura zo'rg'a Torjini o'ldirib bermoqda. Eng so'nggi igroga esa Zelix. Bitta kill. Kalashni save qilishni tanlayapti. Kalash olindi qo'lga. Pashkachi o'zining qo'lida bomba o'rnatiladi. Ikkita headshot beradi. Maka bermayapti shans. 3da Max 13 hisobida o'zini pikini olib ketdi. 3da Max kuchayibdimi? Kuchaygan. Mana shu o'yin bilan ko'rsatib qo'ydi. Ikkinchi map bizda soat 21:35 da boshlanadi. New kartasi. FB Skins skinlar sotib olishingiz uchun Telegram kanal KZ2.uz esa vaqtni maroqli o'tkazishlar. Server. Akalar 15 minut vaqt. Orqa fonga men birorta wire-nimi, videolarni qo'yib ketaman. Bular chunki reklama qo'yib yuborish mumkin-da, shunisini yoqtirmayman. Qani? Counter Strike Simple Senzu Mzinho 10 kun oldingi video. Shuni qo'yaymi?
Она CS крашит. Мизини, ну как же ты не убиваешь? Надо тилт, это не тилт. Бай. Ну, на тильте. Ай смок. Провоси.
Bo'ladimi? Mana shuni qo'yib ketsam hech qanaqa reklama yo'qmi orasida?
Yo, кайсидо.
Kimlarga qarshi o'ynayapti bular? Pishin degan yo'riqlarga qarshi.
Erbalbaka.
Pierre umuman o'ynamadi.
Okay.
Hello. Bot.
Hello.
Bo'ldi. 15 minut ichida hech qanaqa reklama yo'q ekan, shuni ko'rib.
Стрим против Симпла, когда никто не верил. Бля, байтит. Если зарежешь Симпла... По правых. Я...
Bu turnirda yo'q. Qatnashmagan bu turnirda.
Hello, you here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You wanna start city? Let's fucking start city, yeah?
Yeah, we can.
Guys, let's start city.
You're the captain.
I'm the captain.
I play.
Oh.
Okay.
Where are you gonna play, guys?
Maybe no, maybe you go B.
Who, me?
You want to meet an A?
I want you to go B.
Blue, can you go B?
With sense.
I will play A.
And you, yellow, you play middle with me. Oh, not yellow, purple. So funny.
Bля.
Fuck, you said yellow, he is yellow. Maybe they walk at mid now.
9 simple, пацаны. За пилором 9 simple.
Two.
Hi. Oh shit. They're holding you back. I'll try to help you, just stay alive.
They're going back, they're running water right.
Wait.
Two more water, guys.
Be mine.
One be main.
Coming water to cave, yes?
Yeah, cave.
Pushing cave.
Okay, he's coming cave. Out, cave.
One cave, one main. Last cave.
Easy.
За сайтом тройка. За сайтом. Два за сайтом, у вас нет кона.
Тройка за сайт, батька на жестко лупит.
Все, мы наигрались.
Так, ладно, надо посмотреть.
Здорово, удачки, спасибо. А у вас буткемп в Хельсинки?
Guys, you ready to destroy? Senzo, I want 20 kills right now from you.
Okay.
20 on 1. 20 kills on that.
Alright. One stairs. I'm holding
Maybe they're going carpet slower.
Wait.
Billion stairs, guys. To take info from... No one water for Rotten. That'll be main, okay?
What is this? One aim.
I can...
Hey, Vico, guys, you got this.
Буфаня.
Давай.
Все, забей сайт пока.
Пошли мейн, ладно.
Убил темпл. Тебя перед лестницей.
Стой.
It's A, bro. Both sides.
One HP. Tilting bomb.
Он...
Пройти!
Не убежали.
Reload! My bad.
А я вара развернулся. Радовались бы вы так на...
Как это символ бомба на ебучие нахуй.
Flashbang.
To water.
To water. Yeah, can we swing to little purple after the smoke?
Okay, let's go.
To water. Okay, let's
Go
go.
in front of cave.
Let's go, guys.
Go ahead, man.
Half HP close.
One B main, two cave.
Ну, под
Это гейм крипы. Так это понятно, пацаны.
Вот так.
Примей. Water. Mid a lot.
One more mid, guys.
Let's fight together. Easy.
One is outside A, man.
I'm dead. My CS crashed. О, я ебал. Я просто нажал.
Ника вышел. Бля, я ебал.
Били.
Тут, both mid. Iron A.
Take coming camera. One side, one close camera.
Мизинин, как же ты не убиваешь? Такой важный раунд, блядь.
За колонной нет. Я тебя жду чуть-чуть. Хорош.
Last stand pump. Heaven. Yeah,
One good one, guys. One more. Nice, one more mid.
Ебало. Моє окно. Ты в смуты муть, Ярик.
5 хп в метро.
Можем убить его.
Смотри, окно.
Давай, я пику окно.
Microphone
Я
muted.
шейку иду, похуй.
Надо ебать, да.
Как будто в упоре.
And I always think they fucking stream snipe me. Поэтому
Can I
я
go
займу
for
ту
info?
позицию. Будут префайром меня там убивать, а я здесь.
Close one.
One mid, one Amen.
One 80.
Окей.
Amen. Last Amen.
Играем, рыба.
9, под вами.
Под нами.
Microphone activated.
Survive if you can. Walk.
We have bomb.
Left.
We have smoke. We can.
Bomb is front of me.
Yeah, I see. They're going.
Attempt. Sad, guys.
Inside room.
Oh. I'm on HP.
Ебать он у нас дал, блядь.
Да, было очень жестко, не, там пиздец.
Ебать он шарю, да, братуха.
Флэш был лобби была, кон.
Я флешкон дам.
Подожди.
Fuck, mid out.
Only one cave. I'm doing a cheat.
Outside cave.
Bomb B.
I need help.
Oh, last stairs. Only one.
Он убил.
Еще Б. А, моя пачка.
Да.
Еще один на Б сайт.
Убил. А, я в целом.
Only one.
Stairs list?
Yeah, with up. He can be take up.
У меня смог.
Bye, okay, that. So, he sees that I'm pushing.
I'm holding your left
Can
side,
be
right
outside
side.
Amen.
Okay. I smoke stairs.
I'm close to you, bro. I'll pick on your contact.
Okay.
You hold the stairs?
Watch out, carpet. Yeah, I'm holding.
I have carpet only. Carpet dead. Only one.
I don't see mid. I'm doing
I'll kill him. Maybe.
I can flash mid purple. Flashing mid. Oh, lost. Never mind. Sorry.
I don't see mid.
Stairs, yeah.
No stairs.
Nice.
Can be carpet, watch out.
Он еще был. Блять, 50 и запилер. Ладно, 100. Где-то 4.
Мэн, понял, ёб нахуй. Чё он ждет, блядь?
Can be mid.
I'm picking up. One dead. Only one. Okay. One more mid AK. Two. One more close. Two more.
I'm set on camera.
Stay.
Let's go, bro.
Nice job, guys.
You want to take it, Sasha?
Yeah, let's go. I want to push A. Can you do this Molotov deep? I drop you one more Molotov.
Yeah, okay.
You can do deep Molotov and double HE stairs, okay?
Okay.
You do from here?
Yeah.
Middle flash.
I don't know guys, I don't know.
They look fast mid.
I have water, I push.
One water, left side.
Carpet to enemy. Fucking hell.
Two connect.
More be mini.
Half.
Ну, так и каждому говорит, что делать, чтобы у нас не умирали, типа, вот так сразу. Этот тип на миде мог сейвово сыграть, фастмид, не фастмид. Надо было сказать ему, что мы делаем, чтобы он сыграл сейвово. Ну или самому ему сказать, чтобы он сыграл сейвово. Надо бежать с ножом сейчас. Думаю, что тип в темпл прошел. Есть шанс, я думаю, тип сам занял КТ. Этот тип, кстати, с Б. Вот так.
I don't know.
I don't understand. Блядь, ну как у нас нет инфы никогда по этому киллу, ну пиздец.
We save, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Ah, sir, I just briefed. They both 1 HP.
But did you hear them coming fast?
Yeah, I mollied him. They just ran through my molly.
Some pretty damning stats brought up there before this one goes live with 3
battery fully charged.
Nuke in the last 3 months. So Dumaus have an edge in this veto to extend the game to a third. A big shift in the predictions over obviously a map will do that for you, but it's not just the map. I think it's the nature of the victory. 3D Max had a solid game plan, found a weakness in the first half, really got value out of that B bomb site, and when push came to shove and Maus's rebound felt real, they threw a wrench at Maus, catch him off guard with an upset win, and sure enough, sit pretty on top of Dust 2. So again, looking to supersede the stats, looking to find a nuke win in their first outing on the map in months. It's a tough ask for 3D Max.
O'yin boshlandi, ketdik. Nuke kartasi himoyada o'ynaydi. Uchida Max, hujumda esa Maus jamoasi. Uchida Max atiga bitta map qoldi, yarim finalda ajratib turibdi. Maus esa ikkita map qo'lga kiritishi kerak, yarim final yo'llanmasini hal qilish uchun. Lucky Sphinx va pistolet ramp boshlangan smokelar orasida damagelar albatta bo'lishi. Lucky 11% jon bilan tirik qolmoqda Sphinx.
Let's find out why 3D Max suck at nuke.
Sphinx, Gravity tomonidan tutib olindi bu yerda Maka. Bitta minus amalga oshirilmoqda. Maka double triple kill Makadan Quadrosni ham ko'rishimiz mumkin. Quadro gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Solo rampda hech kimga bermadi Maka.
Make it 3 of 3. I think they forgot to put real ammo in those guns. That is unfortunate.
Bunaqa start mana shu Maus ham hayron qoldirgan.
Pistol stats like that can make all the difference, obviously. Now, normally you look at a 0% win rate and you go,
juda qiynalib o'tdi bo'lmasa, yana 6% joni bilan qolganda. 6% o'tolmaydi.
Versus Falcons.
What are we saying here?
We're talking about a 0-4 score line, 3 single-digit losses to Wazowski.
Michael.
İkinci round boşlandı.
Gentlemates and
Full echo
Heroic.
round.
And then
Misura rampta.
13-11 lost to Liquid as well. Very poor in both halves.
Gravity.
So basically everything needs to change
Possession.
Today.
For something to give.
Right now.
We can put it this way. This would be an all-out embarrassment for Mouse to lose this map. And and that would just be on the basis of the scoreline. For us watching, we might see that 3D Max brought, you know,
Yo, akalar, hali qaranglar, bitta narsaga e'tibor qaratinglar. Hali hech qaysi komandalar, ya'ni yarim finalda kim bilan o'ynashi aniq emas. Ertaga hamma o'yin tugagandan keyin komandalar tanlaydi bir-birini. Ikkita pastdagi komanda, ikkita tepadagi komandani tanlaydi, ya'ni raqibni.
Masuda just tucks tail.
Spiritni kim tanlaydi bilmayman. Misura ortga qaytib olmoqda. Misuraga agressiya ko'rsatishadi va Misura bitta ham kill qila olmayapti. Lucky yetib keldi bu yerga, Lucky ham qiyin holatda. Xershon o'tib tashladi uni. Kursidan headshot.
Xershon dies right after to Kursi. But then the Glocks find
Torji bilan PR-dan headshotlar. Hozir Forspay va Maspul ekonom ketishadi. 5 ta Glockda. Gravity hamda Makatrik qolgan. Hali ham Glockda ular mana endi Xelax Famous oldi qo'liga.
Having to go for this retake.
Who would have thought? Oh my goodness, they're
oh no. Oh, they're going to walk away.
Juda qiyin retake'lardan biri.
Okay, no, Mac is walking at this, but dude, 10 seconds, you gotta get
safe.
It's a 5 Glocks.
5 ta Glockda Mouse round yutib ketyapti.
Well, that's you know, kind of getting him back for the 4 USP 1 AK round back on Dust 2, but the problem is it happens immediately after your pistol.
It's funny because Masuda would play ramp when he played on Vitality.
Zo'r o'tkazdi, lekin bombani ham o'rnatdi Mouse, roundni ham yutdi, qurollarni ham save qilib qoldi, pul ham yetadi, 6000, 5000 dollardan bor hammasida. Va full buy bo'ladi, endi force qilish navbati uchida Maxda.
Very awkward for Masuda, but also very weird to not have. This is a Glock round. You have no one playing fast rotation or ramp. You have no one coming in turnpike to catch them. I was looking at him fall back the first time. I was like, okay, but he's still alive. Someone might come help. He doesn't even know that someone's going to come help. So
Hello, Telegram kanaliga obuna bo'lib qo'ying, Azbek ismida. Telegram kanalida hamma natijalar tashlab qo'yilgan.
And honestly, it's even more incredible that even though he gets away, they still win.
Xershon, what's up, boys? What's up, guys?
A Xershon standing chirp.
Yeah.
Can't say I've ever seen that.
I mean, 5 Glocks. That's a rare sight. I don't know if it's rarer than 5 USPs, but it's
Lucky 67% jomlar ko'chada esa hech kim yo'q, shunchaki smoklar tashlab qo'yilgan xolos.
We're talking about Glocks versus armor versus USP versus armor.
Flash raskillar tayyor va A'ga fast kirib kelishadi. Katta raskillar qilib berildi. Flash, yana bir flash olinadi. Lucky hech narsani ko'rmayapti. Full mind holatda qolib ketishi mumkin hozir. Gravity va Lucky nima qiladi? Gravity bitta minus, Gravity double kill qilmadi. Lekin Lucky yetib keldi yordamga. Torji hamda Xershondan navbatdagi minuslar bor. Maka birga bir clash Torji atiga 5% jomlar tirik qolgan. Vo, Maka Torjini o'ldirib berdi. Force'ga qarshi Force ishladi.
Yes, working with a little more. Somebody please stand up.
I don't think
Xershon's going to try. Xershonga javob qaytarmasganmi?
That's
oh no way.
There's no way to tell exactly who's playing well right now based on these last 3 rounds.
Look, you had M4s. It's not as big of an upset as it was the Mouse Glocks. But Maka finding value on that hit. Mao's just trying to think they can storm the gates of the A sites, and they pay the price.
Maka with the 6-0 start and the op.
4-chi round boshlandi va ikkita kalash. Torjida scout.
Oh, he stood up. He never
stands up. Tek 9 headshot berib biladimi deb o'ylayman. Yo'q, hozircha qo'llashmoqda. Bitta kill. Lobbini oxirigacha push qilib kelishdi. Amenga yaqin kelib olishgan. Torji ham pachka bilan Amen tomonni check qilib turibdi. Xelax esa Heavenga qarab chiqib kelmoqchi. Heaven'da hech kim yo'q. Wow, kursi check qilishga o'tdi bu pozitsiyani. Xelax kirib keladi. Va timinglar bu yerda. Ko'rib qoldi kursi. Xelaxni tutib olmoqda. PR.
I was thinking, is that a little early? But they don't have that much coming into this buy.
There goes the AK though.
What Deagle
that's going to help. PR hits the Deagle shot, but Masuda's also here in heaven. You'd think this timing does not get predicted, but
Torji! Yana bir Misuraning xatosi. Zershin ham kirib keldi va Zershin bu yerda Lucky'ni o'ldirib beryapti.
And now Maka's going to have big impact on that A site again, but with the op upgrade he went for at the start of the round, you know he doesn't want to lose that.
If Zershin stands up again, I'm going to be in tears.
Please.
Come on. That would be really
The
funny.
mouse. Chiqib ketish niyati yo'q turnirda.
Okay, so it's going to be like this, huh? Nuke
Bu mouse
is...
turnirda.
Couldn't have predicted this.
Aynan mana shu
Kind of
nuqtasida
a sloppy
tugatish
start.
niyati yo'q.
This one's almost a little unlucky, too. It's like Torji hitting that shot. Spray's not that good.
Even with the element of surprise on the timing.
Yeah, it wasn't like some huge positional thing. No, don't want it. No, no AK.
Safe.
I think PR picked it up.
2-2 hisob tenglashdi. 6-0 KD'da. Maka faqat safe.
Why don't you look at our screens?
Only safe Maka.
This one's mine.
Oops. Nice shot, PR. Damn.
Oh, it's a... Oh, yeah, there it is.
Misura.
God damn.
Zelix from Texas.
Yana bir Force'ga qarshi Force. 3 ta pistolet bu safar. Makada esa AWP.
Right, who's going to win this round?
Makani birinchi marta o'lishiga guvoh bo'lamizmi? Maka Zershini tutib berdi.
Oh boy.
Yaxshi flash va qochib qolish.
Got the right idea. Took all that damage, but
Lekin smoke orasida juda ham ko'p damage'lar qabul qilib oldi Maka. Zelix yana xuddi o'shanaqa o'ynab ko'rmoqchimi? Ya'ni Havenga qarab chiqib kelmoqchimi? Lekin chap tomonni tekshirmasligi aniq. Ya'ni Lucky'ning pozitsiyasi tekshirilmaydi.
And he's got a teammate. Oh, the pinch is good.
Misura teginmasang, san teginma Kalashga. Tinchgina Misura oldi qo'liga.
It's more surprising to see this out of Mouse, you know?
True. Yeah, I think if you're 3D Max, I mean,
just like, okay, I knew this was going to be hard.
Right. If you're expected to lose Nuke anyways,
like
might as well get into this kind of sketchy, sloppy duel at the beginning of it, and hey, maybe it opens a door where you can break Mouse's economy, get enough CT sides, and hope that Mouse are just kind of off their game tonight.
Bular mana shunaqa force qilib
yurishdi. It's actually hilarious about their 0-4 Nuke. 62% of pistols.
Force'ga qarshi
The single-digit losses.
Bundan faqatgina Mouse yutadi. Mouse shunda qancha ko'p round olsa shuncha yaxshi va PR'ni o'tolmayapti Maka.
Thrown by PR gets Maka into an awkward moment. Ladder
Torji's
Torji's going to be preoccupied. It's kind of hard for him to get into the sight hit now.
Deagle'da kill yo'q.
Kersey's D goes off, but it's behind the vent. The MP9
Gravity'ni ham check qilishdi. 5ga uchun round yutib ketmoqda Mouse. Keyingi round full echo bo'ladi degani.
That's a great round out of PR.
5ga 3 edi-ya.
And just Mao's kind of slicing through the very real looming threats that 3D Max had this round, right? They were pretty well equipped. They had that pistol crossfire, net them a 5v3. But from that 5v3, no further kills to 3D Max.
And I think stylistically, it's going to be a great idea for Mouse to keep trying to put pressure on the outside wrap instead of just going for standard stuff. Like, take advantage of early vents, taking hell control. Because this is where the communication becomes the hardest for the CT side, and that's where certainly 3D Max are going to have the least, you know, rounds where they remember they recovered, obviously.
Mana shu uchun ham Misuraga bermaslik kerak edi Kalashda.
No wins on it.
Baribir foydalana olmadi.
If a team's rough at Nuke, it's usually because of rotations. That was a moment for Maka. I wonder if he could have dived forward into secret above the stairs.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, it looks like he could have got away with it. But I feel like in that moment, you think you hit that shot sort of deal.
Yeah, maybe. Unfortunate.
6-chi round boshlandi.
That's his first death.
Va faqatgina USB'lar hamda save qilib qolingan Kalash Gravity'da Deagle bor. Men bitta round esladim, Dustda kim esida o'zi o'sha longda tutib olishgan, ya'ni bitta save qilib qolingan Kalash bilan yutib ketilgan round.
Already seeing Mouse run into this A site and kind of get crunched on. Yes, again, multiple rifles in that second round.
Utility hozircha Misurada mana tashlab bermoqda Misura utilitylarni.
99%. Round 2 was just the 4th all-Glock eco win in CS2 Nukes at A+ tier events. 4-2-8-9, 1% win rate. That was a lot to get through.
Wow.
A 1% win rate. Oh, how you like them apples? It was worth standing up then. Nice stand up
Qarashu o'sha 5 ta Glock'dami, 4 ta Glock'da yugurgan raundi bor-ku ularni. Ikkinchi raund, ya'ni mana Nuke kartasining ikkinchi raundi. Eko bilan yutib ketishgani mavzuda. 1% shans bor ekan yutib ketishga o'zi.
Good flash.
Damn.
Kim flash otib berdi?
Now there's a max 10 out here and the AK's up above Hutton.
Mana endi Misura yomon turibdi.
Oh, Misura
Oy, Digilda
yomon otdi. But they heard that, right? The AK popped one shot off, so Zelek's concerned.
Voy, Torji Lucky bilan razm beryapti.
Oh, he goes for it.
Masuda
Torji safe.
Slides through him.
Torji
And as
safe.
you tiptoe up the ladder with your op, you have died
Qanaqa
to a
round bu
single
ketdi?
AK round.
Gravity ham Digilda head berib
Yeah, Cyclone's gonna scold them a bit for this one.
Aytdim, bitta force mana shunaqa. Hozir full pistoletlarga berib yuborishdi roundni.
What do you even say about this game so far?
Stinks. In very entertaining ways.
Nima bo'lyapti bu komandalarga?
Sorry. Quit calling him names.
It's a retake. I said retake.
Well, no retake needed because that bomb doesn't even get planted. 3D Max, just so many players on the site. That flash, I mean, awkward.
Yeah, that was a T-flash in a mini, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Masuda wastes no time. Oh la la la la.
Oh la la la la.
They are indeed French as hell.
I mean, you got to think about how prepared 3D Max would have had to be for this map in this series.
Sure.
Like, they almost certainly knew it was coming.
Yep.
And they knew they were also not promised us to. So.
Texnik pauza olindi. Qaysidir yiroqda muammo bo'lgan.
They haven't shown their full strength yet, but again, the foundation of this team is winning rounds like that. You know, being a little bit tricky when there's not much to work with. Stretching what little they have. Again, that's why we look at this game from Mouse's POV and go, ooh, I mean, you should just be cleaning these up.
Texnik pauza. Nima gap o'zi akalar? Ishlamay ko'ramiz deb o'ylaysizlar? Men baribir ishlamay ko'ramiz deb o'ylayman.
PR coming in, it's not going to be perfect right away.
He's off to a better start here on map 2 than he ever was over on Dust 2. That was a real pain point for PR. I almost want to say maybe
Donk indin kun o'ynaydi, shanba kun o'ynaydi shu bilan.
I'll check. Not that he would want me to, but I will.
I think we will see a strength for him when it comes his turn to play ramp, for sure. I think Maui put it well, where, you know, if there's guys on his screen, he is a laser. And he is has a lot of multi-frag potential. A lot more comfort.
Ketdik. Bizda hamma narsa joyiga kelib oldi hamda 7-raund boshlandi.
So far for Mouse just happened on Dust 2.
Torji.
You think about PR though, he does have overlapping strengths with Spinks, I would say. He knows how to walk a flank on time. Super good at catching very difficult kill multis when there's, you know, nowhere else you can hide.
T-smoke there.
Razvey va hozir full bayga qarshi full bay va nihoyat ikkita jamoada ham full bayli raundga yetib kelibmiz, lekin mana bu qayishgandan keyin yo'qdi. Lucky qayishgandan tashlab berishga davom etadi. Misura bitta mute. Pixar Razmen ramp esa egallanib bo'lindi. 4-3 vaziyat B'ga qarab yo'l olmoqda Gravity vent orqali. Sekinlik bilan rampga ham rotatsiya amalga oshirishadi ko'chada yurgan yuroklar.
But they fan out pretty nicely, actually. They still have outside control. Like, it's really upstairs. That's totally vacated.
Hamma B'ga, full B'ga qarab yurishdi.
This is kind of a wild rotation, though. Yeah, I mean, you've already got two guys.
Lekin bomba bilan sekinlikka A'ga qarab turishmoqda endi Mouse.
Like 2 or 3 times.
Smoke tashlab berildi, ammo endi hech kim yo'q.
And just that difference in
Ya'ni yo'llar to'sib qo'yiladi endi.
And now it's not even their sight.
Umumiy A'da hech kim yo'q.
They're gonna have to go back around the lobby.
Juda yomon o'ynayapti lekin baribir uchta max ketada bunaqa bilmadim xatolar 4 kishi bo'lib turib hamma B'ga qarab yuraverdi. Hali bomba ko'rinmagan. Hozir bombani bemalol o'ynab ketadi Mouse. Va side'ni ham to'liq egallab olishgan. Haven'da ham igroq bor ularni. Xershon.
Xershon finds timing, confirms 2 in lobby. Sticks around for only a moment. Wants that op to take the line instead. We'll see.
Qiyin retake'lardan biri. Torji ham ko'rsatmasin, mishotlar qilib berib turibdi. Maka. Orqadan yetib kelishdi, orqasidan ot tashlashdi. Xershon ko'shni o'ldirib berdi va ustiga qoldi gravitiga kelganda. 4-3. Amalga oshdi retake. Kutmaganda u, lekin qo'llardan keldi bolalar.
Just Xershon gets a kill. There's a
bomba uratilganligi sababli yana force qilishsa hayron qolaman.
They both missed their chances to take down the numbers to hold on to that bomb site, because if they maintained hut, things get real problematic for 3D Max. But this sequence of nades, the third one caught off the timing. You saw this player fully exposed. The fourth one just straight up kills the guy.
It's crazy because they're just trying to get vision, but they're getting damage out of it too.
And with that, 3D Max 4-3 the lead. Tech9's in hand for Mouse now.
8-round boshlandi.
Earning a chance to run away with some free rounds on the other side of this one.
Spinks.
It's a big pickup last round. This is your reward.
I definitely don't mind a ramp play here. Masuda has almost never had help, and he's also committed very hard to fighting. It's a good combination for taking it. He's going up into heaven.
Yana ramp, yana Misurada. Mana shu Misuraga ishonchim yo'qdi umuman rampda.
Here's the exit.
Kursi Xershonni yo'q qilib berdi. Mana Misura bitta kill. Mana nimaga ishonchim yo'q. Bittagina kill qilib beryapti va AWP PRning qo'lida. Gravity not ketdi. Yana shunaqa round ey. Half-boy bilan round yutib ketadi hozir Mouse.
Into garage. Mouse have hit the pause button, hanging around towards hell.
Gravity.
Looking to get active from down beneath, but this
tekshirmaydi Spinks pozitsiyasini Gravity. Kursi deganim.
Where his teammates get caught off guard. Kursi's no longer considering it.
Tekshirmayapti Spinksda.
Timing. He'll recover. Thank goodness here for Mouse.
Ikkita igroqni ham ko'rdi. Bomba PRdagi haqida info bor. Lucky'da Spinks yordamga yetib kelish kerak tezroq. 35 soniya atrofida vaqt yoki pachkani otib boradi.
He's looking to throw the bomb, and as he does so,
double pick. Whoa, Lucky the lineup.
Oh, that was a mess.
Lucky uchta Maxni saqlab qolyapti. Lineup bitta liniyaga turib berishdi ikkita igroq ham.
That could have been. They get the entries. They've got 2 defenders who had better weapons with only 1 kill between them.
Zo'r. Gap yo'q. Chiroyli round.
Man advantage for Mouse.
And this is just not a great ramp situation again. I mean, Maka missed a shot. He's there in time, which is nice to see. But then Masuda comes back, full commits again, dies 1 for 1. That was just messy, man.
Tempo's on.
For Lucky.
Yaxshi round o'tkazishda hamda yana bir full buyga qarshi full buy Gravity aggressive ko'rsatib Spinksni minus qilib ketmoqda. Maka va Maka PRni tutib oldi. PR lekin 7 kill bilan yurgan ekan. Hozir endi Xelexni o'yini ochilmayapti. Razveylik flick o'xshamayapti. Lekin double pick o'xshadi. Kursidan double kill. Eng so'nggi igroq Xershon. Gravity tomon tutib olindi. 6-3.
Sweep guns under the rug and have a
6-3 hech kim bo'lmadi bu raundda. Menimcha bu birinchi marta hech kim bo'lmasa round olishi.
Absolutely insane start to this game. I mean, out of both teams, but the fact that it's 3 Max as the ones peeling away.
Yomon agressiya ko'rsatibdi, Gravity.
Early peak here for PR.
Bekorga lucky emas ekan. O'zi ko'pincha shunaqa lucky round olaveradi.
Long time, but it's synced up to the up perfectly in favor of 3D Max.
10 round boshlandi.
With pace towards ramp once more.
Misura. Yana Misura va yana ramp.
Don't mind them trying this.
Bilib olishdi bular qayerga borishdi. Nimaga ikkita bo'lib turishmayapti rampga yoki? Yana qo'liga bir qayashgan olib turadi mana shu igroq. O'tkazib yubordi o'sha bitta igroqda. Bitta kill Misura, double, Misura triple. Bo'ldi, men jimman Misura.
Easy does it. Masuda eludes death, and Torzi waits for a chance to tap that Tech9.
Torji Misurani yo'q qilgan bo'lsa, kursi orqadan yetkazib. Torjini olib ketmoqda, eng so'nggi igroq esa bitta killdan yurgan Xelax.
I mean, at one point this full tilts come into play here for Mouse. It's not something you ever see really with them.
Xelax.
You see them get frustrated, but again, one of the teams that's really good for
headshot
behind.
Voy, Xelax.
Like some golden chances have been lost.
Kutgandim lekin shunaqa reaksiyani undan.
Alex will try to make a meal of this.
Lucky Lucky'ga lucky head berish juda qiyin.
3D Max.
7-3 va biz 11-chi raunddamiz.
Again, you can't be completely happy about the way that some of these positions are being played. And if I'm Mouse, like going ramp makes sense over and over again. But at the end of the day, if you can't punish these really good openers, it doesn't matter. And it's Mouse flying through their timeouts.
Mouse the airport. Katta ehtimollik bilan shunaqa.
We've seen Mouse shift gears
lekin o'zini pika kutib ishdan zaman 8-4 bilan o'tadigan bo'lsa ham kamida Mouse.
And maybe a fresh start on the defense will bode well for their chances of making this ground up versus 3D Max, but you still got 2 rounds left in this half where it can't help but feel
o'zi buguni bilan o'ylagan
like
narsalari
3D Max remain in control.
Oh, Xantare speed.
Mouse now. They know they've got their work set out for them on their map pick just to try and get to Inferno.
Ismi bilan yozinglar shunaqa. Zugotto ham Zugotto. 11-chi raund bizda va full buy round bu yerda Mouse. Uchta maksimal shuni statistikasiga qarab kelaymi? Kartalar bo'yicha statistikasiga. Kartalar bo'yicha Nukda umuman o'ynamagan ekan, Nukning qizig'i. Tur marta o'ynagan, umuman yutmagan ekan. Gravity jinni bu yugurishini. Lekin Sphinx kirib kelgan ekan. Sphinxni kutishmadi bu pozitsiyadan va Torji Misuraga hajot bermoqda, ko'rsak hamda Lucky Turkishga qarshi. Sphinx zo'r o'ynab berdi. Tur marta o'ynab, hali birda ham win rate yo'q. Kursi qiyinchilik bilan o'tsa-da Sphinx o'tib berdi va agar Torjini ham o'ldirganida bu retake bo'lishiga men ishongan bo'lardim. Infernoda Mouse'ni qo'li balandroq. Anonim, Steam
I think he jumped out because Sphinx had already gotten across the site.
Sphinx and Kersey, I believe, cross paths on Squeaky.
Anonim, rahmatlar
uchun va hozir we're watching PR spin a knife, but
I think for him, it's if Sphinx is out here, it doesn't even matter. If there's someone in HUD, they're dead. So
still sketchy. So good on Mouse. We go back to Dust 2. It was a top-heavy Torzi and Zershin performance.
Lekin qanaqa qilib olaman deb turgandim, hech narsa yurim top tez degan. Qanaqa tashladingiz? Tradingda bo'ldim.
Same for Torzi. Two separate untradeable spots for Mouse with him controlling lobby.
7-4 hisob.
And he collects both. 4 rounds on the T side for Mouse, guaranteed. Would have wanted more, could have had more.
In the end, I think they'll be okay with 5 rounds. Won't be a half they'll keep on their mind, but
just makes me nervous knowing they've still also yet to win a pistol.
Shalon original mana bu. Ha, original ekan, Shalon ro'z qo'ygan ekan
the second half. And that's even if they get this 5th.
Va Maka, Smoker, Vichorak Xelax o'zi 2 kill bilan yuribdi. Smoke ichdan ham tutib oladilarmi uni?
Squeaky corners once more. It's him and Sphinx.
Kersey. Azizbey, uchta max qattiq o'ynayapti, yarim finalga kerak. Men ham shunaqa o'yin kutyapman baribir, uchta maxdan Azizbey.
Barring the main entrance, but that's what's freed them up to have 3 players.
Bunaqa o'yini bilan Mouse chiqmagani yaxshiroq. Makada miss, lekin Kursi bor bu yerda. Kursidan double kill, Lucky esa PR ni yo'q qilib berdi. Eng so'nggi iroq bizda Torji 5 ga 1 qolib ketdi.
Torji 1v5 in the final round of the attack.
Game yozib bering.
3D Max don't waste their chances. They throw more bodies on that A site, and with Maka's missed op shot, it is the riflers to extend in front of him and to shut Maus down.
8-4. O'tishadi 8-4 bilan. Kursi tomonidan tutib olindi. 3 daqiqa pauza, 3 daqiqa pauza. Like bosmaganlar, like'larni 2,5 ming qilib qo'yaylik. Bo'ldi, keyin umuman like so'ramayman. Hali bosmay turgan bo'lsangiz, keling, sirazu o'zi 20 ta like qolibdi 2,5 minggacha. 20 kishi shunday like bosib qo'ysin. Hali bosmaganlar bo'lsa oramizda. Nima o'rashmaysiz? Steam accountingizga kirganda comment degan bo'limida yozib ketiladi shunaqa narsada. Imzodan elektron variant. Tan tan tan. Tan taran. Tan taran. Tan taran. Mana endi Steam profilim. Mana bunaqa deb izlab ko'ring. Ro'zizi 24. Mana shunaqa bo'lishi kerak. Linkni hozir bu yerdan ololmayman-da, bonushga. Boshladim. Mavzu o'ynashni o'rganmabdi, hali ham deydilar bonush. Qizlarni ismini kelishmayapti. Atak mouse o'sha eng prime bundan 1 yil oldin, rovna 1 yil oldingi prime bo'lgan. Undan keyin faqat cho'kish bo'ldi mouse'da. 2 ta sezon o'yin olmadi-da. Ellik soniya vaqt qoldi. Donk nima deyapti o'zi?
Chichipoko.
Ha, muzikasi bor ekan. Orqa fonda mana shu muzikasi keyin edit qilib chiqish kerak. Streamdan keyin qiynaydi-da. Tagdagi summalar rostdan haqiqiy. Shu paytgacha bo'lgan oxirgi nima deydi, 1 oylik nima hisoblab beradi adashmasam. Topda turganlarni aytayotgan bo'lsangiz. Top nechtaligini bilmadim lekin. Topdim. Через trade link kras uladim. Steam profilimga. Trade linkim topib oldim. Если что, skin qimmatroq skinlar bo'lsa tashlayveringlar. Deydi, qizuv bo'lmayapti-yu. Qizlarga valo bormikan ko'rishga. Oshxona deysizlarni qilinglar. Mana trade linkim.
We're going to take this one away.
Zo'r print stream AWP'mi qanaqadir bir chiroyli skinlar bo'lsa mayli. Qabul qilaman. Perchatkim ham hozir yo'q. Chiroylisi.
Also, this series features 0 mouse pistol round wins.
Yaxshilik qoladi-ku odamdan, to'g'rimi?
This has to be the difference.
Lucky o'tib ketdi allaqachon. Lucky o'tib ketdi.
There's also nobody inside the ramp room.
Man,
to stop that bomb to head
Birga kirib kelib bo'lishdi.
Brother, all they've got is now the 2 players into the vent.
Voy, Lucky birozgina sabr qilib turganida hozir hammasi boshqacha bo'lishi mumkin edi. Pix kirib tashladi ya, double kill amalga oshirdi. Maka hamda gravity kuchiga qarshi bu yerda Maka yaxshina damage bera oldi. Exertion o'zini voy, Exertion sakrab o'zini o'ldirib qo'ydi. O, Maka torchini otib tashlayapti va Xelix haqida informatsiya bor Gravity'da. Bomba tushib qolgan. Gravity Xelixga qarshi chiqdi. Gravity pik qilmoqda va Xelix pistoletni bermaydi, lekin pistoletga ancha kuchli.
Because 5 is the best number. And Mouse needed that.
KZ2da oxirgi kunlar yomon ham qattiq o'yinlar. Qiziq ketyaptimi? 5 ga 5 lar KZ2 o'z serverida.
Zershin kills himself.
Never take the coward's way out. How did he even do it?
Ay, unlucky sakrash bo'ldi.
Oh, that could have mattered.
Comeback ko'ramizmi Mouse'dan? Nima deb o'ylaysizlar?
Think about it didn't matter. Mouse win a pistol.
Mouse win a pistol. Rounds on the scoreboard. Deagle for Maka and Gravity. Glocks for the core. Mouse in multiple timeouts in that first half. You heard Cyclone, you heard Zershin talking about the strength of the CT side. We'll get there. It's fine. It's our side. Put pen to paper.
Zershin. Eng katta elo 70 ming.
This triple MP9 situation
has 300 ming, ana 500 ming umumiy qo'yilgan.
SMGs on that A floor. Flash and a check from Zershin. He sees presence outer.
Va bu yerdagi Zershin double kill, Gravity razmi qilib ketdi.
Sets up Gravity for one at
Spinks
least.
esa Gravityni o'zini keng roundga jo'natmoqda. Spinks
should be
triple killni qilishga yaqin. Lucky'dan lucky headshotlar ko'rishimiz ham mumkin. Yo'q, o'qlar yetmayapti. Unlucky.
And keep 4 players up. Spinks with the triple. Mouse 2 rounds from tying this game.
70 ming, 60 ming. 3-o'rin uchun nimadir qilsa bo'lar ekan, lekin o'yin oxirida hamma tinmay o'ynayaptimi deyman. Bir kungina qoldi.
Just makes this series so much more real. Torzy goes instantly into an up. And we'll have to see about this 3D Max T side, because as many doubts as we would have had about this map, their CT side is still better than what we've seen from them on T side. That's natural, obviously. But I guess the question is for Mouse, like, what have 3D Max brought into this map, you know, to be ready to play it? Because, again, there'd be no doubt they would have brought in new stuff.
Spinks.
It's also a question of will the rubber meet the road, because
hujumi salgina kuchsizroq manimcha, lekin endi raskidlardan A'ga kirib kelishiga baho beramiz. Flash tashlab beradigan yuroklar ham turishibdi. Molotov juda kech Molotov bilmadim nimaga. Zelexda allaqachon double kill, bu flash otib berish kerak edi bu igrok. Bunaqa kuchsiz hujum bilan haqiqatan ham nuke o'ynashni bilmaydi. Nuke o'ynashni bilmaydi. 3 max hujumda ya'ni. Himoyaga default. Ko'rdik qanaqa xatolar bilan o'ynaganini boshlanishida.
And there's no bomb plants in these last 3 rounds out of 3D Max 2. That'll slow him down.
Tontoron. 3 ta map ko'radiganga o'xshayapmiz.
Surely that's such a sigh of relief for Mouse to win the first gun round, but to do it with still the majority SMGs to get even more money on top of it.
It's the best way to win those, yeah, for sure.
All of this does indeed hinge on a 1v1 in the pistol. But Mouse have most certainly made their lives easier to bounce back in this series.
Mouse mana shunaqa ekonomika bilan ham juda xavfli o'ynab berganda, masalan, hozir lobbida yig'ilib olgan hammasi nima qilishni bilmayapti. To'g'ri raskit qilishda ham qiynalib qolishdi.
Which was that messy back and forth.
Zelex 1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt qolmoqda. Hali ham lobbida yig'ilib olishgan, ramp tomonga.
A reload here, smoke's coming up.
A'ga kirib kelish ko'rdik. Bitta flash otib berildi. Ikkinchi flash Makada.
Maka's got another.
Yana bir flash.
This time they'll try to
kirib kelishdi. Yaxshi kirib kelish bo'ldi.
No way. Double kill entry, that's what they're looking for. 2 flashes to set
Maka qutqarib qolishi mumkin mana bu raskidlari bilan. Lakkasiga 6 foiz jon bilan qolgan. Molotov, flash, Torji. Save mi deyman o. Save ketishadi yo. Turtga 2 qolib ketishdi. Mana bu endi qanaqadir bir chiroyli o'ylangan round bo'ldi o'shda Max tomonidan. Yana teng o'yin ko'rishda davom etamiz yana bu.
2 more to catch both players upstairs totally blind.
Oh, this is going to be
utility.
This is a blemish on the series for Mouse. It happened on Dust 2 at the start of Nuke, And now again, just when we thought Maus had control of the situation, Maka's first flash, nobody moves.
Yeah.
That second flash perfectly blinds Zelex. Well-timed snap of the fingers out of 3D Max. They swarm that site.
And they have the trailing flash out of Squeaky at the same time.
Wow. 3 players on that bomb site as well.
Yep. Had to kill them all. I mean, just how many disasters can you sustain?
Well, luckily it was such a strong start from Maus that economically they can stave that one off. It's an op immediately back in Torzi's hands, full grenades, kits and caboodle.
But it's not, it makes up also for the bomb plants though for 3D.
Time out olindi 3 ta Max tomonidan. O'zi bu komanda shunaqa bir ishonchsizlik bilan round olishdi. Makani highlight kim deysida Naviga qarshi one taplab berib tashlagan. Shunaqa
roundlarda a lot of set plays is a totally viable way to play.
Sразу time out olinadi, gaplashuvni zo'r qildi yana.
More difficult defaults and try to take having control like we saw Maus try to do if you want to, but any mistakes on upper in a map where maybe the T's want to do are heavy on it. Like they do 3 or 4 of those on rifle rounds and your economy is totally screwed. So they have to hold on tight. I was pretty excited to see PR and Maus's ramp overall because the rotations are going to be better.
17-chi round.
Way that, you know, they guarantee this map.
Torzi. Maka.
But already we see a vulnerability upstairs.
Smoke, raskilar tashlab berilmoqda. Torzi.
Set pieces, Torzi. Ooh, dangerous game.
Torjidan juda aggressiv move hamda gravityni yo'q qilish bilan qaytdi ortga. 4 kishi bo'lib qolishdi hujumda. Torji Lucky chiqib oldi smoke orasiga. Lucky. Hoppa, unlucky. Yomon pichoq urdi ya timinglarda.
5v3 by Torji and Torji alone.
The knife. And now PR set up.
Yurida kelib pichoq urib ketdi. PR kursini tutib oldi. Yana bir rampdagi igrok, ya'ni Missurani bilib turibdi.
Looking to make that last
Missura aggressiv movement, lekin PRdan Missuraga qaytdi. Razveydan keyin ko'rish nimanicha Maka hozircha ochilgancha yo'q pozitsiyasida 9-8.
3D Max. Maus right back to looking rock solid. So short. That last round, scary moment. Considering the nature of the start in the first half. The fact that they lost the rounds like that, Torji decides to hell with this. Op shot, headshot, inside hut to the vent backstab.
But the job certainly isn't finished. Still enough money to invest again for 3D Max. Still a 1-round lead.
Yurida kelib pichoq urib ketdi. Va biz 18-chi raundga o'tamiz.
Yeah, look, the comfort here
is mouse
so much higher.
Ya'ni yutishga shansi ko'proq. Hisob ham deyarli tenglashib qoldi. Va half buy qilishgan bu raundda. 2 kalash, 3 pistoletda. Fast A o'ynab yuborishmoqchi.
I mean, they've won with less, so think of the odds
burned to 0.
Holy hell, down to 9 HP to a single Molotov.
Qiyin Torjini pik qilish bu yerda. Kalashli igrok pik qilib ko'rmasa qolganiga ancha qiyin. Shashlik ham qilib o'rishi mumkin.
You can like spice, but that's sick.
Tekkizda mana Makaga baqayishgandan keyin Maka yo'q endi. PR yetib keldi. Mana shunaqa o'ynash kerak rampda. Rampda shunaqa chiroyli o'ynash kerak.
Torji is there to deal with Cursy's exit as well.
Yur topmoqda va Gravity Torjiga headshot, birga 4 round. Bomba Gravityning o'zining qo'lida.
There is a player here towards that single door.
Sendor o'zi yo'q, ukam emas.
Gravity has all the time in the world to make this happen. Zelex swings the single door and then goes for the reposition over towards control.
Srazu PR yetib keldi, ko'rdingizmi?
It feels
Yordam
like it would be impossible if you know there's 3 up.
Well, what about a vent push? Do it.
Well, actually, he's found the place to plant because it's control side that's been taken over. A real big call out here. And remember, Spinks took 91 damage.
Oh, that's what you're looking for.
Oh, we're good about haircuts now.
No way. Gravity, this is a 1 versus 4, and he's halfway there. And on top of that, Spinks has put himself on 9 HP. Xerxion's hoping to trade, but he has 8 kills this map. Left side, easy. Gravity locked in.
Xerxion brings him back down to earth.
On the brink of a huge clutch.
Xerxion pozitsiyasini o'qimadi.
The right read, he played that so damn well.
Birga 4 round yutib ketadi.
Put some finesse on that. Very nice try, Gravity. inches away from seeing that second frag he believed was there. But you're right, when they first came into this round, they half buy, even though they could have squeezed a full buy, and they just thought, we have the tactics to pull out rounds like these, and they nearly do it again. Oh, he's just barely missed that. That would have been a great highlight for him. But it's another 1v1 secured for Mouse in this half.
Here's the full rifles. 3D Max come in with a bunch of tempo here as the game goes on, trying to change gears, but Xerxin catching graffiti. And Kersey slips down through main, insta-kill back, but he doesn't get away. Xerxin working with the most minimal margins on those kills.
Yeah, that was not easy.
Big 2K pickup, considering that the chance at getting those frags felt so slim.
PR.
I mean, how adventurous do they want to get?
They're ready to timing it.
Misura PR get. And now it's kind of dangerous. I mean, I feel like you gotta stay inside of it.
Xerxin's gonna let him know there was a second player flanking, but he peels away from it. Cautious, but will he expect Zelex this pressed in?
They're gonna be hyper aware.
Ramp player, obviously the information found. Now they're gonna wrap into the site, see no resistance whatsoever. Bomb plant goes down for free unless Torzi tries.
Oh, he's missed
it. Xerxin, nimaga bunaqa shoshib o'ynayapti, lekin Torzi Makani yo'qlar. Hali bomba uratilmadi. Lucky chiqib kill qilmoqda va Luckyning jahli chiqqan ko'rinadi. Double kill, ikkita irokni ham o'zi yo'q qilib tashladi. 5 ga 3 round tushdi Maxdan.
Their way towards this victory. A 10th
Agar Gravity bundan oldingi raundni ham yutib berganida, o'yin mana shu joyda hal bo'lgan bo'lardi.
For 3D Max, it's so much more impressive that they find a way out. Xerxin gets these kills. He drops in a mini. They get a second layer of that attack. And then it's Zelex who makes this move that's like, dude, they just saw a ramp push. This map is now, once you get the kill on the ramp push as well, they're looking for any remnants of that. Clearly aware of something inside of Hut, and that's an advantage totally given away.
After Xerxin starts with these,
yeah, he put in so much work. That kill was crazy.
Right? Oh, but then...
Oh my goodness, a comedy of errors here for Mouse.
In the same round.
Aha, tushunarli. Mouse bu raundlarni tiltga kirgizib qo'ymasa bo'ldi. Eng oxirgi pullariga bay qilib chiqishdi. Agar bu raund yana A-da bir xil raundlar ketma-ketligi. Yana Gravity ko'chadan o'ynaydi. Sirli masalliqni o'zi yo'q bilan o'ynadi. Hozir Kursi yana kirib kelib yana bir headshot. Va Kursi double triple qila olmadi-yu, lekin bu yerda Torji Misurani o'ldirgan ekan. Torji Makarni ham kill qilib berdi. PR 2 ga 1 klashda. Tekshirmayapti. Ventga tushdi bomba. Bomba vent ichiga tushib ketdi. Gravity oldimi?
Where did it fall?
Wait, Gravity's going quick at this and now dropping down.
On the escape, will go back
Gravity birga bir clash PR ga qarshi.
Damn near pulled off the 1v4. So what's a 1v1?
He's got a lot of confidence in this position. He immediately grabbed that bomb from upstairs, trying to read this.
Ikkita flash bor ekan Gravityning qo'lida va bitta molotov. PR da esa smoke hamda flash bor va diffuse kit ham bor. Mana bu smoke bilan lekin qanaqadir aqlliroq o'ynab bersa bo'ladi.
But did he plant backside?
Gravity umuman boshqa joyga.
Yes, he did. The bomb isn't for him.
Oh, he's making a risk.
Va
he's making a big risk here. We got
bombani juda noto'g'ri o'rnatib qo'yibdi.
He turns back around. PR's now afforded himself the gap to the site. He's going to clear
lekin chalg'itadigan qilib urdi.
Smoke onto the bomb, trying to flush Gravity out.
Voy, Gravity round yutib beryapti.
Gravity making up for that one misstep with a 1v1. He showed bravery as bomb got dropped. Didn't waste a moment. PR thought he'd have time to reposition down towards main. I don't think so.
Oh, big mistake here. Xerxin running out of ammo. It's Kersey again dropping off into mini. It was the second layer last time around.
I thought the bomb fell down.
Bombani ham mamnat qilib o'tib ketgan ekanda.
That was definitely a bit of a mistake from Lucky because the bomb's going to drop where you're facing, so you should have just said okay.
Clutchlada ancha kuchli bo'lib ketib qolgan lekin Gravity.
And here's this next force situation. Mao's playing with scraps.
Force buy.
Couple Famas, Scout MP9. Smoke into flash, all they have left already at a minute 35.
Kursi ikkita round ham bir xil kirib keldi, ko'rdinglar?
After 4 losses versus a team like Mao's.
Bundan keyin o'yin yo'q. Bugungi kunning eng oxirgi o'yini. Takoy ichimda уже like degan narsa keldi-yu, lekin so'ramayman deganman. Jim bo'lamiz. Vol TeamPeak yozib qo'yaman, stream tugatib olaylik. Maka.
Letting Mouse get curious.
Raskidlar tashlab beron ko'chaga. O'zi Maka faqat raskidlarni biladigan iroqmi deyman.
Definitely good to take a risk if you're on CT side. But they wouldn't take a risk if they didn't have to. They're only doing it because they're
full focus A'da turibdi-da. B'da hech kim yo'q. Va yana A'ga kirib kelishmoqchi. Kuchli Max a'zolari. Torji scoutda headshot bermasa o'zi o'lib qoladi.
They feel so confident about their upper
B'da faqatgina Xershning o'zi ekan va
first chance missed by Torji.
O'ldi Torji. No PR zo'r pozitsiyada ekan. PR pozitsiyasiga gap yo'q. Ko'rchi bitta kill amalga oshirmoqda Sphinx. Maka, Zellex ketma ketkilar almashtirishdi. Misura tepadagi gol. Mana-da. Faqat A'ga o'ynashni sababi mana shu.
That was a
comeback
bo'ladi.
Balki overtime ham bo'ladi. Ma'ruf aka katta ehtimollik bilan bugun kirmayman, lekin menimcha shu turnirlar tugagandan keyin yana bir o'ynasam kerak. Nasib bo'lsa.
It's an exchange of kills to start it that sort of forces you in for 3D Max. They think they can trade their way out. And then in the 3v3, they get nothing after. And they've got to crunch the numbers now because 3D Max even worse off than what Mouse's most recent buy just was.
Yeah, they're the ones who have a round to spare. That's their resource right now. So they've got to let Mouse mentally get up to 11. This is a round where they're going to try to do something tricky because, I mean, we've seen insane stuff so far this map. Mistakes by both these teams. But
timeoutdan so'ng navbatdagi round davom etadi. Na, faqat lobbida o'ynayapti. Ko'chada o'ynaganini ko'rganim yo'q ularni.
2 Glock rounds.
Voy, yana bu degani mouse hisobini tenglashtiradi. Shans mouse'da ko'payib ketdi. 38% g'alaba shansi.
Pick up attack 9, got a deagle on Lucky. 1 nade on Maka.
Ishtamayib ko'radigan bo'lsak soat 12 gacha davom etar ekan-da stream.
He's got a smoke as well.
Xershan.
It's been nerve-wracking watching Xershan get completely caught by those main drops from Kersey.
It's happened a lot.
Kersey making a real name for himself in this potential Mouse upset.
Surely he'll be aware of his ammo this time around.
Xershan yuqoridan kursi
Big
kelmayaptimi?
pistol advantage. They get 1 point. Oh, he just kind of awkwardly turns.
Shunchaki check qilishmadi-yu, lekin bu yerda Torji'da double killni bitta minus hozircha. Wow, Zellex razmirlar bera oldi. Torji Lucky'ni oxirigacha o'ldirdi. Eng so'nggi gol bu yerda Maka'ni easy berib olishadi bu raundda. Smoke ichida bitta o'q topadi hozir. PR tomonidan tutib olindi. 11-11 hisobni tenglashtirmoqda Mouse.
3D Max always knew the odds were stacked
against
them in that round.
Well, this is the fun part of the game where
Nuke
money is
kartasdagi
not
botlar.
really the problem here.
But as 3D Max get back to guns, do they think that they can still overtake that A site from lobby? You know, they were confident in their A splits, but once more, I think back to Kersey's impact on main when that success happens.
Yeah, they've taken upper other ways, so they kind of have options. I've been pretty surprised at the range that 3D Max have shown so far. They know odds are not in their
23-round va yana A. Rampdan ham o'ynab ko'rishmadi. Alloh, Kursi, Zellex yo'qilib berdi. Sphinx yonadimi yana? Yana yonadimi Sphinx? Hech narsani ko'rmayapti va Lucky tomonidan o'tib tashlandi. Xershan, Razbek, Xershan bitta minus bor. Torji keldi. Torji orqadan yugurib tekshirmayapti Maka. Nima qildi Torji? Makadan headshot. 3-2 retake qilish juda ham qiyin holatda. Mouse.
Oh, desperate moment here. I mean, given a little bit of time, this is instantly a save. And maybe those extra kills they got last round were enough to keep Mouse low enough to not even attempt this.
Darrov so'kdi. Xuddi 3 Maxga bir 10 yildan buyon muxlislik qilib keladiganday gapirasiz.
It's the earliest A-pop that we've seen so far.
It's the same way they close Dust too.
Voy, Xershan o'tolmayapti. Bitta kill, double kill, mana endi killlar. O'xshadi 13% jon yashab qoldi Xershan. Maka esa MK'ni save qilib o'tdi.
That actually makes
24-raundga yetib keldik.
For 3D Max.
Oh shit. Oh boy.
2 kills at the end. It's a very nice save. Keeping the gun as well.
Kursi, ayimiga gap yo'q Kursini.
Spinks was blind for
Juda ko'p ish qilib berdi e'tibor qilgan
Like he didn't see this round at all.
Yep.
The flashes upstairs have been pristine out of 3D Max.
It's not horrendous, but it is
Galil,
2
Kalash,
kills.
MK mix qilingan ikkita jamoada ham 24-raund.
I'll take any advantage they can get. This one has a high likelihood of OT, but you never know.
Gravity yana ko'chadan o'ynaydi.
Towards ramp they'll go. PR instant.
Oh my goodness.
Overtime ko'ramiz.
Untradeable moment there. Oh, still
PRdan double
manages a
kill
second.
chunki va Torji ham yetib keldi yordam berishga, Mob tashlab berilgan. Gravity esa secretdan o'ynayapti.
Gravity has been afforded space down secret.
Atak mana bu Gravityning jinnicha movementlari ham bor.
And Gravity just
Ehtiyot bo'lish kerak baribir.
Spinks occupied. This is
Turtga uch vaziyat chunki. Kursi yetib keldi va bomba o'rnatilyapti. Kursidan headshot. Ikkinchi guruh ham yaqin bu yerda. 3ga 3 vaziyat. 22 bu Kursini.
We've got utility short for Mouse, but they need to find a way to get the hell out of this chokehold. This push out through the vents. Gravity lets them inch their way down the double doors. 2 sets of eyes.
Zelixdan double kill, Mitsuda double kill amalga oshirib berdi. 11 jumla tirik qolgan va Torjini o'qimayapti. Torji yutib berdi raundni. Torji 12 ko'rinishga olib kelmoqda hisobni. Yo, GG emas bu. Overtime ko'ramiz. Endi Mitsuda.
And now we go post-regulation.
Kersey is a sledgehammer on the attack at the moment, breaking down these walls. The reason they trade out on the ramp, what started as a 5v3 for Mouse, still comes back to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah. PR on the ramp has been a stud. Like, he's getting his 2 kills, he's staying alive. He's rarely had to fall back. He's playing all his favorite aggressive angles. This is great awareness out of Zershin.
And great damage.
Yeah. Masuda, he just, as long as he didn't move, he'd be fine.
Ana qizig'i bo'lmayapti deganlar o'yinni. Mana yonib ketdi. Time out olindi shu joyda.
Damn, Cyclone with the instant pause. Trying to roll this momentum of a CT side forward.
Been very impressed by Gravity. The way
that
he's moved on this map. He got
shu
control super quickly.
Yutayotgan komanda bo'lsa, round olib ketsa, hamma komandadan fanatim
extremely aggressive about making sure to keep vision
butun
outside
nechta
of
komanda
cross.
ko'rgan bo'lsangiz, hammasidan fanatim.
And both them and 3D Max have actually done a great job, both their CT sides. But it's insane that without a pistol, they brought it this far.
Va bizda overtimening birinchi raundi boshlandi. Maka
on the prowl. Spinks in main, and Torji peels back.
Been looking for this.
Va bu yerda Lucky Spinksga headshot berib ketmoqda. Smoke orasida Lucky killardan biri.
I mean, there's a peek here for him, it's free.
Torji esa kursi orqali gazmetod berib oldi va hayeshkadan ehtiyot bo'lishlari kerak. Torji Gravityni ham minus qilib bermoqda.
You've got this secret peek
easy kutib oladi Makani.
He misses! His chance to strike down the sniper. That is an open
Big aggressive kirib kelishadi. Lucky ko'rdi.
Lucky almost catching a player falling off of the rafters. Now this is going to preoccupy a player.
Va Mob tashlab berdi. Bu paytda Lucky hozircha tirik. PR smoke orasida bomba o'rnatilmoqda. Maka check qilib berdi va PR yo'q qilib berdi. Bu yerda Misura qiyinchilik bilan o'zida PRni rasmiy qilib bermoqda.
He's staying in the sight.
No scope. Torjidan xato. Qanaqa bo'lishi kerak bunaqa muhim raundlarda, ya'ni no scope harakat qilib ko'rish shu. Lucky triple kill bilan round yutib ketyapti.
3D Max strike first in a T round with a lucky 3K. His multi-frags fantastic.
Eski Torjini qilgan killari.
I can't even believe that.
Keyin baribir oxirida o'zi ruin qilib yubordi. Jahli chiqqandan
missing 2 or 3 bullets inside a secret allowed the to get a line. An instant rotate down. Torzi with 2 kills outside. Oh my word. These guys really thrive in the chaos.
O'zi ko'pincha shunaqa bo'ladi.
Put Mouse on notice.
24-raund yutqizgan komanda overtime'da birinchi raundni o'tib turadi.
Man, 1T round. I can easily be enough.
Savol paydo bo'ladi. Shu 24-raund yutsa nima qilardi?
Mouse are on notice.
And without timeouts too.
It's untenable, the amount of mistakes they've made so far this game. And I only say that because it's a team of this caliber.
Da, kelinglar, yana bitta narsani aytib o'tay. Mana tepada ko'ryapsizlar, ikkita nuqta bor. Mana ikkita nuqtadan bittasi qizil yonib turibdi. Bu yoqda hech qanaqa yoniq yo'q. Agar mouse birinchi kartani yutganda ko'k yonib turgan bo'lardi. Bu ikkita seriya bo'lardi. Hozir 3 da max yutgan, qizil yonib turibdi. Best of 5 da ham xuddi shunaqa bo'ladi. Bu faqat nuqtalar soni 3 da bo'ladi. Yutgan jamoani seriya, rangsiz yashikka yonishni boshlaydi. Va Zersham bu yerda Misurani yo'q qilib beryapti. PR esa gradient bo'ldi. 5 ga uch vaziyatda qolib ketishdi.
But Zershan is cut off and having to fall back into his own spawn.
I feel like they didn't even know Zershan was there with the way Masuda died. But now Lucky's going to be hyper aware of it. It's still not an easy shot, even if you know where the fight is.
Kersey down lower, loses his head to Spinks. Lucky's got a tough duel here towards spawn.
Endi Lucky hamma omad ishlatib bo'ldi. Menimcha bundan oldingi raundda Xelax chunki Makani tutib olgan, bir o'zi 1 ga 5 qilashda qolib ketdi Lucky.
So this round absolutely fizzles out. We try something different from the 3D Max camp.
Rozigrish ertangi Spirit o'yini birinchi map ertaga Spirit o'ynamaydi-ku. Ertaga qoldiriladi, ya'ni Mongols o'yinida yoki BC game o'yinida qilib yuboramiz. Shartlari ham oddiy bo'ladi. Obuna bo'lib qo'yishingiz kerak YouTube kanalimizga. Bo'ldi. Streamda onlayn tursangiz, mana shu streamda chatda o'zi o'ynab yuboramiz. Hali follow tashlamagan bo'lsangiz, hozir bosib qo'ying YouTube kanaliga. Skinlar o'ynab yuboramiz. Rozigrish qilib.
Kersey caught off by the off angle, never opened the doors downstairs.
Obuna va qo'ng'iroqcha ham bosib qo'ysangiz, streamlarimiz boshlanganda xabar yetib boradi sizga.
Gotten away with a lot of upper pops, but also without being too repetitive. They've really dressed it up differently a lot of rounds.
34,100 bo'ldi.
Outside a lot more than I thought they would, considering you know how little success and how little they played the map in recent times. And ironically, the round they win, it's a 2K from PR on the ramp where he's been actually fantastic.
Kam qolgan o'zimda.
It's probably been the most solid portion of the map out of Maus.
Uch. Bu raunddan so'ng jamoalar o'rin almashib olishadi. Zershan ko'chada, chunki bular qanaqadir ko'chada o'ynaydigandek ko'rsatishdi bundan oldingi raundda. Lekin Torji endi miss qilmasa kerak. Miss qilmaydi. Lekin Lucky kirib keldi. Xelax esa Luckyni razmen qilib bera olgan. Zershan aminan agressiv o'ynamoqda. Kersey allaqachon paytga egalandi bo'lgan Kersey tomonidan. Maka. Bitta minus olgan xolos. Bu yerda Maka bitta minus bilan cheklandi bu raundda. Ikkita raund qo'lga kirishdi himoyada. Yana bitta overtime nima deysizlar? Ikkita raund endi himoyada 3 da max oladi, bitta round mouse
drawing attention from one player so that another can rotate in.
Yana bir overtime bo'ladi.
And there's been tons of pressure on him inside a mini.
3 da maxda eng slabiy joyi rampga qarab agressiya ko'rsatishsa, rampdan kirib ketishadi easy. Bitta igroq secretda o'ynaydi, 4 ta bo'lib rampni pik qilishadi shunda. Mouse'da shans ko'payadi ancha.
Mouse instantly trying to give Torji an angle through Squeaky. Nobody oversteps it. Does Kersey have the nerve?
Rampda faqat Misurani o'zi bor. Haven'da ham hech kim yo'q. Haven'dan yordam keladi.
In that doorway. We can already see this movement from Maus over towards the ramp. 3 players inside of Trophy, bomb included. Masuda 13 and 20.
Yeah, he's been no PR, I'll tell you that much for free. This is the place to go, and also very little support for him, so a great combination of reasons to attack.
And that gap has existed multiple times throughout regulation, right? His closest rotator is nowhere to be found. You've got Lucky throwing grenades outside because of that fake wall of smokes. This is all on Masuda. Delivers the first one clean, and at least escapes. This is something for 3D Max to work with.
That's officially his best ramp round ever. He's out of there. He gets his kill, unscathed as well.
Kersey climbs up to hot roof. Maka passive angle from
Burcheda
Lockers.
bitta piksel ushlab olgan xolos.
This crawl forward out of Maus is going to give them space to the perimeter of that lower bomb
Hech kim
site.
o'tmaydi bu pozitsiyaga.
And while Masuda got away undamaged, there's nobody else just yet. It is Lucky to
tortirishni
press in
boshladi.
behind them.
Misuda nima qilyapti?
This is
Vay, orqadan o'ynaganini. Lucky'da easy kill.
Lucky gets his. We go 5 versus 3.
Zelixni ham bilishadi, ko'rishdi chunki o'tib olganini. Misura bor bu yerda. Ishdi Misura. Ko'rsangizlar, Zershanni o'ldirib berdi. 5-2 vaziyat. Easy round yutishdi.
Until Zelex gets his one, but 3D Max will be happy with that. Masuda with the
14 ko'rinishga yetib keladi bomba defuse qilingandan so'ng.
It's the only time he's both gotten a kill and got out. You can honestly get out without a frag and still be doing your job as a ramp player. It's not the perfect situation. If you're a
baribir Maus bitta round oladi kamida.
That's not expected of you unless you're literally Rops. For Masuda to do this is already improvement from what we've seen in the first half. And I, again, don't blame Maus for trying to test him one more time because he failed, I think, every single round that he was holding.
Still a scary scene to see him left to his own devices like he was.
Yes, it's always not, it's also, as you're saying, not always his fault. If there's no one on Turnpike to catch a rotation, to come in and frag after he gets the first kill, well, there's also only so much that you can do.
But we could also see that gap created by Maus's smokes outside. He had Lucky with hands busy chucking nades. But his Maus showed nothing outdoors except for that utility. Exertion over Cursi this time.
berdi. Mana o'sha Mausning yutadigan raundi, lekin Maka qattiq bo'lishi mumkin. Zelex orqali rasmiy to'p bermoqda. Bizlarcha ham o'tib jo'natib qolgan va tushib ketdimi? Tushib ketdi. B agressiya. Ramp igroklar Misura, bu Maka yetib keldi. Va Misura Exertion'ni tutib oldi. PR double kill qilish bo'ladi va Gravity'dan headshot. 4-2 vaziyat. Rotatsiya qilib yuborishdi ikkita Kalashnikda. Spinks hamda Torji A'ga kirib kelishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi.
And it is 3D Max to come out better off than Maus. The last two remaining paces with the bomb in their possession here on the A
Bomba
site.
Torji tomonidan o'ratilmoqda. Ikkita A hozir endi chiqishadi, ya'ni hamma A'ga rotatsiya qilib, retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Spinks lobbini egallab olgan Spinks.
Out into the hut, it leaves Torji alone.
Spinks ulguradimi? Torjining pozitsiyasini bilish uchun Misura o'ynashlik kerak. Misura o'ynasa, Spinks o'tib qo'yadi. Saydiga tushib olishdi va Torji 1, 2, triple. Voy oy oy oy oy oy oy.
Spinks off the flashbang, jump in a bang, now secure this.
Turkiya 2 round Torji nimalar qilib tashladi.
It's the triangle of doom out of Torji. What a beautiful sequence from him. Spinks just staying out of the way.
Men GG deb aytgan bo'lardim. Agar 3 max olganda raundni.
Instant transition into gravity. And the prediction over on main.
Ridiculous rifle work to stay alive.
Maus's first chance to win their map pick.
Map point to Maus. Zelex.
Ooh, and Lucky damn near dead.
Уже yutamiz deb o'ynayapti endi Maus. Lucky.
Big drop down through secret. Lucky's the guy to rotate.
Lucky'dan.
So clean.
Oh, and 2
PR. Ketdi. Botga o'xshatib kelish boshlamoqda bu yerda. Misura ham hozir Molsdan keyin o'ynaydi chunki.
Although bomb is here on Torji, and he's able to adapt to that Cursi off angle, unexpected position. And now Maus have the one-man edge.
They know Lucky was down here. He's the one who got the kill. Still alive.
Maka Exertion tutib oldi garajda turgan holatda. 3-3 vaziyat. Lucky hali o'yinda Lucky. Bomba esa Torjining qo'lida. Secretga qaytadimi yoki Luckyni check qiladimi? Torji ko'rdi bir-birini va saydiga o'tib ketadi menimcha. Bomba o'rnatiladi bemalol, chunki side egalanda bo'lingan Maus tomonidan 3-ga 3 retake qilishga to'g'ri keladi bombani.
Post plant position secured. Gets across the board.
Mausda yutib ketish uchun shans kattaroq.
PR slides down, and it feels like he's going to have a hell of a test coming his way.
PR'ni Flash bilan pick qilib ko'rishmoqchi. Hayashga tashlab berildi. Flash. Ikkita Flash tutmagandi PR. Bitta minus.
Torji's hoping that they come in from single.
Torji hamda Spinks 3 kishiga qarshi. Vallahi Torjini o'tib qo'yapti. Spinksda birinchi kill va Maka razme qilib ketdi. Yana bitta overtime ko'ramiz. Hali o'yin tugamadi.
I think Maka shot asleep.
Obbo, 3-mapgacha bora olmaymizmi deyman hali.
Badly for the CT retake to split up, but that duel
Easy round yutqizib qiyin.
We have that
Retake'ni olib ketishdi lekin. Gap bo'lishi mumkin ba'zi uchta Maxga.
To low numbers. For 3D Max to pull this off, the double flash is perfect.
Yo'q, Spirit shu juftlik g'olib bilan o'ynamaydi hali. Ertaga kechga aniq bo'ladi. Kim bilan kim o'ynashi hozircha aniq emas.
He didn't hit that, it was over.
Back turned to him the first time around, but that shot, a sliver. Still, 3v3 retake is the only thing 3D Max are able to find in overtime.
Maka Spinks minus qilib berdi. Keta bo'lib boshladi uchta Max. Shunga e'tibor qildinglarmi? Endi yangi overtime.
He started 7-0 up on the CT side.
Misura ham juda ko'p agressiya o'ynab, hozir informatsiya yig'ib berdi lekin komandaga.
This buys his team so much time who haven't been rotating towards ramp.
Ertaga BC game'ni xudo xohlasa sharhlaymiz. Mana bu o'yin ikkita mapda tugaydigan bo'lsa sharhlaymiz. Agar 3 ta mapda tugasa qiyin bo'lib ketadi. Chunki ko'chani o'zida bir 2-3 soatlik ishim bo'ldi, u ishni oldinroq boshlasam
outside. Masuda's got a challenge coming soon, sure enough. And this is Torji who's opt to go to the AK, right? No op this round. He's a part of this pack. Shadow gives Masuda. Oh, they don't clear it!
Double kill
and he gets a double out of that
Yana bir
squad.
Turkiya 2 round. Yana bechora Misurani bitdi o'zi. Rampda hech qanaqa yordam yo'q. Bizlar uchun orqani check qilishga o'tdi va pachkani oldi
constantly on the prowl. Mouse must feel
45 soniya atrofida
by
vaqt
this
bor.
3D Max squad as there's already another player inside of that lobby. Sershin catching contact here inside of the ramp. He didn't want to have to deal with this. They go wide to the right side.
Lucky razmenda va pachka qolib ketgan PR yetib keldi. 30 soniya atrofida vaqt.
You got to make this clutch.
They give him a bit of space to try to grab that bomb. He gets it through the railing and he will run this down to the B site that's already
bomba tomonda esa gravity bor. Shunda eshikni ochadi, ikkita tomonda ham
igrodlar ring qiladi.
Eshikni ochib qo'shib ketar ekan.
In the middle of this bomb site.
PR 90% damage bera oldi xolos.
Oh, lead. 3D Max continued to impress. We have new territory found out of Masuda getting really aggressive. And once again,
best of 1 bor da. Best of 1 nima bo'libdi?
When he goes through the smoke, it's a real risk, and everything has been very risky for him. But he's really making do, and obviously delivers on this angle.
Parivisionga o'tibdi. Yangiliklardan. Virtus Pro'ning igrovi Fleet Parivision.
Thought about it for a second, looked away. And that definitely increased his odds of multi-killing.
Hobbit almashtirildi, ya'ni rosterda. Bu yangilikni chiqarmadikmi deyman, hali Telegram kanaliga. Admin o'ylab kirdilarmi?
Oh, dangerous always. And these two have been locking horns throughout both sides. It is curse you to walk away, worse for wear. A slight liability on that 8th floor. PR's position revealed. Masuda's going to have a challenge coming his way, but it's a different angle.
Yeah, this is Rob's.
Ooh, but he start dropping nades. They're going to swing into him, and he'll
bitta minus Misura lekin yaxshigina damage ham berdi. Xershon 3% jon. Orqani Torji timingni check qilyapti. Xershon hamda Xelixdan navbatdagi kill va Torji Makani yo'q qilib berdi. Juda tez tugadi ya bu round.
It's starting to be the 3D Max swagger that they attack the flank like that. So Torji locked it on the
best of 1 bor ekan ertaga.
16
hisob tenglashmoqda.
Man, when at some point, when are they going to help Masuda? But also, is he just going to keep getting better and better? Is his damage nearly a kill and a half? And again, if not for Torji turning around. Massive jeopardy.
That's meeting the quota of the first overtime. Nobody yet to win. 2 on the T side in OT.
Ooh, what's happening here? Masuda's already left his post.
Agar Mouse hozir hujumda yana bitta round oladigan bo'lsa, yana ularning eng slabiy joyi va rampda hech kim yo'q. Ya'ni men trener bo'lsam, asab bo'lgan bo'lardim bunaqa komanda uchun.
It's going to be Mouse all over your lower bomb site. They're going to try to retain position for the retake. Kersey smoked off. All the control.
Bitta kill Misuradan Exertion esa ko'rishini yo'q qilib berdi. Agaga.
So ready for that kind of a scramble. Mouse gain man advantage off of the push from 3D Max.
Just becomes incredibly desperate at that moment.
4-ga 3 retake qilish juda
Could
qiyin.
have tried to maybe corral the bomb site. Could have waited to see if Mouse had to push off. When you had two players ready to flush them down the ramp. But Kersey runs wild, goes down empty-handed. And now trying to regain a bomb site with man disadvantage. Tough ask of 3D Max. At least they flash Torji once. But he regains vision. They're going to drop fire at his feet, flush him out of here. But he's fine. It actually lands in the back of sight. Torji's comfort at these kinds of duels far better.
Maka hamda Gravity'den killar. Stop. Ay, nice try Gravity. Ente oxirida razminga o'ynab ketishdi.
They'll get the lead here with
Exertion tomonidan yo'q qilib berildi Gravity. 17-16 Mouse hujumda ikkita round qo'lga kiritdi. Endi tushunda ular shu rampga yugurish kerakligini. O'zini igrogini boshda otib qo'ygan ekan o'zi.
Masuda can't clone himself.
Yana bitta overtime.
Being pragmatic. They're going where definitely 3D Max haven't tried to stop them from going.
Timeout olindi.
And now Mouse are in the driver's seat. They'll burn a timeout with a round lead. And in a battle of the weak T sides, Mouse finally get majority rounds. Safe to say at this point, anyone could have won this game, but
bo'ynim og'riyapti, oshqozon og'riyapti. Bular shu ikkita mapni tugatib qo'ymadi.
Yeah, there's no argument to want to be 3D Max in this position.
Akalar xafa bo'lmanglar, shu ikkinchi map tugagandan keyin agar Mouse yutadigan bo'lsa ham streamni o'chirishga majbur bo'laman. Birinchidan abed qilmagan oshqozonim og'rishni boshlayapti. Gaz va fazi ortib olmaydi.
Mouse's wall of smokes in the attack had so much of 3D Max's attention allocated to it. Xertion's going to try to follow them through. Oh, it's a brave move to make, but he's in the middle of it. Cross player turns right back around and executes him with only his one.
A 1-for-1 on Xertion outside is, I feel like, a win.
Ko'chaga o'ynashdimi bular?
You have to stomach some damage on Maka in the process, but
he's hopping.
Torji could catch this off.
Torji.
Oh, they're worried about it. You're putting him on high alert, and sure enough, he'll
Gravity minus qilib berdi.
Gravity's down, Mouse man advantage. And Maka walks the no man's land.
Aka 1-2 so'm berib qo'ygan joyingiz bormi?
But given space, as Spinks is going to test the flank. This is classic 3D Max used against them. But he still just keeps missing these timings. Lucky has yet to consider his flank. And so is sitting duck.
Lucky'ni yo'q qilib berdi.
Sure enough, Spinks keeps on the threat. And now last two players at 3D Max. Oh, they've gone unnoticed. But you can see PR still considering the threat. Finds the timing on the bomb carrier. And it's going to be Mouse securing himself 2 chances to close down Nuke. A hell of a hard-fought battle. 20 seconds left. Maka hears that drop out of heaven, knows this position would be open. Shouldn't be able to get away with the plant.
Maindagi yurib o'tib qo'yadi chiqib.
I mean, now it's
man's done for.
Impossible to get out of here, surely.
Threats in all directions.
Maka bitta kill qilib oldi xolos va GG berdi.
33rd kill collected by Torji.
BC game o'yini ertaga soat 15:00 da boshlanadi.
They will take 18.
Could have a couple of chances for 3D Max to close this game, but looks like Mouse have finally started to get warmed up. Fewer mistakes, some great positioning. And even Xertion dying outside, he doesn't leave without a kill. I think most of the time when he's gotten caught off, it's been inside of Mini. When he's been roaming, he's had a lot more success. We're going to be fully out of prep now if you're 3D Max. Digging deep to come up with a new strategy.
I mean, last OTT side, they still threw out that like heavy garage wrap around. It didn't work. But they were trying to dig deep.
Ruslan aka chiqsa. BC game o'yini ertaga soat 15:00 da boshlanadi Farruh aka. 3 marta akajon. Stream yo'q tursin. Streamning linkini berib ketaman. Telegram kanaliga ham tashlab qo'yamiz. Streamning linkini.
And we talked a lot about that main impact.
Atak 18 qilsa lekin 5 ketaman 3 ta maxga. Ishonish qiyin-ku, lekin
Body's outer. Look at this.
Va Torji AWP'da agressiya qilgan holatda Luckini minus qilib bermoqda. 4 kishi bo'lib qolishdi.
Not stop running.
Spinks.
Aggressive off the rip. Now you've got the secret player also looking to get into the action. Dueling with Maka up above. Spinks wasn't ready though. Players come wide.
Maka 12 pozitsiya bilan trik qolgan. Xershon qilmaydi o'zi. Xershon head yeb oladi. Gravity'dan headshot. Zelix esa kursini razmin qilib berdi. Misura Zelixni o'ldirmoqda. Torji hamda Pia trik qoldi xolos.
With that man advantage, somehow 3D Max have bounced back into it.
Don't tell me this is still alive. I mean, Torji's still got a good line. Bombs roaming around, but
lobby entrance back turn from Torji.
Maka Torjiga hit.
Way 3D Max fight on. So many players outside.
18
I mean, even hiding from Zershin when he was pushing outside on red. That's from a 4v5. PR knows he's got a target out here somewhere. Needs to deal with that first.
Shag berib qo'ydi. Lekin Gravity'ni o'ldirib oldi.
27 damage off that.
Smoke bilan yopib qo'yishdi yo'lini.
Let's see how risky he wants to get.
Make it happen.
Misura zo'r paysida turib olgan va bu raundni yakunlab qo'yishga yaqin Misurani yolg'iz o'zi. Va Misura tugatdi bu raundni. Ikkinchi overtimening oxirgi raundni ham ko'ramiz birgalikda.
Spot for 3D Max to find themselves in not only after the man disadvantage from that aggressive Torzi push, but all the things that could have gone wrong outside.
3 people pushing that.
And they come out on top of it. Maybe an open door offered by Spinks, who was playing with nades.
By the way, that was off the tac pod. Something, like you said, brand new, where they've been bringing in brand new stuff in overtime. It's the perfect risk.
34 ta kill qilgan mana bu Torji. 34 ta. 5-chisi o'zi Torsini o'ldirib beryapti. Zelix AGG. Maka Zelix razmin qilib berdi va Turkiya ikki qolib ketishgan. Spinks nimaga mana shunaqa unlucky bo'lib yurdi? Stop. Turkiya round ikki chans ham yo'q emas, chunki o'zi A'da hech kim qolmayapti. Hozir boost berib o'rishadi Gravity. Boost berib o'radi, Torjini ham kutib oladi. Nima qilyapti? Gravity Xershon minusda.
They've got another OT. Style points from 3D Max.
A reverse boost into heaven.
Ayoy.
From a 2v5 to stay alive.
They are the chaos.
Can you believe your eyes? Not even one of them died. Absolute perfection.
Flashes of exactly what Mouse did back in regulation. 2v4 A site.
This is a new level we're getting on a 3D Max.
Zershin right behind the red box. That's going to catch you off, Elkar. Gravity not ready for it.
Killlarni qaranglar, ketma-ket almashib tashlashini. Torji. Nechta o'ldirib berishim kerak deb aytyapti.
He picks up both. A peek from the other side, a lineup, and Zershin's able to replace that all.
Ikkiga bir berishmayapti va Mouse yana bitta round. O'sha gap. Eng oxirgi map pointga chiqqan komanda round yutqizdi overtime. Undan keyingi round qo'yilib ketadi. Uchinchi overtime birinchi roundda Mouse foydasiga hal bo'lmoqda.
Piece of utility. We're talking about overtime. No mini smoke when they're taking upstairs, and they get the opening kill as well.
Bu map hech bo'lmasa oxirigacha ko'raylik. 3-mapda ham mazasini beryapti.
And he ends up getting 2 from this spot.
Plus Zershin's 3 kills out of that main presence from Mouse. Critical error here from 3D Max as this game's gone on.
They trip over their own feet on that one.
It's an electric tempo.
O'zlari ham ishonmagan
This constantly evolving threat of Zershin outside. You can feel Maka nervous about it. And sure enough, Zershin still trying to press into his opponents.
He's never used this spot.
Voy, boshga tegadi bittasi
Looking
hozir.
to keep his head tucked, but as he stays hidden, it has opened a door for 3D Max to surpass him.
Agar kursi smoktiga kirib ketsa, Zershinni bilishardi chunki ko'rib
Man
qolishgandi.
advantage earned off of Kersey, who is looking for a chance to get back to
PR.
the sort of form he
Orqadan aylanib
had
kelmoqchi
in
PR.
regulation.
What a flank. This isn't being watched at all. PR has
Hozir
made it
Maka
all the way
orqadan
around.
umuman kutmayapti bunaqa lyurkerni.
Oh, they come and see this.
Tekshirdi, lekin timinglarni yutqizib qo'ygandi. PR killni qildi, oxirigacha bormadi va ortga qaytib olmoqda.
Does Lucky goes
this somehow?
Lucky.
Barely. He would have to have gone squeaky.
Ketdi PR. Va Lucky
But still, 3D Max poised themselves to hit this A site.
This is huge out of Lucky. He's walking right by PR.
Lucky yomon moment Luckydan. Luckyni umuman kutishmaydi bu yerda va PR lekin yo'q qilib berishi mumkin Luckyni.
For the time being, Lucky's emerged from hut.
Bir informatsiya bor. Nursi razmenda PR yetib kelib, Kursini boraman. Kursini o'zi bilan va PR triple kill. Yana bir 2 bir Clash Gravity'da.
And he just got spotted.
20
seconds.
seconds.
Oh no, he didn't. They don't know he's here.
Now they do. Audio on the fall down, bomb procured.
Oh, what a fade.
They plant once, there's the activation, he delivers the
Torjini o'qimayapti bechora Gravity. Juda unlucky clutchlarda. Lekin qolib ketganda yomon o'ynamadi.
Back, man.
Back to back. Brother. Overtime to overtime. This shit's been non-stop.
I can't believe that they found Zershin here. This move from Lucky, he spawns PR goes ramp, he sneaks by out a hut. So many chances to multi, but it's PR who gets the last word with his second.
And Torzi just
prime'ga qaytib o'ganda o'ynayapti.
Started though, it's
39 ga 23.
Yeah, just Gravity win one of them.
There's been 8 successful 1vx clutches in this game. 5 of those belong to Mouse. 2 of them to
Yana
Torji.
bitta round olsa Mouse уже yana 3 ta olishiga to'g'ri keladi o'sha Max himoyada. Atak 2 marta ham yaqin keldi-da round olishi.
Right now and the rotations aren't that close.
Uchta kartani tugatib qo'ysa bo'lardi. Da, uchta kartani tugatib, hech bo'lmasa bir tugashiga 15 minutda qolgan bo'lardi. Easy round. Bo'ldi. Zelex jinni 4 ta kill. Quadro kill va map point. Har bitta round map pointga o'tadi endi. Uchta max uchun.
Damn, Zelex, that's the round he was looking for. It's been a nightmare for him upstairs. The flashes that they brought in on these attacks, he survives it all, crushes them as they come upstairs. Keep a meter stick between them and 3D Max now. Plenty of rounds to play with. It's all coming up Mouse.
Time out olindi.
One hell of a map so far. And all the fight that 3D Max have shown so far through this game might be going to waste. Just another nuke loss at the end of the day if they can't come back. 3 rounds in overtime on a perfect CT side. Can't say they didn't improve though.
Ertaga BC Game o'yinini javob bermasa agar emailga o'zim ham kecha yozib qo'ydim-da. Kickda qilamiz, bitta o'yinni ko'ramiz o'zi, soat 3 da boshlanadigan best of 1 4 da bayshi stream tugaydi o'zi. Chunki keyingi o'yini 5 da 5:30 da o'zimizning stream bor chunki YouTube'da qilamiz.
You're getting multi-kills and clutches that just sway the way of Mao's ever so slightly.
Lucky.
Flawless CT half demanded
Telegram
3D
kanalimizda
Max.
hali yo'q odam o'zi bo'lmasa kerak, menimcha Telegram kanaliga
Once
o'tib qo'ysanglar.
again, do or die. Map 2 of the series.
I mean, I'm pausing to let them
Link
breathe. I'm
tashlanadi
thinking about
ertaga.
going ramp late again. Just clearing out
Zershin.
Masuda in any kind of aggressive position will be the first thing.
Spinks.
Where's Maka and all this? They've got Lucky pushed up to Unbreakable.
Lucky.
3D Max have been so blindsided
Razvoy tashlab
For all the
berildi.
smoke presence out there, there's not usually this many players
Yana bir
behind
ajoyib
it.
qayashga Lucky pozitsiya almashtirib olmoqda.
Actually, just 18
Va
damage
Torji
shipped away from
Lucky
Zelex.
tomonidan tutib olindi. Lucky PR-ni ham minus qilib beradi, lekin Xerxon razmet qilib berdi bu killga. Gravity esa Spinksni tutib olyapti. Bechora Spinks juda unlucky. Umuman o'yin chiqmayapti bu kartada. Turkiya 2 vaziyatda qolib ketishdi. Xerxon kursini o'ldirib berdi. AWP timing, Makaga qarshi ishladi. Zelex. Otish kerak. Xatosini his qilmayapti. Otish kerak edi vaqtida. Xerxon tirik bo'lardi shunda. Zelex esa Clashda 51% jon bilan bomba ham tushib qolgan ekan. Lekin yutib ketish ehtimoli yo'q emas.
And he's not going to try to make it downstairs. Running right towards gravity.
Misura. Zelex Misurani o'ldirib berdi. Urinatib bombani. Pichoq. Nima qilib yuribdi Gravity? Orqasini so'yib yuribdi. Va unlucky Gravitydan. Va Zelex! 3ga 1 round yutib berdi. Gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Butun o'yin, ya'ni boshlanishida umuman o'yini chiqmayotgan ig'roq. Oxirgida chiroyli o'ynab berdi. Qilgan quadro kill round yutib ketdi. Mana bunisi ham oxirgi ikkita round zo'r o'ynab berdi. Umuman boshqacha o'zi so'yib yurganda Gravity. Gravitatsiyada uchib yurgandim.
I don't think anybody
Like'larni bosib qo'yamiz akalar. Mana siz streamni mana shu yerda o'chiraman. Agar kompyuterda bo'lsanglar, mana link tashlab qo'yaman Blast o'zining kanalida. Link tashlab qo'ydim. O'sha yerda tomosha qilishinglar mumkin o'yinni davomini. Ya'ni 3-kartani 2-yarim finalga chiqadigan jamoani bilib olamiz. Ertaga juda og'ir kun. Soat 3 da bitta o'yin stream, 2 ta yana o'yin bor bizada. Shunday ekan, ertaga nasib bo'lsa dam olib ishlar bor. O'shlarni ham qilib kelib olsam nasib bo'lsa. Mazza qilib tomosha qilamiz ertaga oxirigacha. Ko'rishamiz ertaga streamda. Charchamanglar. Sog' bo'linglar, omon bo'linglar. Telegram kanaliga o'tib, yana podpisam tashlab qo'yinglar. Ertaga rozыгрышlar bo'ladi, chunki bu yoqda YouTube kanalida o'zida. Duey akalar gaplashamiz.